Xianxia Pavilion in a secret chamber. On the 10th day after the end of the competition, Chu Zhongtian, who was cultivating in the secret room with his legs crossed, suddenly heard cracking sounds coming from his body. With every cracking sound, Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, would tremble slightly. Following the 15th cracking sound, an incomparably powerful qi rose from his body. It stirred the spiritual power in the secret chamber and started spinning crazily. After withdrawing the powerful aura from his body, Chu Zhongtian slowly opened his eyes. After 10 days of continuous cultivation, he had finally broken through to the stage of the 9th level of qi refining stage minor meridians. Next, he only needed to strengthen these fine meridians and make them closely related to the 12 meridian in his body and the 8 great mysterious meridians. Then, he would be able to break through to the 10th level of qi refining stage, which was also the stage of a qi refining stage perfection. At this moment, he had a large amount of meridian-enhancing pill and dantian cultivating pill in his hands, as well as his strengthened body. Breaking through to the 10th level of qi condensation wasn't a very difficult task. It would only take some time. Thus, his following cultivation would be focused on the cultivation of martial skills. It would assist in the advancement of the stage. After consolidating the stage after his breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian got up and left the secret chamber. When he walked out of the secret chamber, he was surprised to find 8th Elder, Chu Fan, standing guard outside the secret chamber. 8th Uncle, why are you here? Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled. The Chu family's influence was expanding rapidly, and their strength had increased tremendously. There were many experts who wanted to join the Chu family. However, due to Chu Tianyun and the 2 elders breaking through to the qi transforming period, and 2nd elder's only son, Chu Hongwei, as a result, the family had lost 3 elder of the inner clan. Now, there were only 9 elder of the inner clan left. Among these 9 elder of the inner clan, Grand Elder didn't care about any other trivial matters. 3rd Elder was only in charge of the punishment and didn't care about the family's affairs. This caused the remaining 7 elders to be placed on top of the family's affairs. Chu Fan, who was in charge of the family's overall matters, took on many tasks, causing him to be very busy. Otherwise, Chu Fan would definitely go to the scene to cheer for Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun's challenge. Chu Fan greets young patriarch. Seeing Chu Zhongtian walk out of the secret chamber, Chu Fan hurriedly bowed. 8th Uncle, I have said it more than once. You and I are uncle and nephew. You do not need to bow to me. Chu Zhongtian was very helpless towards Chu Fan's persistent attitude. As a transmigrator, Chu Zhongtian still liked to interact with each other on equal grounds in his heart. This would help deepen their relationship. However, as he took young patriarch's seat, after defeating Lu Yongjun in Yulong Mountain, Chu Zhongtian realized that everyone's attitude towards him had changed greatly. The ceremony must not be wasted. Chu Fan did not agree with Chu Zhongtian's suggestion. After denying it, he quickly said, Young patriarch, quickly follow me to the family's meeting hall. The master of Heavenly Dragon Empire is here. Heavenly Dragon Empire. Hearing Chu Fan mention Heavenly Dragon Empire, the image of Dongfang Yuner flashed in Chu Zhongtian's mind. Back in the Jade White Python Cave, Dongfang Yuner had said that she would repay him for saving her life after she returned to Heavenly Dragon Empire. Could it be that she had sent someone to repay him for saving her life back then? Although the Chu family was one of the 3 great families in the Qi country, when faced with the even more powerful Heavenly Dragon Empire, if the Heavenly Dragon Empire wanted to destroy the Chu family, it would be very easy. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to neglect them. He quickly ran towards the meeting hall. Chu family within the meeting hall. Chu Tianyun had just broken through to the Qi transforming period, and was the strongest among the middle-aged generation in Qi country. At this moment, he wasn't as high-spirited as before. Instead, he cautiously stood at the bottom. The position of patriarch that originally belonged to him was now occupied by a middle-aged woman. Not only was Chu Tianyun not angry about this, he even smiled. More importantly, Chu Xianxia, who had been hiding in his family's herbal field and rarely showed his face in front of his family, was also sitting in meeting hall. I never thought that your Chu family would have 4 Qi transforming period warriors in the tiny Qi country. And there is also a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior. The middle-aged woman didn't pay any attention to the spirit fruit and tea that Chu Tianyun had carefully prepared. Instead, she kept sighing in admiration at the strength of the Chu family. You flatter me. Facing the middle-aged woman's sigh, Chu Tianyun hurriedly said politely, No, I did not exaggerate your strength. I just told you the truth. Speaking up to this point, the middle-aged woman looked at Chu Xianxia and asked with a slightly expectant expression. Although you are affected by the cultivation talent, the highest achievement you have in your life is the current peak of the Qi transforming period. However, if your talent increases by a little, even if you only have the talent to advance to the lower level 7, I think you should be able to break through to the essence gathering stage right away, and reach the essence gathering stage beginner and peak stage. Am I right? The middle-aged woman in front of him was an essence gathering stage expert. Chu Xianxian had no doubts about the eyesight of such an expert. At the same time, he knew his situation very well, so he shook his head and said, Actually, I was able to break through to the essence gathering stage 20 years ago. There are other reasons why I haven't broken through until now, other than the cultivation talent. Chu Xianxian did not explain the reason, and the middle-aged woman did not interrogate him in detail. At the same time, she withdrew her anticipation. Although Chu Jingxuan's stage was not as high as hers, it had remained at the peak of the Qi transforming period for decades. After years of accumulation, his strength was no weaker than an essence gathering stage warrior who had just broken through. She didn't want to offend such an expert. Chu Zhongtian requests an audience with the patriarch. Just as the 3 people in meeting hall fell into silence without any conversation, Chu Zhongtian's voice came from both inside and outside of meeting hall. Tian, come in. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's voice, Chu Tianyun quickly asked him to come in. This was the first time Chu Tianyun felt the pressure from the middle-aged woman's strong attitude. Although this was not the first time he had seen this middle-aged woman, this direct conversation made him feel even more pressured. Chu Zhongtian greets master. After entering the meeting hall, Chu Zhongtian immediately saw the middle-aged woman sitting at the head seat. He also knew this middle-aged woman because she was Dongfang Yun'er's personal bodyguard, Yan Jinghong. Seeing Yan Jinghong sitting there perfectly fine, Chu Zhongtian bowed, and at the same time, his heart was filled with doubt. When they were at the border between the level 10 beast and the 9th grade mutant beast in Endless Forest, Yan Jinghong had a great battle with the level 7 Crimson-Eyed Flood Dragon in order to fight for the level 7 Cyan Heart Lotus. At that time, under the deliberate guidance of the Crimson-Eyed Flood Dragon, she had already fought with the beast into the interior of Endless Forest. Originally, Chu Zhongtian thought that even if Yan Jinghong didn't die, she would definitely be seriously injured in the end. But he didn't expect that, in less than a month's time, Yan Jinghong had appeared in the Chu family without any injuries. How could he not feel puzzled? Within the meeting hall of Chu family. Actually, what Chu Zhongtian didn't know was that the reason Yan Jinghong was able to escape from the Crimson-Eyed Flood Dragon was all because of Dongfang Yun'er. The insidious red-eyed flood dragon had completely plunged Yan Jinghong into madness. Under its conscious guidance, in the depths of the Endless Forest, Yan Jinghong was besieged by 3 level 7 beasts. If Dongfang Yun hadn't sent out the special distress signal of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty in time and called for the help of the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, Yan Jinghong would very likely have died in the Endless Forest. It was also because Dongfang Yun summoned the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty that not only did Yan Jinghong survive in the end, but she also picked the Cyan Heart Lotus on the way back. If Chu Zhongtian knew that the Cyan Heart Lotus would eventually be obtained by Yan Jinghong and Dongfang Yun, he would definitely roar at the sky with regret. You are Chu Zhongtian? Yan Jinghong saw the indifferent expression on Chu Zhongtian's face as he walked into the meeting hall. Her face darkened as she asked in a stern tone, I am Chu Zhongtian. What business do you have with me? When Chu Zhongtian saw Yan Jinghong, he knew that she must have been instructed by Dongfang Yun to come and repay him for saving her life. However, when he saw Yan Jinghong's face darken and her tone became stern, he was puzzled. Your appearance is ordinary, your talent is ordinary, your temperament is ordinary, your background is ordinary, and your cultivation is ordinary. There is nothing outstanding about you. Yan Jinghong muttered to herself in disdain. Even though Yan Jinghong's identity was only Dongfang Yun's personal bodyguard, protecting her safety. However, she had watched Dongfang Yun grow up. Her feelings towards Dongfang Yun even had a kind of elder doting on the younger generation. If he wanted to get Dongfang Yun's affection, Yan Jinghong would definitely be the biggest obstacle. After returning to the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, Dongfang Yun personally went to prepare some gifts and asked her to deliver them to Chu Zhongtian. Yan Jinghong did not have any objections to this, and even thanked Chu Zhongtian for helping her in her heart. If Chu Zhongtian had not saved Dongfang Yun's life, she would not have sent out a distress signal in time. If Dongfang Yun did not send out a distress signal in time, it would not have been possible to call upon the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty to help. If the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty did not help, she would have definitely been buried in the endless forest in the end. It could be said that Chu Zhongtian not only saved Dongfang Yun's life, but also indirectly saved her life. She would always remember this kindness in her heart. The only thing that she couldn't accept was that when Dongfang Yun mentioned Chu Zhongtian's tone and demeanor, she felt that something was wrong, because she knew Dongfang Yun's every move very well. When she mentioned Chu Zhongtian, her tone was filled with curiosity and shyness, as if she was a girl in love. Dongfang Yun's various actions showed that she had a good impression of Chu Zhongtian, which made Yan Jinghong very worried. Especially when she saw Chu Zhongtian with her own eyes, she felt that there was something wrong with Dongfang Yun's taste. How could a level 8 family disciple like Chu Zhongtian be worthy of Dongfang Yun's noble status? Furthermore, Dongfang Yun had a high-grade level 7 cultivation talent. As long as she broke through to the body refining stage, she would be able to consume pills that could increase her cultivation talent, allowing her cultivation talent to break through to the 6th grade. As for Chu Zhongtian, he was born in a small family like the Chus, which had fallen into decline. His cultivation talent was at most at the level 8. Therefore, whether it was in terms of background or cultivation talent, neither of them was compatible with each other. In order to prevent the situation from worsening, Yan Jinghong intended to separate them. Chu Zhongtian, I was entrusted by the princess to specially deliver her reward to you. Quickly kneel down and receive the reward. Yan Jinghong's attitude was cold, and her tone was cold. Kneel down. When Chu Zhongtian heard that Yan Jinghong actually wanted him to kneel down and receive the reward, his face darkened. No matter if it was the person who crossed time and space or the heir of the Chus, whether it was in terms of thinking or status, he could not kneel down to Yan Jinghong even if she represented Dongfang Yun. As the person who crossed time and space, Chu Zhongtian would never kneel to anyone other than God and his parents. As the heir of the Chus, he was a baron of Qi country. According to the rules of the Eternal Continent, his status as a noble was enough for him to not kneel to any member of the royal family. Just now, Yan Jinghong made him kneel down and accept the reward, obviously to humiliate him. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, it was very likely that Dongfang Yun secretly instructed Yan Jinghong to do this, because when they were in the endless forest, he saw that she was in a sorry state. It hurt her dignity as the princess, so she wanted to use this kind of insult to remind him not to mention this matter to anyone. Chu Zhongtian is the heir of the Chu's family, and was conferred the title of baron by the king of Qi country. According to the noble etiquette, you don't have to kneel to the princess. At this moment, not to mention Chu Zhongtian's gloomy expression. As the current patriarch of the Chus, Chu Tianyun's expression became even gloomier. In his opinion, Yan Jinghong's request for Chu Zhongtian to kneel was not only because she looked down on Chu Zhongtian, but also because of the insult to the Chus. That was why he did not care about her powerful strength and directly opposed it. You are already short of patriarch. When Yan Jinghong heard Chu Tianyun's explanation, she nodded indifferently and said, since that's the case, you don't need to kneel. This is the reward given to you by the princess. Chu Zhongtian took the 3 bottles of pills and the 3 light gray secret scripture books, then turned around and left the meeting hall. After he left the meeting hall, he didn't turn around to look. Instead, he clenched his fists. He secretly swore in his heart, I will remember today's insult. Yan Jinghong, Dongfang Yun. Just you wait for my strength to surpass yours. When I surpass the heavenly dragon dynasty, I will humiliate today tenfold. I will even return it to you 100 times more. When Yan Jinghong saw Chu Zhongtian turn around and leave without saying a word, not only did she not get angry, her face even revealed a smile that showed that her plot had succeeded. The reason why she insulted Chu Zhongtian was because she hoped that he would misunderstand Dongfang Yun and take the initiative to distance himself from Dongfang Yun from now on. Xianxia Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian returned to his residence and temporarily put aside the things that Yan Jinghong had brought over. He then silently chanted the Bodhi sound, allowing his angry heart to calm down a little. He had never thought that the person he had risked saving back then was actually an ingrate. This caused Chu Zhongtian to feel extremely regretful. He regretted saving a person he shouldn't have saved back then, causing him to suffer an inexplicable humiliation today. After chanting the Bodhi sound more than 10 times, his angry heart finally calmed down. After that, his gaze shifted to the reward that Dongfang Yun had given him. Within the Xianxia Pavilion. Although Chu Zhongtian was very angry at Dongfang Yuner for insulting him, regarding the gift that Dongfang Yuner gave him, Chu Zhongtian would not be stupid enough to throw them away like trash. Even if he wanted to throw them away in the end, he had to take a look in advance to see what kind of trash Dongfang Yuner would give him. Chu Zhongtian opened one of the pill bottle and poured out a medicinal pill. His originally cold heart immediately became happy, because this bottle of medicinal pill was upper rank 9th grade Qi increasing pill. There was a total of 12 of them. Chu Zhongtian was currently at the early 9th level of Qi refining stage. In the following time, Chu Zhongtian linked the fine veins and meridians on the surface of his body to the meridian in his body, and finally formed a perfect cycle. And if Chu Zhongtian wanted to form a perfect cycle, he needed a huge amount of spiritual power. The massive amount of energy contained within the upper rank 9th grade Qi increasing pill would be of great help to Chu Zhongtian's future cultivation. The upper rank 9th grade Qi increasing pill could shorten the time needed to upgrade the stage. Chu Zhongtian put down the pill bottle that contained the upper rank 9th grade Qi increasing pill. He picked up another pill bottle and opened it, then poured out one of the pills. After Chu Zhongtian carefully observed it, a shocked expression appeared on his face, because the pill Chu Zhongtian poured out just now was still an upper rank 9th grade Qi condensation pill. The Qi condensation pill could compress and purify the spiritual power within the Dantian. It was suitable for Qi refining stage and body refining stage warriors. It was the best pill for Qi refining stage and body refining stage warriors to increase their potential. Although the Chu family was famous for its medicinal pills in the Qi country, a top pill like the Qi condensation pill that could increase one's potential, not to mention whether it could be refined or not, it didn't even have a pill formula. If Chu Zhongtian could use the Qi condensation pill to increase his potential at the beginning of his cultivation, even if it was only a level 10 Qi condensation pill, Chu Zhongtian's combat strength would at least increase by one minor stage. Of course, 3 Qi condensation pill wasn't enough to increase his potential to the limit. But to Chu Zhongtian, as long as he had 1 Qi condensation pill in his hand, then Chu Zhongtian would be able to have countless Qi condensation pill, and countless of them would be enough to continue increasing Chu Zhongtian's potential. Chu Zhongtian carefully put away the pill bottle that contained the Qi condensation pill. After that, he opened the last bottle of pills. A strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nose. Chu Zhongtian carefully sniffed the medicinal fragrance, and his expression changed. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't pour out the pill, he could tell that this was a level 8 pill from the concentration's fragrance. After pouring out the medicinal pill from the pill bottle, Chu Zhongtian used its appearance, color, and fragrance to adjust the memories in his mind. After carefully examining it for a while, Chu Zhongtian finally managed to recognize this healing divine circulation pill. The circulation pill was a lower level 8 circulation pill. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as he still had a breath left in him, he would be able to fully recover after consuming the circulation pill for 2 hours. Of course, a lower level 8 circulation pill was only useful for warriors below the Qi transforming period. For warriors above the Qi transforming period stage, the effect of the circulation pill would be much weaker. Putting away the circulation pill, Chu Zhongtian recalled the cave in the endless forest's jade white python. After Dongfang Yuner consumed a pill, she returned to normal in less than an hour. It seemed that the pill Dongfang Yuner consumed back then was the circulation pill. Chu Zhongtian put away the 3 bottles of precious pills. He picked up the 3 secret scripture books and opened them. Chu Zhongtian found that all 3 of them were yellow-grade high-rank martial technique. One was the saber technique, one was the fist technique, and the other was the movement technique. Chu Zhongtian put away the 3 secret scripture books, then leaned back on his chair and fell into deep thought. If Dongfang Yuner hated Chu Zhongtian, then she wanted to use the reward to humiliate him. Then the gifts she gave should not be so precious. Dongfang Yuner could even use some bad gifts to trick him. But judging from the gifts Dongfang Yuner gave him, Dongfang Yuner sincerely wanted to thank Chu Zhongtian, because every kind of medicinal pill and secret scripture that Dongfang Yuner gave him could be used at Chu Zhongtian's level. From this point, it could be seen that Dongfang Yuner was sincere. Could it be that this was Yan Jinghong's idea? A thought involuntarily flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind. Then, this thought became more and more intense. In the end, Chu Zhongtian firmly believed that this was Yan Jinghong's way of doing things. Although Chu Zhongtian's resentment towards Dongfang Yuner decreased a little, he considered that Dongfang Yuner had sent Yan Jinghong to give him treasures. Chu Zhongtian still could not easily forgive Dongfang Yuner at this time. Time passed like a stream. 1. Chu Zhongtian's life returned to normal. Chu Zhongtian spent half of his time every day to increase his cultivation, and half of his time to cultivate different martial skills. When he was free, he helped Chu Tianyun deal with some family matters. Under this kind of orderly life, a month later, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had already advanced to the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak, and he had also touched upon the bottleneck of breaking through. Next, Chu Zhongtian only needed to meditate for a while, and he would be able to easily break through to the 10th level of body refining. At the same time, in a month's time, with the help of the Qi condensation pill that Dongfang Yuner had given him, Chu Zhongtian's potential had once again increased, and his combat strength had increased by another minor stage. If Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun were to fight at this moment, Chu Zhongtian was confident that without the help of force, Chu Zhongtian could easily defeat Lu Yongjun with his own strength. Unfortunately, after the battle in Yulung Mountain, Lu Yongjun seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no news about him in the entire Qi country. In this month's time, apart from Chu Zhongtian's strength and prestige, Chu Zhongtian had also helped Chu Zhongba, Chu Yuping and the others to increase their strength. Chu Zhongtian used 500 years' worth of ginseng to help Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping raise their cultivation base to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period. He also gave Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping a small portion of the pills. It had helped them increase their potential. At this moment, whether it was in terms of cultivation base or state, Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping had changed a lot. As Chu Yuping's mind was not focused on cultivation, but on handling various family matters, while Chu Zhongtian helped Chu Yuping increase his cultivation base, he also began to ask Chu Yuping to take care of some family matters. Chu Zhongtian originally thought that this kind of life would continue for a few more days. Once the time was up, Chu Zhongtian would follow the Chu family's patriarch sex Chu Xianxia to participate in the floating cloud sex disciple recruitment test. But just as Chu Zhongtian was practicing the intermediate rank martial skill saber technique, he was suddenly brought to Chu Zhengshuan's wooden house by Chu Tianyun. When Chu Zhongtian arrived at Chu Shishuan's courtyard, he found out that besides Chu Xianxian, Grand Elder, who had left the family for almost a month, was also in front of the wooden house. Chu Zhongtian quickly bowed and looked at Grand Elder with concern. Chu Zhongtian felt that something was wrong with Grand Elder's condition. He felt that although Grand Elder's appearance did not change much, Grand Elder gave people the feeling that he was seriously ill. Grand Elder shook his head gently. He did not say anything, but used his eyes to remind Chu Zhongtian to pay attention to what Chu Shishuan said. Chu Zhongtian, sit next to me. Although Chu Zhongxian rarely showed his face, with Chu Zhengshuan's powerful strength, it wasn't difficult for him to know what had happened in Chu family. Chu Zhongxian was very satisfied with Chu Zhongtian's performance in the past month. Third Grandpa, I wonder why you called me here? Chu Zhongtian sat on a stone chair next to Chu Shixian and asked hastily. Chu Zhongtian, there are 13 days left until the recruitment of the Floating Cloud sect. In order to give you sufficient preparation, I plan to bring you to adapt to the environment in advance. Chu Zhongxian said with a smile. Chu family, the herbal field in front of the wooden house. Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised by Chu Zhengshuan's plan to bring him to the outside world in advance. Whether it was his cultivation base or potential, he had already reached his limit. It would be impossible for him to have a huge improvement if he continued staying in the family. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the outside world of Qi country. He wanted to see how wonderful the outside world of Qi country was. However, before you leave, you must improve your strength. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't object to his suggestion, Chu Zhongxian continued. Third Grandpa, my current cultivation and martial skills have reached a bottleneck. If I want to increase my strength in a short period of time, unless I have some rare opportunity, it will be very difficult to do so. No one could understand his own situation better than him. Chu Zhongtian was very familiar with his cultivation. He knew that it was impossible for him to improve in a short period of time, so he could only tell the truth. Tian, the reason why I said that is because you have a rare opportunity now. And this opportunity is enough to raise your cultivation talent and cultivation base by 1 level. Chu Zhongxian explained while taking out an exquisite jade box from the void. Chu Zhongtian's eyes focused when he saw Chu Zhongxian taking something out from the void. Then he relaxed. Chu Zhongxian was a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior, and he was once a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect's inner sect. It wasn't strange for him to have a spatial spirit tool like the storage bag. He was only interested in what Chu Zhongxian took out from the jade box. Chu Zhongtian's eyes focused, and then Chu Zhongtian's shocked expression disappeared in an instant. Chu Zhongxian couldn't help but look up at Chu Zhongtian. When he first found out about the spatial spirit weapon, the storage bag, it took him more than 10 minutes to recover from the shock. Chu Zhongtian was only shocked for 3 seconds. This was enough to show that Chu Zhongtian had a very strong willpower when faced with temptation. This was very beneficial to his future cultivation. Open it and take a look. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't open the jade box immediately, Chu Zhongxian knew that he was waiting for a signal. This is. After opening the lid of the jade box, Chu Zhongtian discovered that there was a cloud-like medicinal pill in the jade box. This medicinal pill was hidden within the spiritual power, and there wasn't a trace of medicinal fragrance coming from it. When Chu Zhongtian saw the pill in the jade box, a trace of shock flashed across his mind. Third Grandpa, could this be a level 7 pill? A level 7 pill had already entered the ranks of intermediate pills. A pill of this grade was completely out of the ranks of ordinary treasures, and could be considered as a rare treasures. That's right, this is an intermediate level 7 rebirth pill. A cultivation talent that can increase a person's strength. At this time, Grand Elder answered from the side. What? A cultivation talent that can increase one's strength. After hearing Grand Elder's explanation from the side, Chu Zhongtian stood up in shock and stared at Grand Elder with a face full of disbelief. The cultivation talent of a human determined one's achievements in life. A level 10 cultivation talent could reach the Qi refining stage at the highest level. A level 9 cultivation talent could reach the body refining stage at the highest level, and a level 8 cultivation talent could reach the Qi transforming period at the highest level. Chu Zhongtian's cultivation talent was at the top rank level 8, which meant that his life's greatest achievement was the same as Chu Zhengshuan's. In other words, he was at the peak of the Qi transforming period. After learning that a Qi transforming period was not the peak stage of a warrior, but the starting point of his cultivation, he was not willing to accept that he could only reach the peak of the Qi transforming period in the end. The reason why he wanted to increase his potential to the limit after advancing to the minor stage was so that he could break this limit. As for whether he could succeed or not, Chu Zhongtian didn't have much confidence. Chu Zhongtian didn't know which pills and rare treasures could increase his talent, so he couldn't possibly find those rare treasures and herbs to increase his cultivation talent. This was also the reason why he was eager to join the Floating Cloud sect after learning about the power of the Floating Cloud sect. According to Chu Zhongxian, the inheritance of the floating cloud sect had been passed down for more than 100,000 years. There were as many experts as clouds in the sect, and there were some rare and precious rare treasures in the sect. There must be some rare treasures and pills that could enhance the cultivation talent. Looking at the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill in the jade box in his hand, Chu Zhongtian considered for a moment. Then, he pushed the jade box in front of Chu Xianxia and said with a solemn tone, "Third Grandpa, you have already reached the peak of the Qi transforming period. After consuming this intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill, the cultivation talent will definitely be able to break through to the level 7. At that time, you will be able to break through to the stage that is above the Qi transforming period. So, I'll let you consume this rebirth pill." Although he said it in a relaxed manner, Chu Zhongtian was actually filled with reluctance. However, as the heir of the Chu family, the first thing he had to consider was the benefits of his family. If Chu Zhengshuan's cultivation base surpassed the Qi transforming period, then with his formidable strength, the Chu family could very well replace the Qi family and become the true king of the Qi country. As a transmigrator, Chu Zhongtian understood that this was a critical moment to test his loyalty. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. Seeing Chu Zhongtian giving the pill to him, a kind expression emerged on Chu Zhengshuan's face, but he didn't take it. Instead, he said with a smile, "Tian, I have told you before that I am a mid-level 8 cultivation talent. After that, I was lucky enough to have my talent increased by a small grade, and that was after consuming the rebirth pill. Therefore, this rebirth pill is useless to me." The effect of the first ____ was the most obvious. Although the second ____ was not as good as the first one, it still had a certain effect. Chu Zhongtian knew that this was Chu Zhengshuan's way of showing respect. Since Chu Yunxian took the initiative to give it to him, Chu Zhongtian could only send the rebirth pill to Grand Elder. He said with a sincere tone, "Grand Elder, you are the only upper-rank 9th-grade alchemist in Chu family. The improvement of the cultivation talent will also be very helpful to the improvement of your alchemy, so this rebirth pill is for you." Among the 3 people present, only Grand Elder could make Chu Zhongtian willingly give out the answer. There were 2 reasons. The first was that Grand Elder treated him as kindly as his father, taking care of him at all times. He had considered everything for him, and in order to repay this kindness, not to mention a level 7 pill, even if it was something precious, Chu Zhongtian was willing to give it to him. The second reason was that he guessed that this intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill must have been obtained by Grand Elder from outside. As for why it wasn't Chu Zhengxian, it was because in the last month, Chu Zhongtian would come every 2 or 3 days to see Chu Zhengxian and discuss cultivation matters with him. Therefore, it was impossible for him to have the time to look for medicinal pills. Grand Elder had gone out alone a month ago, so he must be looking for pills. Although he didn't know the value of this intermediate level 7 pill, it was still a level 7 pill. Furthermore, it could increase the grade of the cultivation talent. He was afraid that it wasn't something that could be exchanged with any ordinary price. "Hehe. I'm just an old man who has just entered the earth. Don't waste this precious pill." Grand Elder shook his head and rejected the offer with a smile. "Patriarch, since 3rd Grandpa and Grand Elder aren't willing to consume this pill, then I'll give you this rebirth pill." Seeing Grand Elder refuse to take it, Chu Zhongtian confirmed his guess. He knew that this was the pill that Grand Elder had specially found for him. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian had already asked Chu Zhengxian and Grand Elder about it. Only Chu Tianyun was left at the scene, so Chu Zhongtian had to ask about it as well. "Patriarch, now that you have reached the Qi transforming period, this pill is perfect for you to use." Chu Zhongtian had intended to be polite, but Chu Tianyun's reaction made him nervous. This was because Chu Tianyun's eyes were filled with endless desire and greed when he looked at the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill. Chu Zhengxian saw that Chu Tianyun didn't refuse for a long time. He raised his head and looked at Chu Tianyun. Chu Zhengxian saw the desire on Chu Tianyun's face, and he coughed unhappily. Although Chu Tianyun was a patriarch, he didn't have the right to control Grand Elder. Grand Elder would not report everything to Chu Tianyun. So Chu Tianyun did not know the price Grand Elder paid to get the answer. But Chu Xianxia knew that no matter who took a fancy to this pill, it was impossible to get this pill. Because this pill only belonged to Chu Zhongtian alone. Under the warning of Chu Zhengshuan's angry cough, Chu Tianyun immediately woke up. After that, Chu Tianyun quickly shifted his gaze away from the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill and refused. No need, no need. Chu Zhongtian. This pill is still yours to use. Although Chu Tianyun said it politely, his heart was full of reluctance. This was because Chu Tianyun was a mid-level 8 cultivation talent, and the highest achievement he had in his life was a 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period. If Chu Tianyun hadn't broken through to the Qi transforming period, his desire to improve the cultivation talent might not be as strong as before. However, after breaking through to the Qi transforming period, especially after extending his lifespan, Chu Tianyun's desire to improve his cultivation base had been magnified infinitely. Therefore, when faced with a pill that could help him improve his cultivation talent, this was the only reason why Chu Tianyun had lost his composure. Chu Zhongtian was afraid that Chu Tianyun would suddenly change his mind, so he quickly closed the jade box. After that, Chu Zhongtian thought about it. He couldn't let Chu Tianyun down too much. He couldn't let Chu Tianyun plant a seed of dissatisfaction in his heart because of a pill, which would affect his future succession to the patriarch. Chu Zhongtian said, Chu Tianyun, Grand Elder, I will follow Chu Zhongxian to participate in the recruitment test of the Floating Cloud sect. If I am lucky enough to pass the test and become an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, I will try my best to find a pill that can improve the cultivation talent, so that you won't have to regret being restricted by the cultivation talent. Chu Zhongtian didn't boast about his bold words just now, although he didn't have any other treasures or pills that could help him improve his cultivation talent. As long as he had sufficient energy, he would be able to copy and paste the _____. Chu Zhongtian could duplicate a few rebirth pill if he wanted to. As long as Chu Zhongtian passed the recruitment test of the Floating Cloud sect, he would be able to stay in a sect as huge as the Floating Cloud sect. It wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain sufficient energy. Chu Zhongtian is right. A level 7 pill is a rare treasure in a remote place like Qi country, but in a sect like Floating Cloud sect, level 7 and 6th grade pills are very easy to obtain. Chu Zhongxian, who was well-versed in the ways of the world, had guessed Chu Zhongtian's concerns the moment Chu Zhongtian spoke. Chu Zhongxian was very surprised and impressed by Chu Zhongtian's sharp eyesight. Therefore, he followed Chu Zhengshuan's words and said, Chu Zhongtian, thank you. Chu Tianyun knew that he had been blinded by greed just now, causing him to lose his composure. At the same time, he had also aroused Chu Zhongtian's suspicion. At this moment, Chu Tianyun had already recovered. Although his eyes were glancing at the jade box in Chu Zhongtian's hand from time to time, the desire and greed in Chu Tianyun's eyes had become much calmer. In order to further comfort Chu Tianyun's confidence, Chu Zhongtian suddenly raised his right hand and made a powerful oath. Patriarch, Grand Elder, I, Chu Zhongtian, swear that in 3 years at most, I will find you 7th-grade bodiless pill and help you raise your cultivation talent. If I break this oath, I, Chu Zhongtian, will die a horrible death. Chu Zhongtian, you can't. Chu Zhongtian, shut up. Seeing Chu Zhongtian raise his right hand to swear, Grand Elder and Chu Zhongxian quickly stopped him. But Chu Zhongtian spoke too fast, which caused Grand Elder and Chu Zhongxian to not have time to stop Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian had already made an oath. Chu Zhongtian, I have something to warn you. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had already made an oath, neither Chu Zhongxian nor Grand Elder could stop him. However, in order to prevent Chu Zhongtian from making the same mistake again, Chu Zhengshuan's expression became stern. He warned in a serious tone. Chu Zhongtian, your current cultivation base is too low. Perhaps you won't be able to feel the power of the oath, but once you break through to the Qi transforming period, you will know that the oath can't be made easily. If the oath you made doesn't come true in the end, you will lose all your cultivation base under the backlash of the heavenly Tao. If it is serious, you will die. Facing Chu Zhengshuan's warning, Chu Zhongtian nodded his head. If it was before he transmigrated, Chu Zhongtian would think that swearing was just a joke. Because before Chu Zhongtian transmigrated, The humans in Earth had already regarded swearing as a form of joke. But after transmigration, after Chu Zhongtian witnessed all kinds of strange and unbelievable things, he was already filled with reverence towards the gods. If it wasn't for the fact that he was completely confident, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't have made such a promise so easily. Seeing Chu Zhongtian sincerely accept the warning just now, Chu Zhongxian felt relieved. As for whether Chu Zhongtian could fulfill his promise or not, Chu Zhongxian wasn't worried. This was because intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill really wasn't a very precious pill in Floating Cloud sect. As long as Chu Zhongtian could pass the test, by becoming a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, Chu Zhongtian would be able to obtain the rebirth pill at some cost. Chu Zhongtian, although consuming the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill doesn't have any special restrictions, when the rebirth pill increases your cultivation talent, it will increase the amount and quality of the spiritual qi you absorb. Furthermore, it will allow you to enter a state of emptiness. This is the best time to increase your cultivation base. When Chu Zhongxian said this, he waved his hand at Grand Elder and Chu Tianyun, indicating that Grand Elder and Chu Tianyun could withdraw. After that, Chu Zhongxian pointed at the wooden house that he usually lived in and said, Chu Zhongtian next used the rebirth pill in this wooden house. Also, you can use the spiritual qi in this place to raise your cultivation base to the 10th level of qi refining stage, so that you can better deal with the test of the Floating Cloud sect. Yes, third grandpa. After a month of continuous cultivation, Chu Zhongtian felt that he wasn't far from breaking through to the 10th level of qi refining stage. Chu Zhongtian didn't expect that not only would consuming the rebirth pill help him improve his cultivation talent, but it would also take him at least 10 days to break through to the undersurface. This was something Chu Zhongtian didn't expect at the beginning. You can go in. Chu Zhongxian waved his hand and opened the door of the wooden house. He signaled Chu Zhongtian to go in and cultivate. From the outside, it looked like a simple wooden house. The decoration inside was quite simple. A hassock was placed on a stone bed carved from limestone, and a wooden square table was placed on it. There were 4 wooden chairs, but nothing else. Chu Zhongtian walked into the wooden house, but he didn't feel any spiritual qi. How could he break through to the 10th level of qi refining stage in such an environment? However, Chu Zhongtian believed that Chu Zhongxian wouldn't lie to him. There must be something mysterious in the room. After Chu Zhongtian walked around, he jumped onto the stone bed and sat on the hassock with his legs crossed. After that, a strong spiritual qi quickly rose from the stone bed underneath Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian felt the huge spiritual qi rising from the stone bed and was surprised to find out. The concentration of these spiritual qi was no weaker than the 3rd layer of Hidden Dragon Pavilion, who he had once cultivated in seclusion. No wonder Chu Zhongxian said that he was able to break through to the 10th level of qi refining stage with the help of intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill. With such a large amount of spiritual qi, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the 10th level of qi refining stage in a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian held his breath and started to adjust his emotions. When Chu Zhongtian's emotions had completely calmed down, he took out the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill. He did not consume it immediately. Instead, he quietly took out the Earth Dragon's inner core that only had half of its energy left and held it tightly in his palm. Chu Zhongtian did not want to copy and paste the rebirth pill at this time. Instead, he wanted to copy the energy level of the rebirth pill in advance. When he had sufficient energy in the future, he would then copy and paste this medicinal pill. He used the enormous energy contained in the Earth Dragon's inner core to quickly copy the rebirth pill. Unfortunately, the Earth Dragon's inner core had been used many times, and the energy contained within it was less than a third. Chu Zhongtian kept the Earth Dragon's inner core. Without any hesitation, he immediately consumed the rebirth pill and allowed it to function on its own. After that, he circulated the Taishan Heart Sutra's cultivation technique and began to break through to the 10th level of qi refining stage with all his might. At first, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual qi was the same as usual, but as the rebirth pill's pill power began to take effect, Chu Zhongtian gradually felt his body becoming softer and softer. His brain was in a state where he had no thoughts. At the same time, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual qi began to increase exponentially. It was normal. Double. 5 times. 10 times. Only when his absorption speed and quantity reached the original 10 times did the soft feeling disappear. The bottleneck of the 10th level of Qi refining stage was easily broken through by the sufficient amount of spiritual Qi. When the bottleneck of the 10th level of Qi refining stage was broken through, a strong aura rose from his body. The aura caused the surrounding air to form a strong whirlwind, causing the wooden tables and chairs in the wooden house to sway. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of foul air from his chest. Then, he began to observe the situation after he broke through. The tiny meridian on the surface of his body had already formed a perfect cycle with the 12 meridians and the 8 special meridians, and the capacity of his dantian had also increased by nearly 10 times. He sensed the changes in his strength after his breakthrough. Chu Zhongtian realized that even if he didn't use his force, he could still easily defeat a half-step body refinement opponent. However, as for whether he could defeat an opponent at the first level of the body refining stage, Chu Zhongtian didn't know for the time being. However, with his current strength, he felt that he had a high chance of defeating a first layer of the body refining period opponent. As this was not a secret chamber that belonged solely to him, after Chu Zhongtian broke through to the 10th level of body refinement, he simply consolidated his strength. After that, he got off the bed, pushed open the wooden door, and walked out of the wooden house. Then, he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongxian was still sitting on the stone chair in the courtyard, and in front of him was also a pot of tea. "Tian, you broke through." Chu Zhongxian, who was deep in thought, suddenly heard movement behind him. When he turned his head to look, he was surprised to see that Chu Zhongtian had walked out of the wooden house. He asked in surprise, "Third Grandpa, you seem to be very surprised that I have made a breakthrough when I was younger." Seeing Chu Jingxuan's surprised look, Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion. When Chu Zhongtian consumed the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill to improve his cultivation talent, he was also trying to break through to the 10th level of Qi refining stage. This was what Chu Zhongxian had reminded Chu Zhongtian of at that time. It was also because of Chu Jingxuan's reminder that Chu Zhongtian chose to consume the rebirth pill at this moment. Why was Chu Jingxuan's reaction so strange after Chu Zhongtian broke through to the 10th level of Qi refining stage? Surprised. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's question, Chu Zhongxian was stunned for a moment. Then he said with an excited tone, "Tian, how can I not be surprised? Do you know how long it took you to break through to the 10th level of Qi refining stage?" He raised his head and looked at the sky. Chu Zhongtian found that the sun in the sky hadn't changed much from before he broke through to the Earth. This meant that it didn't take him too long to break through this time. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still did not feel the change in time, Chu Zhongxian shouted excitedly, "You only spent less than half an hour to break through to the 10th level of Qi refining stage. The speed of your breakthrough is really surprising." Chu Zhongtian was stunned when he heard Chu Zhongxian say that it took less than half an hour for him to break through to the 10th level of Qi refining stage. In the past, every time he broke through to the minor stage, including the time he had prepared in advance, it would take him at least half a day's time. And as the stage increased, the time it took for him to break through to the ____ would become longer. For example, when he broke through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage, just absorbing the spiritual Qi to break through the bottleneck took him nearly 4 hours. However, when he broke through to the 10th level of Qi refining stage, the amount of time he needed became lesser. "Third Grandpa, what's going on?" At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was confused as well. Fortunately, Chu Zhongxian was very experienced, so he quickly asked, "I'm not sure either. It seems to have something to do with a special constitution. As for what kind of special constitution it is, I really can't remember." Chu Zhongxian vaguely remembered that he had heard about a type of physique before. For people with this kind of physique, the time they spent on breaking through to the stage was 1/10 of the time spent on ordinary martial artists. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember what the name of this physique was, and what kind of background it had. It has something to do with a special physique. Although Chu Zhongtian was not very satisfied with Chu Zhengxuan's vague explanation, he felt a trace of surprise in his heart. If he really had a special constitution, he would be able to quickly increase his cultivation level. This way, he would have enough time to learn martial skills and increase his potential. Tian, since you have broken through to the 10th level of Qi refining stage, I will give you 1 day to consolidate your cultivation and bid farewell to your friends. If you can pass the 3 rounds of tests of the Floating Cloud Sect and become an official disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect, you won't be able to return to your family within 3 to 5 years. Yes, third grandpa. Chu Zhongtian bowed and left. 1 day later, in the central square of Chu family. Currently, the patriarch Chu Tianyun of Chu family, as well as 4th elder and 5th elder who had just broken through to the Qi transforming period, 8th elder of the inner clan, Chu Zhongba, and a dozen other elite disciples were standing in the middle of the square. Everyone looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing beside the purple gold hawk, with reluctance. Patriarch, Grand Elder, elders and brothers, wait for the news of my victory. Chu Zhongtian bowed to the people standing on the square, then jumped onto the back of the purple gold hawk. Chu Zhongxian had been waiting on the back of the purple gold hawk for a long time. After Chu Zhongtian jumped onto the back of the purple gold hawk, Chu Zhongxian gently patted the back of the purple gold hawk. After that, the purple gold hawk spread out its wings that were over 10 meters long and slowly rose into the sky. Seeing the purple gold hawk rise higher and higher, everyone in the square gradually withdrew their reluctant gazes. Chu Zhongba clenched his fists tightly and looked at the black shadow that was getting smaller and smaller. He muttered to himself, Zhongtian, you are lucky to be able to participate in Liuzong's disciple recruitment test. Although I will stay in the family, I will not give up following your footsteps. Wait, when you return from the Floating Cloud Sect, I will definitely surprise you. In the courtyard of Jingya Pavilion, Chunxiang, Xiaxiang, Qiuxiang and Dongxiang, the 4 beautiful girls raised their heads and looked at the purple gold hawk that had completely turned into a black dot. Tears slowly flowed out of their eyes. Originally, when Chu Zhongtian had just revealed his talent, they had already been thinking about him. But as Chu Zhongtian gradually rose in power, they gradually felt the pressure. When Chu Zhongtian became young patriarch, they felt a trace of despair in their hearts. They knew very well that their identity was that of a servant. Not to mention becoming Chu Zhongtian's woman, they didn't even have the qualifications to be his bed-warming maids. When Chu Zhongtian defeated Lu Yongjun in Yulong Mountain and became the strongest of the young generation in Qi country, their despair was magnified infinitely. Yesterday, Chu Zhongtian had made it clear that his future would not be limited to Chu family, and even the entire Qi country would not be able to restrict his footsteps. This made them despair to the limit. Sisters, I will wait for young master. Even if I have to die in the end, I will not give up. Seeing the black dot disappear into the distance, Dongxiang, who was the youngest but the smartest among the 4 sisters, gritted her teeth and said, That's right. After seeing an outstanding man like young master, I am afraid that I will not tolerate any man in my eyes. Chunxiang, who had the most contact with Chu Zhongtian, said in a pessimistic tone, Wait, we will continue to wait. I don't believe that young master is stone-hearted and won't be able to see our infatuation. As the purple gold hawk left the sky above Lu City, Chu Zhongtian's sadness of parting gradually dissipated. At this moment, he was in the mood to enjoy the scenery below. After a few glances, he retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention to the scenery below. Because the purple gold hawk speed was too fast, he could not see the scenery below clearly. Third grandpa, there is a question that I have always wanted to ask you. He could not appreciate the scenery below, and his current cultivation level was not enough to stay on the back of the purple gold hawk to cultivate. When he was bored, he could only find topics to pass the time. Go ahead. Chu Zhongtian and Chu Zhongxian stayed on the purple gold hawk's back. Not to mention that Chu Zhongtian couldn't cultivate in peace. Even a peak of the Qi transforming period Chu Zhongxian couldn't cultivate in peace. Therefore, he also wanted to chat with Chu Zhongtian to relieve the boredom of the long journey. Third grandpa, the Floating Cloud Sect's recruitment needs to go through 3 rounds of tests. Only those who pass the 3 rounds of tests can become official disciples of the sect. If that's the case, why didn't you bring Chu Zhongba, Chu Yuping, and the others? With their talent, even if they couldn't pass the test in the end, it was still an eye-opener for them. This will bring unimaginable benefits to their strength in the future. This was not a boring topic for Chu Zhongtian, but a question that he had been suppressing in his heart. In the past, he did not take the initiative to interrogate because he was worried that too many questions would cause Chu Zhongxian to be dissatisfied. It caused him to lose this opportunity in the end. At this moment, they had already left the Chu family and Lu City. Without any worries, he could only ask boldly. "Sai, do you think I don't want to bring my family's elites out to broaden my horizons?" Chu Zhongxian could only sigh at Chu Zhongtian's question. After that, Chu Zhongxian introduced the rules regarding the floating cloud sect's disciple recruitment in detail. As one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain, floating cloud sect's overall strength was ranked in the top 3. There were too many geniuses who wanted to join the floating cloud sect. If the floating cloud sect completely opened up the recruitment criteria, perhaps the number of people participating in the test would reach millions, or even tens of millions. If there were tens of millions of people participating in the disciple test every time, then the experts in charge of the test wouldn't be able to enjoy peace. Perhaps they would have to spend their entire lives in charge of the test, so the floating cloud sect made a decision. They would recruit disciples every 3 years, and there were a total of 3 types of disciples who were qualified to register. The first was the most outstanding disciples from different kingdoms and dynasties. Generally, the disciples who were born in dynasty had a very good living environment and naturally superior genes. This caused their cultivation talent and comprehension abilities to be very outstanding. A disciple like this was something that the floating cloud sect appreciated. The second type was the disciple of a famous expert. In the Eternal Continent, although the days of rogue cultivator were not very good, everyone had different opportunities. A small number of people had heaven-defying opportunities. They relied on their own opportunities to become experts that could influence the situation of the continent step by step. The floating cloud sect attached great importance to the disciples that were nurtured by such powerful warriors. The third type was the descendants of the inner sect's disciples and core disciples. The disciples and core disciples of the inner sect who were unable to improve their cultivation due to various reasons such as talent, comprehension ability, potential, and perseverance were either unwilling to stay in the sect or had to leave the sect for personal reasons. After these disciples left the sect, they either became rogue cultivator or formed their own family. After a few decades, 100 years, or even 1,000 years of development, the former disciples were already overlords of a region, and they had many bloodline descendants behind them. The floating cloud sect attached more importance to the descendants of the disciples who had left the sect. After all, according to their relationship, the disciples who were once disciples of the floating cloud sect had a closer relationship with the floating cloud sect. The floating cloud sect had been passed down for at least tens of thousands of years, and had nurtured countless disciples. It was impossible for these former disciples to bring their fellow disciples to register. Therefore, they had set a rule that only disciples who had reached the Qi transforming period had the right to recommend one of their descendants to participate in the test every 3 years. If a former disciple had reached the essence gathering stage, then they could recommend 10 disciples from their families to participate in the test. Even so, every time the floating cloud sect recruited disciples, the number of disciples who registered for the third category had reached tens of thousands. The reason Chu Zhongxian was able to participate in the floating cloud sect's test wasn't because of the Chu family. It was because of a peerless expert who was a rogue cultivator. For some reason, that peerless expert found Chu Zhongxian very pleasing to his eyes. Thus, he conveniently helped him, giving him the right to register for the floating cloud sect. Chu Zhongxian was also very hard-working. He stood out from the tens of thousands of participants, and finally became a disciple of the outer sect of the floating cloud sect. So that's how it is. After Chu Jingxuan's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why Chu Zhongxian only brought him to participate in the test. There was only one quota every 3 years, so Chu Zhongxian naturally had to be careful about this precious quota. This was because this quota would not only affect the future prosperity of Chu family, but also his reputation in the floating cloud sect. Because he hadn't left floating cloud sect for very long, less than 20 years. Many of his senior brothers and sisters were still staying in the floating cloud sect. If the performance of the people he recommended was too bad, it would cause those senior brothers and sisters to laugh at him. It was also because of this reason that Chu Xianxia, who had left the floating cloud sect for nearly 20 years, brought his family members to participate in the test for the first time. Although the purple gold hawk was a 9th-grade middle-rank beast, and its strength was comparable to a high rank of the body refining period warrior, it was still a mortal body after all. It couldn't continue flying, and it needed sufficient time to recover its strength. After flying for nearly a day, Chu Xianxia patted its back and let it land. Tian, the city in front of us is called Cloud Shuttle City. It belongs to the important city, one of the 3 cities of Yen country. There are many powerful warriors in the city, and Qi transforming period intermediate warriors are the strongest. After the purple gold hawk landed, Chu Xianxia pointed at a magnificent building in front of him and said, although Chu Xianxia was shocked by the magnificent building in front of him, his attention was mostly attracted by the word, Yen country. This was because when he participated in the hunting contest held in Qi country, he had once met a young 7th-layer peak of the Qi refining period warrior, Yen Yongjin, who came from the royal family of Yen country. Although Chu Xianxia had introduced the city in a grand manner, Chu Xianxia could clearly feel that Chu Xianxia didn't pay much attention to these people. He knew that there were no top warriors here who were stronger than him. As one of the 3 major important cities in Yen country, the Cloud Shuttle City was as prosperous as the capital city of Qi country, Lu City. However, to Chu Xianxia, prosperity didn't attract his attention. The only thing that shocked him was that the number of experts in the Cloud Shuttle City was obviously greater than the number of experts in the Lu City. Their strength was also greater than the Lu City. And this was only one of the 3 major cities of the Yen country, the important city. There were countless kingdoms in the Eternal Continent. Every kingdom would constantly fight for territory and benefits, and the border between the Qi country and the Yen country was close. If the Yen country wanted to annex the Qi country, then the Qi country would have a hard time resisting the Yen country. Chu Xianxia stayed in the inn to rest, and waited until the next day when he left. He didn't encounter any trouble. This was clearly not in line with the plot of the novel he had read before. This made him slightly disappointed. Originally, he had fantasized about whether he could see some weak girl who sold herself to bury her mother. Or perhaps, the scene of a bully taking over a civilian girl gave him a chance to show off his ability to win the hearts of some girls. Spread his name. Unfortunately, Cloud Shuttle City was much safer than Lu City. Chu Xianxia had never encountered such an unexpected situation. The journey for the next few days was boring, and nothing unexpected happened. Sitting on the back of the purple gold hawk, Chu Xianxia told Chu Xianxia a lot of secret news about him traveling around the continent and the floating cloud sect. Through Chu Xingshuan's introduction, Chu Xianxia's experience rapidly increased. He was no longer the ignorant fool who had just left his home. On the 9th day after Chu Xianxia left the Chu family, Chu Xianxia suddenly let the purple gold hawk land, but there were only a few hundred miles left to the destination. After that, an ancient and magnificent house appeared in front of Chu Xianxia. Tian, the city in front of us, is the capital of the Great Ming royal dynasty, Luoyang City, ranked first among the dozens of dynasties in southern domain. There are many body refining experts in Luoyang City, and Qi transforming period experts are everywhere. Even essence gathering stage experts often appear in the ____. Therefore, you must be careful when you enter the city. Don't cause any trouble. Pointing at the ancient and vast Luoyang City, Chu Xianxia said with a serious tone. All right, third grandpa. There were a lot of body refining stage warriors, so he, a puny Qi refining stage warrior, was too weak. Chu Xianxia, who was cautious by nature, would be extra careful. The capital of Great Ming royal dynasty, Luoyang City, was different from other capital cities. It did not charge any entrance fee, not even the soldiers guarding the city gates. This made Chu Xianxia feel very strange. Great Ming royal dynasty was the most powerful empire in southern domain, and Luoyang City was the capital of Great Ming royal dynasty. It was unknown how many spiritual veins were buried underneath the ground. Under the nourishment of these spiritual veins, there were a lot of spiritual power in Luoyang City. Some geniuses who had talent and no background, and lacked cultivation resources, as long as they stayed in the Luoyang City, even if they slept on the streets, they would be able to absorb these abundant spiritual qi for free. In this way, the great Ming royal dynasty would suffer heavy losses. This was a thought that flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind when he stepped into the city. However, when he entered the city, he was surprised to find that there were no spiritual power in the entire city. This feeling was similar to the earth he had lived in before. The only difference was that the scenery here was beautiful, the air was fresh, and there was no serious pollution. The entire Luoyang city has been sealed by a peerless formation, and the spiritual qi won't leak out. If you want to cultivate in the Luoyang city, you have to spend a huge amount of spirit stones in an inn, or join all kinds of powers in the city. Chu Zhongtian's surprised expression happened to fall into Chu Zhengshuan's eyes. He immediately understood what was going on because he had the same doubts when he first entered the Luoyang city, so he took the initiative to explain to Chu Zhongtian. Peerless formation. When he heard Chu Zhongtian say that the entire Luoyang city was covered by a kind of formation, Chu Zhongtian was shocked. But at the same time, he couldn't help but think of his own situation. Because under his power, not to mention the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could even control the air he breathed. Could it be that the power he had grasped was related to the formation in front of him? Chu Zhongxian had been to the Luoyang city a few times before, so he was quite familiar with the situation inside. Therefore, under his lead, he found an inn that was not considered luxurious. He only asked for a medium-sized guest room, and it cost him 3,000 8th-grade low-rank spirit stone. This was only the cost of one night, and such an expensive cost made Chu Zhongtian very uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was Chu Zhongxian who used this spirit stone to pay the fee. If Chu Zhongtian used the spirit stone to pay the fee, then Chu Zhongtian would rather live on the street than take out so many spirit stones. When he entered the guest room, he was immediately shocked by the abundant spiritual qi in the guest room. He didn't expect that the location of the room would be so remote. The spiritual qi and concentration in the ordinary room had already reached the same level as the spiritual qi in the private room of the Chu family's patriarch, Chu Tianyun. Tian. Let's rest here for a night and continue our journey tomorrow morning. Perhaps it was because they had arrived at the Luoyang city where experts were as numerous as the clouds. Chu Zhongxian, who had been lively all the way, suddenly became silent. Chu Zhongtian had been hurrying for 9 consecutive days, and he was already exhausted. However, when he faced the abundant spiritual qi in his room, he endured the exhaustion in his body and sat down cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual qi in the room to increase his cultivation. Apart from being unwilling to give up on the sufficient amount of spiritual qi, it was also because there was only one bed in the room. It was also impossible for him to squeeze into the same bed as Chu Zhongxian. When Chu Zhongtian circulated the Taishan Heart Sutra and began to absorb the spiritual qi in the room, he unexpectedly felt that the spiritual qi in the room was slightly different from the ones he had absorbed before. The purity of the spiritual qi in the room was higher than the spiritual qi he had used before. He basically did not need to transform the meridian into a spiritual power to directly transform it into a spiritual power. This allowed him to increase his cultivation speed. After Chu Zhongtian sensed the situation, he did not give up such a wonderful opportunity. He made the best use of his time to absorb the spiritual qi to increase his 10th level of qi refining stage cultivation. In an inn in Luoyang City, Chu Zhongtian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed for an unknown period of time, was suddenly woken up by a violent shaking. When Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes, he found that Chu Zhongxian, who had fallen asleep, had sat up from the bed and was staring at the roof with a serious expression. "Third Grandpa, what happened outside?" Chu Zhongtian sensed that the shaking in the room was getting stronger and stronger. He quickly asked, "There are 2 top experts fighting outside the inn," Chu Zhongxian said in a shocked tone. Although their inn was located in a remote area, it was still in Luoyang City. As the capital city of Great Ming Royal Dynasty, Luoyang City had many experts and was heavily guarded. According to the rules of Luoyang City, no one was allowed to fight in the city. Besides, the 2 top experts who were fighting outside were very strong. The aftermath of the battle might hurt many innocent people. Until now, no expert from the Great Ming royal dynasty had come forward to stop them. This meant that the two top experts who were fighting outside had either a very high status. This meant that the experts of Luoyang City wouldn't dare to punish them. Or, they were either ferocious and evil people who didn't care about their own life or death. When he heard Chu Zhongxian say that there were top experts fighting outside the inn, Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to run away from the inn immediately. Because the owner of this body was the aftermath of the battle between two peerless experts, causing the meridian in his body to be damaged, turning him into a trash who couldn't cultivate. If not for Chu Zhongtian's ability to copy and paste things from time to time, he would still be a trash who could not cultivate, and would still be a clerk in a medicine shop in Luolin town. When he stood up and planned to escape the inn, Chu Zhongxian also stood up. He grabbed his arm and rushed out, reminding him at the same time, "Quickly follow me out to watch the battle, because the aftermath of the two top experts' fight contains their own martial will. If you can feel a martial will similar to yours, it will bring unimaginable benefits to your future cultivation." They did not immediately escape from the scene. Instead, they deliberately approached the scene. Chu Zhongtian felt very helpless about this. If it wasn't because his strength was inferior to Chu Zhengshuan's, he would have thrown Chu Zhengshuan's hand away a long time ago. He would have fled the inn and Luoyang City. Chu Zhongtian was brought out of the inn by Chu Zhengxian. When they arrived at the open space outside, Chu Zhongtian unexpectedly found the place where the two top experts were fighting. There were already over 1,000 people watching the battle, and many of them were qi refining stage and body refining stage youths. Were they not afraid of being injured by the aftershocks of top experts' fight? Chu Zhongtian followed Chu Zhengxian and stood below the two top experts' battle. He could clearly feel the powerful shockwaves coming towards him. Just as the aftershock of the battle was about to reach Chu Zhongtian, Chu Zhengxian unleashed a special force that enveloped Chu Zhongtian's body. After that, the shockwave of the battle was weakened by nearly 9 layers. The remaining layer of force was just within the range of Chu Zhongtian's endurance. Chu Zhongtian looked gratefully at Chu Zhengxian. He hurriedly felt the martial will contained within the weakened force. Chu Zhongtian carefully felt it, and discovered that there were 2 very special types of martial will contained within the weakened energy. One of the martial will was filled with violence and blood devouring, giving people the impulse to kill. The other intent was filled with dominance and arrogance, giving people the feeling that the god was the strongest, and that he was the second strongest. Both of these intents were not suitable for Chu Zhongtian's martial arts. Therefore, he gave up feeling it after a simple feeling. Chu Zhengxian, who had been deliberately protecting Chu Zhongtian, had sensed these 2 special martial will earlier than him. He knew that these 2 kinds of martial will were not suitable for Chu Zhongtian. So he completely stopped the power from seeping into Chu Zhongtian's body. Although the 2 top experts' martial will were not compatible with Chu Zhongtian, Chu Zhengxian did not leave immediately. This was because the battle between the 2 top experts in the sky was coming to an end. Boom! Following the last strike of the 2 top experts, a loud explosion was heard in the sky above Luoyang City. The aftermath of the battle had shattered many trees and houses below. Zhu Yunwen, you are truly worthy of being called the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Great Ming royal dynasty. I, Xue Wuying, am temporarily at a disadvantage today, but in the Hidden Dragon List Challenge competition 5 years later, we will have a showdown again. When the 2 top experts stood in the air, Chu Zhongtian could barely see their figures. One of them was a young man in his 20s, wearing a red robe. At this moment, he was provoking his opponent with a fierce expression. The other was also a young man in his 20s. This young man was wearing a purple robe, and there was a jade pendant hanging from his waist that was emitting ripples of spiritual qi. Although this young man in purple robe had an ordinary appearance, his entire body exuded a noble aura. Xue Wuying, you are no match for me today. 5 years later, you won't even have the qualifications to challenge me, because the opponent that I have surpassed will never be able to catch up to me again. Facing Xue Wuying's provocation, the purple-robed Zhu Yunwan said proudly, "Humph!" When Xue Wuying heard Zhu Qiwen's arrogant retort, he immediately let out a cold snort. After that, he turned around and flew towards the exit of Luoyang City. As for the hidden experts in the Luoyang City, they didn't stop him. Instead, they allowed him to leave the Luoyang City unimpeded. Seeing that his opponent had already left, Zhu Yunwan, who was wearing a purple robe, didn't stay any longer. He turned around and flew towards the Imperial Palace in the inner city. Let's go back. Seeing the two top expert who were fighting leave one after another, the spectators below also chose to leave. Chu Zhongxian removed the spiritual qi that was protecting Chu Zhongtian and said in a low voice. After Chu Zhongtian followed Chu Zhongxian back to the room of the inn, the two of them did not communicate for a short period of time. Chu Zhongxian did not lie on the bed to sleep, and Chu Zhongtian also did not continue to absorb the spiritual qi to increase his cultivation. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was reminiscing about the battle between the two young experts. Because of the aftershock of the battle, Chu Zhongtian discovered that their strength was far inferior to the two peerless experts in the sky above Lu City. At this moment, he was very puzzled by the names of the different stage experts. After a dozen minutes of silence, Chu Zhongtian couldn't hold it anymore and asked, "Third Grandpa, I have a few questions. I wonder if you have time to answer them for me." Ha ha! Seeing Chu Zhongtian finally open his mouth to speak, Chu Zhongxian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly laughed. His tone was full of ridicule. "I thought you were shocked by the two top expert who fought just now and couldn't speak." Regarding Chu Zhongshuan's teasing, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and ask the question in his heart. "Tian, actually, I don't really know how to address an expert, because there is no limit to cultivation. There is no limit to the level of cultivation. I am not sure if there is a higher stage above the stage that I know. I can only tell you what I know." After that, Chu Zhongxian told Chu Zhongtian everything he knew about the stage above the qi transforming period, as well as the information about how to call an expert. Luoyang City inside an inn. Through Chu Zhongshuan's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood the definition of an expert. It turned out that qi refining stage and body refining stage were the foundation of early stage warriors. Only by breaking through to the qi transforming period could one be considered to have started cultivating. Only by breaking through to the qi transforming period could one be considered an expert. Above the qi transforming period was essence gathering stage. Yan Jinghong, who was following Dongfang Yuner, was an essence gathering stage warrior. Only those who had broken through to the essence gathering stage could be called top warriors. Above the essence gathering stage was the divine soul stage. Only those who had broken through to the divine soul stage could be called peerless experts. As for what the stage above the divine soul stage was, Chu Zhongxian had no idea. However, he knew that the divine soul stage was not the limit of the stage. There were still several stages above the divine soul stage. Qi transforming period, essence gathering stage, divine soul stage. There were still several stages above the divine soul stage. Chu Zhongtian felt a heavy pressure at this moment. The reason why he was cultivating with all his might and trying his best to increase his potential and stage was because of this. Apart from that, he also wanted to make his life better in this strange world. His biggest wish was to tear open the void and return to the earth. He glanced at his aged parents. However, according to Chu Zhongshuan's detailed introduction just now, even if he broke through to the divine soul stage, it was impossible for him to tear open the void and travel through the galaxy. This caused a trace of despair to arise in his heart. He was only a lower level 7 cultivation talent, and the highest achievement he had was an early essence gathering stage. If even a divine soul stage warrior couldn't tear open the void, then the strength of an essence gathering stage warrior was just wishful thinking. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's gloomy expression, Chu Zhongxian thought that Chu Zhongtian was sad because his cultivation talent couldn't break through to the divine soul stage. So he tried to comfort him. Tian, as one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain, Floating Cloud Sect has countless rare and precious rare treasures in their sect. There are a lot of rare treasures and pills that can improve the cultivation talent, as long as your performance is outstanding enough. Said with a smile on his face. The Inauthentic was one of the 9 major powers in Inauthentic, and they had countless rare and precious sect expert in their sect. The restriction of the cultivation talent was only one of the reasons why he was in a low mood. However, when he saw Chu Jingxuan's expectant look, Chu Zhongtian could only raise his spirits and look for a topic to divert his attention. Third Grandpa, who are the two young men who were fighting just now? How strong are they? When the two young men stopped fighting, although the sky was dark and he couldn't see their faces clearly, he could barely see their ages. Through the faint tone of their voices and the faint moonlight, Chu Zhongtian found that they were not very old. They were definitely experts of the young generation. For the young generation to have such powerful strength, Chu Zhongtian was naturally interested in their origins. The young man in the purple robe just now is called Zhu Yunwen. He is the 9th son of the current emperor of Great Ming royal dynasty. He is 22 years old this year and is an essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak stage. He is the strongest amongst the young generation of the Great Ming royal dynasty. The cultivation talent has reached a terrifying high-grade level 5. As for the young man in the blood-red robe, his name is Sha Wuing. He came from the Demon Heart sect, one of the 3 major sections. He is the personal disciple of the deputy sect leader of the Demon Heart sect. He is 23 years old this year, and he is also an essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak stage. He was ranked 3rd among the young generation of the Demon Heart sect, and his cultivation talent was an intermediate level 5. He reached the level 5 at 22 years old, and his cultivation base has reached the essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak. After hearing Chu Zhongxian introduce the true identity of the 2 top warriors who had just fought, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but stand up in surprise. He was 17 years old this year, and there was a difference of 5 or 6 years between him and Zhu Yunwen, and his cultivation base was only at the early 10th level of Qi refining stage. In just 5 years' time, not to mention breaking through to the essence gathering stage, Chu Zhongtian wasn't even sure if he could break through to the Qi transforming period smoothly. That was why he was so surprised when he heard their age and cultivation base. Third Grandpa. Is the level 5 cultivation talent really that terrifying? Chu Zhongxian shook his head and gestured for Chu Zhongtian to sit down again. He explained, the level 5 cultivation talent is only one of the reasons why I was able to break through to the essence gathering stage at 22 years old. The cultivation resources possessed by the powerful forces behind them are the key that allowed them to break through to the essence gathering stage in such a short period of time. After saying that, Chu Zhongxian stood up, opened the window, and looked towards the north. His tone was filled with envy and jealousy. Tian, in fact, in the vast land of southern domain, the two of them are not the most outstanding young men. Because in Floating Cloud sect and the state of Qin, the cultivation talent has reached the 3rd grade, and at the age of 22, they have successfully broken through to the divine soul stage. Chu Zhongtian was not that surprised by Chu Zhengshuan's envy and jealousy. This was because the cultivation talent had reached the terrifying 3rd grade. Breaking through to the divine soul stage at the age of 22 was a kind of stage that he did not dare to imagine. Perhaps it was because of the outstanding talent of those monstrous geniuses. Or perhaps it was because he was at a disadvantage. Chu Zhengshuan's excited mood suddenly sank, and he no longer had the desire to speak. Chu Zhongtian, on the other hand, adjusted his state of mind and started to convert the pressure into motivation. After that, he started to use the pure spiritual qi in his room to improve his cultivation. Actual action was more important. Perhaps it was because the pressure turned into motivation, or perhaps it was because the spiritual qi in the room was too pure. In less than 3 hours, Chu Zhongtian had raised his cultivation from early 10th level of qi refining stage to 10th level of qi refining stage mid-stage. He was pleasantly surprised by this. Chu Zhongxian was very satisfied with Chu Zhongtian's ability to adjust his state of mind in time and make use of this opportunity to break through. If a genius like Chu Zhongtian could have outstanding cultivation talent and tremendous cultivation resources, his future achievements might not be any worse than those geniuses. The sky was slightly bright. Chu Zhongtian had just consolidated his cultivation base when Chu Zhongxian brought him out of the inn. They left Luoyang City and continued heading north. Third Grandpa. Why don't we continue to ride the purple gold hawk? After leaving the Luoyang City, Chu Zhongxian grabbed Chu Zhong's shoulder and used his qi transforming period peak cultivation base to travel on foot. As for the purple golden eagle, Chu Zhengxian let it stay in a dense forest outside Luoyang City. Although Chu Zhengshuan's speed was very fast, it was still slightly slower compared to flying beasts like the purple gold hawk. Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion, "Tian, the next few hundred miles is not suitable to ride a flying beast. Using feet to travel is the best choice." After a simple explanation, Chu Zhengxian shut his mouth and continued on with his journey. Although Chu Zhengshuan's speed was not as fast as the purple golden eagle, as a Qi transforming period peak, Chu Zhengshuan's speed was also shockingly fast. They had only spent less than 3 miles on the journey. From afar, Chu Zhongtian could see a simple and ancient-looking castle, but the area it occupied was far smaller than a castle in Luoyang City. Looking at the simple and ancient castle, Chu Zhengshuan's speed began to slow down. When he was 3 miles away from the city gate, Chu Zhengxian completely dispersed his strength. He changed his pace to normal. At the same time, his expression was extremely solemn. "Third Grandpa, could it be that the castle in front of us is the Floating Cloud sect?" This place was not too far away from the castle in front of them. At this moment, there were people around them from time to time. In order to avoid being laughed at, Chu Zhongtian asked in a low voice, "No, the castle in front of us is called Luyun Castle. It is just a stronghold set up by the Floating Cloud sect outside. It is one of the strongholds specially used to recruit disciples." Chu Zhengxian raised his head and looked at the city gate. He gave a simple introduction. "Oh," Chu Zhongtian responded. Although he had a belly full of questions, as he got closer and closer to the city gate, more and more people gathered around him. In order to avoid attracting the attention of others, he put these questions in his stomach for the time being and planned to wait until he entered the castle to interrogate Chu Zhengxian in detail. Just like Luoyang City, there were no guards at the city gate of Luyun Castle, and they did not charge any fees. Therefore, he followed Chu Zhengxian into the castle swaggeringly. Compared to the luxury and tight security in Luoyang City, the layout of Luyun Castle was simple and tidy, and it gave people a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Luyun Castle was not like Luoyang City, which had completely sealed off all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chu Zhongtian could feel plenty of spiritual energy of heaven and earth as he walked on the wide road. Although the spiritual qi and concentration here were far inferior to the spiritual qi in the Luoyang City, if he stayed here for a period of time, he would still be able to improve his cultivation base. Chu Zhengxian walked into the Luyun Castle as if he was in the Luoyang City. He turned left and right and soon arrived in front of a unique inn. However, this time he didn't take out a pile of spirit stones from the Luoyang City. Instead, he took out a green token from the storage bag and gestured to the waiter standing behind the counter. When the haughty waiter saw Chu Zhengshuan's green token, his attitude immediately became much better. He bent down and took out a similarly green key from under the counter. When he handed it to Chu Zhengxian, he said 219. "Let's go." After greeting Chu Zhongtian, Chu Zhengxian walked up the stairs as if he was very familiar with this place. After entering the room, ____ was full of questions. Chu Zhongtian could finally speak. "Third Grandpa, what is going on?" Sitting on the chair in the inn, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but ask. Didn't Chu Zhengxian bring him here to participate in the recruitment test of Floating Cloud sect? As one of the 9 major powers in the southern domain of Eternal Continent, could it be that the Floating Cloud sect was located in such a castle? According to what Chu Zhengxian had said before, there were at least tens of thousands of people participating in the test every time. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't see many people along the way, the total number of people in the younger generation was only a few thousand. It was obviously different from what he had said before. "Tian, I didn't explain it clearly to you before because I was afraid that I would give you too much pressure. Actually, the Floating Cloud sect has a total of 3 rounds of recruitment tests." After that, Chu Zhengxian explained the specific details of the Floating Cloud sect's recruitment test in detail. As the Floating Cloud sect's recruitment test was against the entire southern domain, one could tell how big the southern domain was just by looking at the thousands of kingdoms with different strengths. If all the disciples were gathered together, not only would there be hundreds of thousands of them, there would also be hundreds of thousands of them. Furthermore, The number of disciples participating in the test could also reach hundreds of thousands. The furthest place from the floating cloud sect, even if it was a flying beast, I'm afraid it'll take about a month or two. In order to make it easier for these participants to register for the test and reduce the pressure of recruiting disciples, the floating cloud sect divided the recruitment into 3 rounds. The first round was to set up strongholds in different castles in southern domain. According to the distance and location, the participants within 1,000,000 miles of each stronghold would gather together to carry out the first round of the test. The first round of the test was very simple. It was to test the age, cultivation, talent, comprehension, and perseverance of each person. Only those who passed these 5 tests had the chance to follow the experts of Floating Cloud Sect to the encampment of Floating Cloud Sect to participate in the second round of the test. Tomorrow will be the day of Floating Cloud Sect's disciple recruitment test. At this moment, most of the participants from the major powers in a radius of millions of miles had gathered in the castle. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I hope you can stay in the inn and adjust your condition today. Tomorrow, you will participate in the first round of the test in your best condition. After explaining the process of recruiting disciples from the Floating Cloud Sect, Xianxia stood up and left the inn after giving some instructions. He recalled that Xianxia used to be a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect's inner sect, and he had only left the Floating Cloud Sect for a short period of time. There must be a lot of fellow disciples that he knew in the Floating Cloud Sect, and he might be looking for an opportunity in advance. Xianxia didn't say anything about this. The castle where the Floating Cloud Sect recruited disciples wasn't like the one in Luoyang City. There weren't enough spiritual qi in the rooms of the inn. He couldn't use the spiritual qi to quickly increase his cultivation. So Xianxia planned to use the spiritual qi to increase his potential. After breaking through to the 10th level of qi refining stage, he left the family with Xianxia. During these 10 days, he had no time or energy to consume the ___ to increase his potential. Therefore, although his cultivation base was now at the 10th level of qi refining stage mid-stage, but potential is still in the state of just breaking through. In order to ensure that he had the combat strength to challenge those who had a higher cultivation base, and to break through the limitations of the cultivation talent, Xianxia wouldn't let go of any details during the process of cultivating the bamboo. Xianxia, who was immersed in his cultivation, could not feel the passage of time at all. After he consumed the last qi condensation pill that compressed the spiritual power, Xianxia, who was out looking for friends, also returned to the inn. Seeing Xianxia obediently stay in the inn to cultivate, Xianxia, who originally did not look very good, eased up a little. "Third Grandpa, your expression doesn't look too good." The moment Xianxia returned to the inn, Xianxia woke up. That was why he saw the gloomy expression on Xianxuan's face when he entered the inn. "I'm not very lucky this time. The judge in charge of the contestants' test is Deacon Elder, who has been promoted in the last 10 years. I'm not familiar with him at all, so I'm afraid I can only rely on you for this test." Sitting on the chair, Xianxia said with a regretful tone, "Third Grandpa, I participated in the disciple test of Floating Cloud Sect to improve my own strength. I don't want to use my identity as a disciple of Floating Cloud Sect to bully others, so you don't need to pull any strings and help me cheat." Although Xianxia was very grateful for Xianxuan's action, he was very disgusted by it from the bottom of his heart. In the environment he had lived in before he transmigrated, it was normal for him to cheat by relying on connections. He wanted to do something. If he did not look for connections or use backdoors, it would be as if he could not do it at all. Xianxia had a deep impression of this. He wasn't against this method, but it had to be done in different occasions. For example, he didn't agree with this method when the Floating Cloud Sect was recruiting disciples. "All right, you have ambition." Xianxia finally revealed a smile when he saw Xianxia's goal of getting to know him clearly. The room that Xianxia had booked this time was a suite. There was a big bed in the bedroom and a small bed in the living room. Now that Xianxia had returned, it was not convenient for him to continue consuming pills to increase his potential. Furthermore, he had to take the test tomorrow morning, so he needed sufficient energy and physical strength. Therefore, after the conversation ended, Chu Zhongtian lied down on the small bed in the living room and slept soundly. Luyun Castle, inside an inn. Early in the morning, Chu Zhongtian was ready to wake up. After a night of deep sleep, his energy and physical strength had reached the peak. After a simple wash-up, Chu Zhongtian followed Chu Xianxia out of the inn and walked towards the square in the middle of the castle. Perhaps it was because the contestants who participated in the test yesterday hadn't all arrived, or perhaps the castle wasn't just a city gate. He originally thought that there would not be many contestants for the test this time, but when he followed Chu Xianxia to the square, he was startled by the crowd in front of him. At this time, there were at least 100,000 people gathered in the square. The reason why there were so many people, apart from the contestants of the young generation, there were also many elders and followers who accompanied them. The number of people here far exceeded the number of contestants participating in the test. For someone like Chu Zhongtian, who had only been accompanied by Chu Xianxia, the number of people here could be considered to be the least. This was because he noticed that there were a few young contestants with more than 10 elders and followers by their side. Chu Zhongtian did not want to squeeze in, and Chu Xianxia also had the same mentality. So the two of them quietly stood at the edge of the square, quietly waiting for the test to begin. Look, the Pearl of Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Yuner, is here. Just as Chu Zhongtian was quietly waiting for the test to begin, there was a sudden cry from the crowd on the left. Dongfang Yuner. Hearing that the person who called out was Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian could not help but turn his head to look. In fact, it wasn't just Chu Zhongtian who turned his head to look. Everyone in the square did the same thing. After the exclamations stopped, about 20 people were slowly approaching the square. The one walking in front was a guard wearing armor and holding a divine weapon. Behind the guard were 3 people who were about 16 or 17 years old. Dressed in light purple robes, they were full of energy. Behind these 3 young men was a young girl in a light blue dress with a white veil covering her face. This young girl was none other than Dongfang Yuner, who had a peerless appearance in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Seeing Dongfang Yuner slowly walking over, Chu Zhongtian's gaze only focused for 3 seconds before shifting to Yan Jinghong, who was following beside her. Recalling the insult she had brought to him in Chu family's meeting hall, a trace of anger suddenly rose in Chu Zhongtian's originally calm heart. This girl not only forcefully seized the opportunity that belonged to him, but also humiliated him for no reason. If it wasn't for the huge difference in cultivation base between them, Chu Zhongtian would have already rushed up to her. Tian. Pay attention to controlling your emotions. Chu Xianxia, who was guarding Chu Zhongtian, immediately noticed Chu Zhongtian's reaction when he saw Dongfang Yuner. He immediately reminded her. Chu Xianxia was one of the witnesses to everything that happened in meeting hall. Chu Xianxia was also touched by Yan Jinghong's insult. That was why he noticed Chu Zhongtian losing his composure the first time he saw her. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Chu Zhongtian temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart and looked away from Yan Jinghong. Dongfang Yuner, who had a peerless beauty, had more influence than in Heavenly Dragon Empire. Her influence had already spread to millions of kilometers around Heavenly Dragon Empire. Therefore, the contestants and their elders who were participating in the test this time, basically everyone knew about Dongfang Yuner. Perhaps it was because she often faced this kind of situation. Dongfang Yuner's expression was at ease under everyone's gaze. She continued to walk forward without looking straight ahead. However, the 3 members of the royal family who followed by her side did not seem very natural. After Dongfang Yuner and the others walked to the plaza, everyone could not help but open up a path and let them enter the center of the plaza. Looking at the people who took the initiative to open up a path, the 3 young disciples of the imperial family had arrogant expressions on their faces. It was as if the people in the square took the initiative to retreat because they were afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's strength. Only Dongfang Yuner's expression didn't change much. If someone who was familiar with her observed carefully, they would find that when she was walking towards the center of the square, she would observe her surroundings from time to time, and there was a trace of anticipation in her eyes. The 3 princes of the great Yuan dynasty are here too. Just as Dongfang Yuner and the others stood still, there was another group of people dressed in royal clothing. They charged and charged towards the square. This group of people, whether it was their appearance or their imposing manner, were clearly different from the people present. Some sharp-eyed people could tell where these people came from with a single glance and warned them. Great Yuan dynasty, Chu Zhongtian muttered to himself. Ever since he shifted his gaze away from Dongfang Yuner and Yan Jinghong, Chu Zhongtian no longer paid attention to his surroundings. However, when he heard someone mention Great Yuan dynasty, he immediately opened his eyes. In the southern domain, the overall strength of the Great Yuan dynasty was ranked second. It was second only to the Great Ming royal dynasty. However, the Great Yuan dynasty was different from other dynasties. They were a dynasty formed by nomadic people on the grassland of the southern domain. The nomadic people were wild and unrestrained. They did not have any scruples when doing things, and they were ambitious enough to unify southern domain. As the territory of Great Yuan dynasty and Heavenly Dragon Empire was connected, the conflict between the two dynasties had been going on for thousands of years in order to expand their territory. The Qi country was a subsidiary power of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Every time the two dynasties confronted each other, the Qi country would send their experts to participate in the war. At this moment, many body refining stage warriors from the Chu family were staying in the army of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They were ready to fight the Great Yuan dynasty warriors at any time. It was because of the feud between the two dynasties. Therefore, after the appearance of the Great Yuan dynasty, the three princes of Heavenly Dragon Empire who were standing in the middle of the square and waiting for the test turned their heads around. They glared at the three princes of Great Yuan dynasty who were rushing towards them. The Pearl of Heavenly Dragon Empire, Your Highness Dongfang Yuner, I have heard of your name a long time ago. I wonder if you can remove the white veil on your face for me and let me see your face. Let's see if you are qualified to be my 13th concubine. A prince of the Great Yuan dynasty who rushed into the square saw Dongfang Yuner. His speed increased once again and he started to use words to provoke her. Hachir's words had not only angered the people of Heavenly Dragon Empire, but also the surrounding competitors. Dongfang Yuner was not only the pearl of Heavenly Dragon Empire, she was also the goddess in the hearts of the young generation. Not only did Hachir speak unrestrainedly, he even made Dongfang Yuner his 13th concubine. Wouldn't that be insulting the goddess in their hearts? Unfortunately, when facing the powerful Great Yuan dynasty, not many people dared to stand out and refute him. Chu Zhongtian, who was standing at the edge of the square, heard Hachir's provocative words and didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. Regarding the hatred between the two empires that had lasted for over 1,000 years, Chu Zhongtian had gained a lot of understanding when he helped Chu Tianyun deal with the family matters. He knew that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two dynasties, and it was for the sake of dealing a blow to the enemy. No matter what method they used, they could do it. As for Dongfang Yuner being humiliated, Chu Zhongtian looked at this matter calmly. Dongfang Yuner was not his girlfriend and did not have a deep relationship with him. He did not need to cause trouble for her. Luyun Castle, at the edge of the square. Chu Zhongxian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Chu Zhongtian calmly facing this unexpected event, because he was very worried that Chu Zhongtian would impulsively stand up for Dongfang Yuner. Yan Jinghong, who was beside Dongfang Yuner, swayed slightly in the face of Hachir's provocation. She appeared beside Hachir and kicked him in the chest. You dare! Yan Jinghong suddenly attacked. The guard beside Hachir had already guessed it, but when he tried to stop her, he helplessly realized that he was not Yan Jinghong's match at all. Even he was stepped on by Yan Jinghong. Hachir rushed out of the square like a cannonball. His guard, who was slightly injured, had an unusually gloomy expression. He looked at Yan Jinghong, who had returned to Dongfang Yuner's side, and gritted his teeth as he said, You have broken through. At first, he did not stop Hachir from provoking them because he knew that Dongfang Yuner and the others could not do anything to him, because everyone's strength was about the same, but what he did not expect was that Yan Jinghong's cultivation base actually broke through recently. Yan Jinghong faced Hachir's guard's questioning and only snorted coldly and did not pay much attention to it. Next, you all have to be careful. Don't easily recruit people from Heavenly Dragon Empire. Hachir's guards saw that Yan Jinghong didn't pay attention to him and warned the other two princes and their guards. After that, he turned around and found the unconscious Hachir and left the square with him. Yan Jinghong's kick just now was very vicious. Although it didn't take Hachir's life, it had injured his dantian and meridian. Under such circumstances, he couldn't continue to participate in the floating cloud sex test. So he could only leave for the time being. Just as everyone was shocked by Yan Jinghong's powerful strength and the Great Yuan dynasty's initiative to retreat, a few people quickly approached the square. The appearance of these few people had attracted the attention of everyone present. Because these people were the disciples of the Great Ming royal dynasty's royal family. The Great Ming royal dynasty was ranked first among the dozens of dynasties in the southern domain. The number of people from the Great Ming royal dynasty wasn't a lot. Apart from the 3 guards with unknown strength, only one prince participated in the test. The prince slowly approached the square. He had an ordinary appearance, temperament, and wore ordinary clothes. He didn't have the arrogance of a prince. He just calmly led the guards into the square. A trace of admiration flashed across Chu Zhongtian's eyes as he looked at the calm and composed prince of the Great Ming royal dynasty. The Great Ming royal dynasty was different from other dynasties. According to Chu Zhongxian, the Great Ming royal dynasty was the most loyal ally of the Floating Cloud sect. The relationship between the two powers was very close, so the disciples of the Great Ming royal dynasty's royal family had special powers. They could join the Floating Cloud sect without passing any tests. When Chu Zhongxian saw the prince of the Great Ming royal dynasty, who had given up his privilege and took the initiative to participate in the test, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Then, as if he had thought of something, a shocked expression emerged on his face. After that, Chu Jingxuan's expression returned to normal, and he didn't remind Chu Zhongtian of anything special about the test this time. It seemed like there was some kind of agreement between the Floating Cloud sect and the Great Ming royal dynasty. Just as the prince of the Great Ming royal dynasty appeared in the square, a mighty warrior of the Floating Cloud sect who was in charge of the test also appeared in the square. There were a total of 6 experts from the Floating Cloud sect that appeared in the square. 5 of them were wearing the same light yellow clothes, and the other one was wearing a white robe. The 6 of them looked at a large group of people. Then they flew up into the sky and flew towards the tall platform that had been built in the center of the square. Chu Zhongtian looked at the 6 people flying in the sky and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those who could fly with their own strength must at least be at the essence gathering stage. In just the first round of the test, the Floating Cloud sect had sent out 6 essence gathering stage and above experts. This alone was enough to show how powerful the Floating Cloud sect was. I am Xie Jun, the Deacon Elder of the outer sect of the Floating Cloud sect. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for participating in the recruitment test of the Floating Cloud sect once every 3 years. When the 6 of them stood on the tall platform, a middle-aged man in a white robe spoke first. The middle-aged man in a white robe introduced himself briefly. Then, he raised his voice and shouted, "Next, all participants of the test, please gather in the center of the square. The rest of you who have nothing to do with this, leave the square immediately. Tian, I have completed all the procedures for you. The next test will be up to you." Chu Zhongxian patted Chu Zhongtian's shoulder and encouraged him. "Third Grandpa, don't worry." Chu Zhongtian nodded and walked into the square with a calm expression. Xie Jun's cultivation might not be the most powerful one at the scene, but his identity as Deacon Elder of the Floating Cloud sect's outer sect made all the experts present very apprehensive. Therefore, they gave a few words of advice to their juniors and left the square one after another. When only the contestants who participated in the test were left in the center of the square, Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt that the surroundings had become much more spacious. After a careful estimation, Chu Zhongtian found that the number of people left on the scene had decreased from over 100,000 to only 89,000 people. However, even if there were only 89,000 people, the number of people was still quite terrifying. Moreover, this was just a stronghold that the Floating Cloud sect had set up outside the sect. If all the participants in the stronghold were gathered together, the number of people here would probably exceed 100,000. Some of you might have already heard about the process of the test from your elders, but there are also some who have never heard of it. Regardless of whether you have heard of it or not, I will explain it in detail. This test is divided into 5 categories: age, cultivation, talent, and perseverance. Each test is 20 points, a total of 100 points. Only those who have achieved 60 points and above are qualified to follow me to the Floating Cloud sect to participate in the second round of the test. After the introduction, Xiejun nodded at the 5 people behind him. 2 of them took out 2-round spirit weapon, while the other 2 arranged for the workers to take out a pen and paper. The first test is about age, cultivation, and talent. There are a total of 60 points for the 3 tests. Everyone follow the order and go forward to take the test one by one. Xiejun changed his tone and said rudely, "If your cultivation talent is below the level 8, I hope you can leave on your own." Although the Floating Cloud sect was the leader of 100 families, they didn't attach much importance to the cultivation talent. But if your cultivation talent is too weak, then you should leave as soon as possible. Don't waste the Floating Cloud sect's spirit stones. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, Xiejun's warning was unnecessary. Those who could participate in the Floating Cloud sect's disciple test must be geniuses from different families. Those who could be called geniuses must be at least level 8 cultivation talent. However, after Xiejun's stern warning, there were indeed dozens of young warriors hiding their faces and quietly leaving the square, causing Chu Zhongtian to laugh involuntarily. Luyun Castle Central Square. Although the team responsible for the test was divided into 2 teams, there were many contestants participating in the test, so the progress of the test wasn't very fast. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to be at the front. He deliberately lined up at the back, so there was still a long time before he could participate in the test. At this time, he had spare energy to pay attention to the performance of the contestants participating in the test. Ma Hongbin, 18 years old, 8th layer of the Qi refining period, mid-level 8 cultivation talent. 16 points. Cui Hongji, 18 years old, 9th level of Qi refining stage, top rank level 8 cultivation talent. 21 points. Ren Hailong, 18 years old, 10th level of Qi refining stage, intermediate level 7 cultivation talent. 30 points. Fan Chengfang, 17 years old, Qi refining level 7. Lower level 8 cultivation talent, 11 points. Along with the hundreds of participants passing the test one by one, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that most of the participants were level 8 cultivation talent. Most of them were Qi refining stage advanced. There weren't many participants who could reach the level 7 cultivation talent, which made Chu Zhongtian secretly heave a sigh of relief. In the past, he might not have felt the pressure brought by the cultivation talent, but last night in Luoyang City, after learning about Zhu Yunwen and Sha Wuying, he thought that most of the geniuses in the outside world were outstanding because of the cultivation talent. But now, it seemed like his top rank level 8 cultivation talent was actually not low. Not to mention, he had used his intermediate 7-grade bodiless pill to advance his cultivation talent to the lower level 7 not long ago. Among the participants participating in this test, his talent should be ranked at the top. Dongfang Yuner, 17 years old, 2nd layer of the body refining period, intermediate 6th grade cultivation talent. 50 points. After the Floating Cloud sect expert in charge of the test announced Dongfang Yuner's results, all the contestants and the people waiting outside the square were shocked. In their opinion, the heavens were too generous to Dongfang Yuner. Not only did she have a peerless appearance and a noble status, she also had a 6th grade cultivation talent. This made most of the contestants who participated in the test feel that the heavens were unfair to her. If it wasn't because Dongfang Yuner was a peerless beauty, the jealous and resentful gazes of these contestants would definitely be directed at her. Dongfang Yuner actually had a mid-6th grade cultivation talent. When Chu Zhongtian heard the announcement of the result from the Floating Cloud sect's expert in charge of the test, he was also shocked, because according to what he knew, when Dongfang Yuner received the Empire's innate talent test at the age of 16, it was an intermediate level 7 cultivation talent. And when he met her in Endless Forest a while ago, she was also only a 10th level of Qi refining stage. In less than 2 months, not only had she broken through to the second layer of the body refining period, she had also raised the cultivation talent to an intermediate 6th grade. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. If he could swap their identities, although Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to say that he could break through to the 6th grade with his cultivation talent, he was confident that he could break through to the second layer of the body refining period or even the third layer. Dongfang Yuner was the first genius to break through to the body refining stage, and she was the first one to break through to the body refining stage with her cultivation talent. In the following period of time, most of the participants' cultivation talent were level 7 and level 8. The majority of them were level 8, and most of them were qi refining stage advanced. Zhu Ziqiang, 17 years old, upper grade 6th grade cultivation talent, third layer of the body refining period. 58 points. When almost half of the participants had passed the test, the only prince from the Great Ming royal dynasty who had participated in the test accepted the test. His talent and cultivation had once again caused the crowd to exclaim in shock. Whether it was his cultivation or talent, Zhu Ziqiang had surpassed Dongfang Yuner in every aspect. Although he had been paid attention and praised by the crowd, Zhu Ziqiang smiled and nodded at the experts of Floating Cloud sect. Then he silently walked to the side and waited. Seeing that Zhu Ziqiang did not have the slightest bit of arrogance that came from the royal family, everyone present felt closer to him. At this time, the popularity he and Dongfang Yuner had was almost the same. Perhaps it was because he had seen Zhu Yunwen's level 5 cultivation talent, or perhaps it was because of his essence gathering stage cultivation base. Chu Zhongtian didn't find it strange at all about the outstanding performance of his fellow disciples, Zhu Ziqiang. If Zhu Zizhong's cultivation talent and cultivation base were very low, Chu Zhongtian would find it strange. As time passed, more and more contestants passed the test. Among them, there were more than 20 cultivation talent who had reached the 6th grade, or those who had broken through to the body refining stage. The final scores of these people were mostly above 50 points. When there were less than 100 people left, it was finally Chu Zhongtian's turn. With a calm expression, he walked to the expert from the Floating Cloud sect and placed his hand on the disc. Then he felt a wave of energy sweeping through his body. After that, the person in charge of the test announced Chu Zhongtian's results. Chu Zhongtian, 17 years old, 10th level of qi refining stage, 7th grade low-rank cultivation talent. 31 points. When he heard that his result was only 31 points, although Chu Zhongtian's expression was indifferent, there was a trace of nervousness in his heart. Only those with a total score of 60 points were qualified to participate in the second round of 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 the second round. Now, he only had 31 points, and the remaining total score was only 40 points, which meant that he had to obtain 29 points in order to ensure that he could participate in the second round of 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 the second round. Chu Zhongtian, who was silently calculating his score, did not know that after announcing his score, Dongfang Yuner, who was not far away from him, suddenly raised her head and looked past the crowd to look at Chu Zhongtian. After seeing that Chu Zhongtian was the person she had imagined, Dongfang Yuner's face under the veil revealed a trace of a smile. But considering that Chu Zhongtian only had 31 points, her originally smiling face revealed a trace of worry. Chu Zhongtian could be considered to have accepted the test a little later, so after he finished the test, in just over 10 minutes, nearly 9,000 contestants had already accepted the test. There are a total of 8,340 contestants participating in the test this time, and there are a total of 11 people who have scored above 50 points. There are a total of 89 contestants above 40 points, and a total of 280 participants above 30 points. There are a total of 1,200 participants with a score above 20 points. Receiving the report card from the examiner, Xiejun first cleaned up his voice. Then he loudly announced, "First of all, congratulations on the 1,580 contestants with a score above 20. You can continue to participate in the comprehension test. As for the 6,760 contestants whose scores are less than 20 points, I'm sorry to inform you, you can go back now." After Xiejun announced the result, he mercilessly expelled the unqualified contestants. The contestant with more than 20 points was in high spirits, while the contestant with less than 20 points turned around and left the square dejectedly. After more than 6,000 contestants below 20 left, the square became even more spacious. Although it was close to the afternoon, Xiajun obviously did not plan to let everyone rest. After waiting for the staff to finish preparing, Xiajun loudly announced, "Next, the second round, the fourth test on perception. I will recite a martial technique chant for you guys later. You will comprehend and cultivate according to this chant. The time is half an hour. Half an hour later, all of you will use the martial technique recorded in the chant. I will give the corresponding results according to the degree of your mastery." On the square of Luyun Castle. After a simple explanation, Xiajun started to recite the chant of the martial skill. The scene that was originally filled with noise instantly quieted down, and only Xiajun's voice was left. Stepping on the clouds, your legs are bent and ejecting. Your figure is like pine sect. Your fist is like crossing the mountain peak. The number of words that Xiajun recited was not much, only 20 words, but these 20 words caused the over 1,000 competitors to fall into deep thought. The more Chu Zhongtian understood these 20 words, the more he felt the profoundness of the chant, the more profound it felt, and the more confused his brain became. No. Feeling his thoughts becoming more and more chaotic, and even feeling dizzy, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly shook his head and tried his best to wake himself up. After that, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked around, and discovered a strange phenomenon. Among the remaining over 1,000 contestants, the strongest one was Zhu Ziqiang from the Great Ming royal dynasty. He was a third layer of the body refining period warrior, and most of the remaining contestants were qi refining stage warriors. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or experience, these contestants were all very shallow. It was very difficult to comprehend and master a profound martial skill in a short period of time. Then the martial skill formula that Xiajun had spoken of just now was very likely not as complicated as he had imagined. It was even very likely that it was just a basic martial skill. Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Chu Zhongtian's mind. In the beginning, it was because he held a respectful attitude to understand the chant that he did not realize the simplicity of the chant. After he figured everything out, he felt that this martial skill was somewhat familiar. It was very similar to the first saber movement skill he used when he first practiced the basic saber technique. Although the martial skill described in the chant wasn't the saber movement of the basic saber technique, there was something very similar between the two. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up. His legs stepped on the ground, his knees bent, his upper body straightened, and his fists clenched tightly. He stood up with a kind of basic body movement technique. Among the more than 1,000 contestants who participated in the second round of the test, Chu Zhongtian was the first to stand up. Therefore, he attracted the attention of most people. Among these people were not only Xiajun and the other experts from the Floating Cloud sect, but also the experts who were standing outside the square and watching. When they saw Chu Zhongtian standing up and using the stance of the basic body movement technique, everyone in the square couldn't help but laugh at him. Among them, Yan Jinghong's laughter was the loudest and also the most ear-piercing. Chu Zhangxian, who was standing in the crowd, was so ashamed that he almost lowered his head to the ground. At this moment, he started to blame Chu Zhongtian for being too rash and thinking too simply about this martial skill. Because until now, Chu Zhangxian had not completely understood the state of the martial skill described in the mnemonic. And Chu Zhongtian was only 17 years old, a qi refining stage child. If he could understand this mantra so quickly, this news would probably make people laugh their heads off. Although everyone outside the arena was laughing at Chu Zhongtian, Xiajun, who was standing on the high platform, revealed a surprised and satisfied smile. However, Xiajun did not say much and only nodded slightly at Chu Zhongtian. Half an hour was very short. Chu Zhongtian had just finished casting the stance of the basic body movement technique. After a few minutes, Xiajun, who was on the high platform, suddenly reminded, "It's time. Next, use the martial skills you understand." Just as Xiajun was instructing everyone to use the martial skills, Xiajun's voice suddenly rang in Chu Zhongtian's ears. "Young man, your comprehension ability is not bad. I am very satisfied. Now you can withdraw the martial skills." Hearing Xie Jun's secret praise, Chu Zhongtian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he withdrew his basic movement technique. It was not that Chu Zhongtian did not hear the mocking laughter of the crowd just now. He also knew that doing so was too rash. However, he only had 31 points in the first round of the test. If he didn't bet on the second round, it would be impossible for him to get a high score. He was gambling just now, betting that Xie Jun would not test too complicated martial skills. After hearing Xie Jun's praise in secret, Chu Zhongtian knew that he had made the right bet. Chu Zhongtian took back the body movement technique, but the other contestants began to use different martial skills. Many of them even used yellow-grade high-rank martial technique, which made Chu Zhongtian very surprised. It wasn't that Chu Zhongtian didn't have yellow-grade high-rank martial technique. He even had a second yellow-grade high-rank martial technique in his storage bag. However, he had never cultivated it before. Firstly, he didn't have enough time. Secondly, a yellow-grade high-rank martial technique was very complicated and profound. It wasn't something that could be mastered in a short period of time. "All right, stop." After waiting for less than a minute for everyone to use their martial skills, Xie Jun suddenly told them to stop using their martial skills. After that, he loudly announced, "All the participants who participated in the comprehension test, because your understanding just now was wrong, can only get 5 points from the foundation." Speaking up to this point, Xie Jun looked at Chu Zhongtian and said with a praising tone, and Chu Zhongtian successfully used the correct martial skill, so he was the only one who got a full score of 20 points. The results Xie Jun announced not only shocked the more than 1,000 contestants, but also stunned the audience who had mocked Chu Zhongtian just now, because they did not think that the complicated mnemonic would describe such a simple martial skill. Chu Xianxia, who had lowered his head in shame, suddenly raised his head, showing that Chu Zhongtian was his clansman. Seeing the reaction of everyone present, the corner of Xie Jun's mouth raised slightly. In fact, the martial technique he had just spoken of was not as simple as they had imagined. It was actually a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill, and it was also a sect guarding treasure in the Floating Cloud sect. However, the first part of the cultivation was indeed the basic movement technique, but the next part of the martial skill would enter a profound stage. The reason why he used this seemingly complicated but actually very simple martial skill chant was not only to test the perceptivity of these competitors, but also to test their reactions and intelligence on the scene. Without a doubt, Chu Zhongtian's performance satisfied him the most. At the same time, the 3 words Chu Zhongtian were imprinted in his mind. Chu Zhongtian currently had 51 points, and was still 9 points away from 60 points. Chu Zhongtian did not expect Xie Jun to give him a full score of 20 points. It allowed his total score to rise from 400 to over 20. However, Chu Zhongtian did not relax because of this. Because there was still a distance from the 60 points mark, he could not be careless for the time being. Among the more than 1,000 contestants, only Chu Zhongtian obtained a full score of 20 points. This made the rest of the contestants look at Chu Zhongtian with envy. Even Zhu Ziqiang, who had always been calm, looked at Chu Zhongtian with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. There was only one person whose eyes revealed genuine blessing. This person was Dongfang Yuner. She was originally worried that Chu Zhongtian's initial score of 31 points would not allow him to participate in the second round of the second round of the second round of the examination. But the 4th round of the second round had raised his total score to 51 points all of a sudden. He was not far from 60 points. If Chu Zhongtian's performance in the 5th round of the 3rd round was still outstanding, it was very likely that Chu Zhongtian and her would become fellow disciples in the future, and they would have enough time to understand each other. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yuner lowered her head shyly. Luyun Castle, Central Square. After waiting for more than 1,000 contestants in the square to accept reality, Xie Jun continued, "The 4th test of comprehension in the 2nd round has ended. There are a total of 177 contestants with a total score of 40 and above. These contestants can continue to participate in the last round of the test. As for the contestants with a total score below 40, I'm sorry. You can leave now." The reality was that cruel. No matter how wonderful your previous performance was, as long as your score was 1 point away from the qualifying line, then I'm sorry, you won't have a chance. The total score of the contestants below 40 points totaled 1403 contestants. Following the more than 1,000 contestants leaving the square dejectedly, the already spacious square became even more spacious. Basically, every contestant could clearly see each other's appearance. At this moment, there were a total of 3 people who attracted the attention of everyone. They were Dongfang Yuner, who had a peerless appearance, Zhu Zicheng, who had the highest status, and Chu Zhongtian, who was the first one to get full marks. When the second round of the 4th test ended, the sky had completely darkened, but Xiejun still did not intend to let everyone rest. After the staff lit a huge torch, the entire scene was as bright as day. He continued to speak. Next, the 5th round of the 3rd round will be carried out, and it will also be the last round of the test, Perseverance. Speaking up to this point, Xiejun gestured for the remaining 177 contestants to gather together, and then each of them sat cross-legged at a distance of 1.5 meters from each other. Perseverance is one of the essential factors for a martial artist to step into the peak in the end. There are many secret realm in Floating Clouds sect that can improve one's cultivation base, but if you want to cultivate in these secret realm, besides the necessary resources, one also needs to have strong perseverance. Next, I will use a magic. This magic is called the gravity technique. The longer you can persist under my gravity technique, the higher your final result will be. Gravity technique. When Chu Zhongtian heard that the 5th test of the 3rd round was actually using the gravity technique, although he admired Xiejun's strength, he was secretly delighted. A while ago, he had just experienced 4 days of terrifying pressure in the Blood Prison Pavilion, and he had gotten used to it. Therefore, he was confident that he could last for a long time under the gravity technique, and he would be able to get more than 60 points. When all 177 contestants were sitting cross-legged, Xiejun, who was standing on the platform, didn't do anything. He only shook his upper body slightly. After that, a huge pressure directly covered the bodies of the over 100 contestants below. When the pressure came, Chu Zhongtian felt that the pressure was only twice as strong as the usual air pressure. Chu Zhongtian felt very relaxed about the double pressure. It was not only Chu Zhongtian who felt relaxed when facing the double pressure. The remaining over 100 contestants also easily resisted the double pressure. There were even a dozen or so prideful contestants with powerful backers. They took out the spirit fruit and wine from the storage bag and began to enjoy it. Chu Zhongtian could only curse in his heart at these arrogant and conceited actions of these competitors, because their arrogant actions were obviously provoking Xiejun. If he was angry because of this, he was afraid that he would increase the pressure by several folds. At that time, many contestants would not be able to withstand the pressure of the sudden increase and would withdraw from the test. Sure enough, when Xiejun saw a dozen or so arrogant contestants looking down on his gravity technique, a cold smile flashed across his face. After that, he increased the pressure by 8 times. Under the pressure of 8 times, the dozen or so contestants who were enjoying the spirit fruit and wine were directly pressed to the ground. Most of the contestants were also gritting their teeth and persisting. Facing the pressure of 8 times, Chu Zhongtian's expression was still normal. Because he had raised the pressure he faced in the Blood Prison Pavilion to 32 times, he was facing 8 times the pressure. He could still deal with it with ease. If you can't withstand the pressure, you can just shout, "Give up, and I will send you out of the square." Seeing the dozen or so contestants lying on the ground, Xiejun reminded them kindly. If he chose to give up under 8 times the pressure, his score might not be very high. It might even be very low, so Xiejun's seemingly kind reminder, in fact, his intentions were quite sinister. At the same time, it was very likely that he was taking revenge on these 10 or so contestants for looking down on his gravity technique just now. Under the pressure of 8 times the pressure, people's thinking would become very slow and slow. Therefore, after hearing Xiejun's seemingly friendly reminder, they all chose to give up. After sending these contestants out, Xiejun began to observe the reactions of the remaining contestants. After discovering that these people could still withstand 8 times the pressure, he still sneered and increased the pressure to 16 times. Under the pressure of 16 times, Chu Zhongtian had already felt a trace of threat, but it was still within the range of what he could withstand. However, out of the remaining 100 or so contestants, almost half of them could not hold on any longer, and they all chose to give up. After Xiejun sent these contestants out, there were only over 50 people left on the scene. Under the pressure of 16 times the pressure, Chu Zhongtian still had the energy to pay attention to the reactions of the other contestants. Like Zhu Ziqiang from the Great Ming royal dynasty, when faced with 16 times the pressure, his expression was quite relaxed. When Chu Zhongtian looked at him, Zhu Ziqiang seemed to have sensed something and turned his head around. His eyes met Chu Zhongtian's. The corner of Zhu Ziqiang's mouth raised slightly. He made a provocative move, but Chu Zhongtian did not care about it. Zhu Ziqiang was a 6th grade cultivation talent, and he was a 3rd layer of the body refining period. He also had the Great Ming royal dynasty as his backer. If he started a conflict with Zhu Ziqiang now, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Chu Zhongtian's gaze went past Zhu Ziqiang and finally landed on Dongfang Yuner. Chu Zhongtian found that her body was trembling slightly, and beads of sweat started to form on her forehead. In terms of physical cultivation, men had a certain advantage over women. Although Dongfang Yuner's cultivation talent was very outstanding, women cherished her body and definitely would not deliberately strengthen her body like men did. The reason why she could endure 16 times the pressure was probably because she was already at the body refining stage. When she broke through to the body refining stage, the strength of her body had increased. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand 16 times the pressure. Dongfang Yuner had already obtained 59 points, and 16 times the pressure was enough for her to obtain more than 5 points. In other words, she would definitely be able to pass 60 points. So Chu Zhongtian wasn't worried that Dongfang Yuner wouldn't pass the final test. Under 16 times the pressure, there were still more than 50 people left. Xiejun's face suddenly turned ugly. He began to increase the pressure for the 4th time, and this time he directly increased the pressure to 32 times. Under the pressure of 32 times, Chu Zhongtian was almost pressed to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that he had previously experienced the pressure of the Blood Prison Pavilion by 32 times, he was afraid that he would really be pressed to the ground. After Xiejun increased the pressure to 32 times in one breath, there were only 4 contestants left who could withstand 32 times the pressure. Apart from Chu Zhongtian, there was also Zhu Ziqiang from the Great Ming royal dynasty, a strong young man who was nearly 2 meters tall, and a young girl with an ordinary appearance and cold temperament. As for the remaining contestants, they had chosen to give up early on. After taking a simple look at the situation, Chu Zhongtian lowered his head and began to endure the 32 times the terrifying pressure. Because he was facing 32 times the pressure, he did not have much energy to pay attention to the reactions of the others. After enduring for more than 10 seconds, Chu Zhongtian found that the pressure of 32 times was slightly weaker than the pressure he had to bear in Blood Prison Pavilion. After careful observation, Chu Zhongtian felt that it was very likely that the pressure was too scattered because there were 4 people present who had to bear the 32 times pressure. Although the pressure was dispersed by the 4 people, Chu Zhongtian still felt heavy. He could not speak, so he could only silently bear the pressure. Chu Xianxia, who was watching the battle outside the square, clenched his fists nervously. In the beginning, he was full of confidence that Chu Zhongtian could pass the first round of the test, but after the process of this year's test was announced, he unexpectedly found that the test this time was dozens of times stricter than the one he had participated in before. When he participated in the first round of the test, his age, talent, and cultivation base were much weaker than Chu Zhongtian's, but his final score was much higher than his. In the first round of the test, he had obtained a total of 45 points, but Chu Zhongtian had only obtained 31 points in this round. Originally, Chu Zhongxian had lost confidence in Chu Zhongtian's ability to pass the test, especially when Chu Zhongtian acted rashly in the second round of the test, which made him regret bringing Chu Zhongtian to participate in the test. However, after Xiejun announced the result, hope rose in his heart again. The 5th round of the 3rd round was a test of perseverance. Chu Zhongxian knew that Chu Zhongtian had experienced the training of Blood Prison Pavilion. He also knew about the terrifying pressure in the Blood Prison Pavilion, but he didn't know how Chu Zhongtian was able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Therefore, he was still worried that Chu Zhongtian wouldn't be able to withstand the gravity technique unleashed by Xiejun. Now that Chu Zhongtian was able to withstand 32 times the pressure with his own strength, Chu Zhongxian was completely relieved. With his current result, it wouldn't be a problem for him to surpass 60 points. Everyone hoped that their juniors would be more outstanding. Therefore, his heart was filled with anticipation. He hoped that Chu Zhongtian would be able to persist until the last second. Apart from Chu Zhongxian, who hoped that Chu Zhongtian could last until the last second, Dongfang Yuner, who had already left the square, clenched her fists tightly. She secretly cheered for Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian, hold on. You must hold on until the end. I believe that you can do it. The 32-fold pressure was exerted for nearly 3 minutes. The remaining 4 people seemed to have gradually adapted to the pressure. Their heavy breathing gradually calmed down. Xiejun nodded secretly after seeing this situation, especially when it came to Chu Zhongtian's performance. He had a higher opinion of him. This was because out of the remaining 4 people, only Chu Zhongtian had a 10th level of Qi refining stage cultivation base. His body hadn't been enhanced by the stage when he broke through to the body refining stage, so he was able to persist until now. Apart from his strong physique, it was also largely due to his strong willpower. Since it was a test, there would definitely be a distinction between the two. Xiejun began to consciously continue to increase the pressure. Fortunately, he did not increase the pressure by several times like he did at the beginning. Instead, it increased by 1-fold. The 4 of them could still withstand the pressure of 33 times. 34 times the pressure. The 4 of them were barely able to endure it. 35 times the pressure. The only female contestant among the 4 of them finally could not withstand the pressure and chose to give up. 36 times the pressure. The muscular young man among the 3 looked at Chu Zhongtian and Zhu Ziqiang with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He rolled his eyes and fainted. After sending the strong youth out of the square, Xiejun looked at Zhu Ziqiang and Chu Zhongtian with a serious expression. He looked at Chu Zhongtian even more. 36 times the pressure was the limit of what a high rank of the body refining period warrior could withstand. The reason Zhu Ziqiang was able to persist until now was because he was already a 3rd layer of the body refining period warrior. His body was able to withstand a relatively large amount of pressure. At the same time, the Great Ming royal dynasty had a set of high-grade profound grade secret technique that specialized in strengthening one's body. With the help of this secret technique, it wasn't surprising for him to be able to persist until now. As for Chu Zhongtian's outstanding performance in the 2nd round of the test of comprehension had attracted Xiejun's attention. He had already made people understand Chu Zhongtian's situation clearly. He was from the Chu's tumulus clan of the level 8. His meridian had been damaged and his cultivation had been delayed for nearly a year. He had relied entirely on his own hard work to rise again. In just a few months, he had achieved astonishing results. Compared to Zhu Ziqiang, Chu Zhongtian didn't have any advantage at all. However, in such a disadvantageous situation, he had persisted until now with his own hard work and perseverance. Xiejun had a high opinion of Chu Zhongtian. The pressure of 33 times and 34 times made Chu Zhongtian feel even more pressured. However, since the 4 of them were sharing the burden at the same time, he could still bear it. However, as the 2 of them withdrew, the pressure increased to 37 times. Chu Zhongtian was already on the verge of withstanding it. As long as the pressure increased by 1-fold, he was afraid that he would be directly suppressed. It wasn't as if Chu Zhongtian didn't have any means to persist in the face of 37 times the pressure. However, considering that it was Xiejun who used the gravity technique, and not a secret realm like the Blood Prison Pavilion, therefore, he didn't dare to use his momentum to resist the pressure, in order to avoid making Xiejun unhappy. After Xiejun increased the pressure once more, Chu Zhongtian felt his body start to distort. The blood in his body started to stop flowing. In order to avoid being injured and affecting the 2nd round of the test, Chu Zhongtian finally chose to give up. What Chu Zhongtian didn't know was that he wasn't the only one who had reached his limit. Zhu Ziqiang, who possessed the strengthening secret technique, had also reached his limit. If it wasn't for Chu Zhongtian, he would have given up a long time ago. Therefore, after seeing Chu Zhongtian give up, Only 5 seconds passed. He also gave up on persisting. After getting out of the range of the pressure, Chu Zhongtian felt his body lighten. At the same time, the spiritual power that was suppressed by the Dantian and Meridian immediately became active. The active spiritual power kept brushing against his body, causing the stage that he had just broken through to loosen up again. However, this was not the best time to break through, so he could only temporarily suppress the urge to break through. After Xiejun removed the gravity technique, the over 100 contestants who had been forced to leave the square returned to the scene. Xiejun, who was standing on the high platform, looked around and said, "Participants who can withstand 8 times the pressure will get 5 points. Participants who can endure 16 times the pressure will get 10 points. Participants who can withstand 32 times the pressure will get 15 points. Those who can endure 33 times the pressure will obtain 16 points, and those who can endure 34 times the pressure will obtain 17 points. Participants with 35 times the pressure received 18 points. Participants with 36 times the pressure received 19 points. Contestants with 37 times the pressure get 20 points. Another perfect score." When Chu Zhongtian heard Xiejun announce the method to calculate the results of the 3rd round, he was immediately delighted. Although he knew that by persisting until the end, his score would definitely exceed 10 points, he did not know the final score. He did not expect to last until the 2nd place. He withstood the pressure of 37 times and still obtained a perfect score. Chu Zhongtian also gave a perfect score for his performance just now. 51 plus 28 points, a total of 79 points. This meant that not only did he pass the final test, but he also obtained a high score of 79 points. This was something Chu Zhongtian did not expect at the beginning. Xiejun took the statistics from the staff and looked at it. Then, he announced loudly, "The first round of the Floating Cloud Sect's Disciple Recruitment Test, once every 3 years, has been completed. There are 40 people with a total score of 60 and above. You can go back to the remaining 100 participants." When Chu Zhongtian heard that only 40 people had passed the first round of the test, his scalp went numb. At the same time, he felt that the Floating Cloud Sect's test was abnormal. Out of the 8,000 participants, only 40 of them had passed the final test. The Floating Cloud Sect's Disciple Recruitment Test was too abnormal. One should know that the Floating Cloud Sect's Disciple Recruitment Test had a total of 3 rounds. It was only the first round, and the elimination rate was so high. Chu Zhongtian felt a heavy pressure from the 2nd round. Out of the 40 candidates who passed the test, either their cultivation talent had reached the upper level 7 or their cultivation had broken through to the body refining stage. However, he didn't have any advantages in either of these 2 aspects. 40 candidates who passed the test, you can return to the inn and rest for a night. Wait here tomorrow morning. I will bring you to the sect for the 2nd and 3rd round of the test. After following Chu Zhongxian back to the inn, Chu Zhongtian sat down on a chair. After more than 10 hours of continuous test, Chu Zhongtian had used up a lot of his brain and physical strength. He felt extremely tired. Especially now that he had passed the first round of testing, he really wanted to lie down on the bed and sleep when his mind was relaxed. However, considering that Chu Zhongxian might have something to talk to him about, he forced himself to be alert. He waited for Chu Zhongxian to speak. "Tian, I never thought that the sect's disciple recruitment test would be so harsh. You've worked hard." He was able to stand out among the 8,000-plus contestants, and in the end, entered the 2nd round of the 2nd round of the 2nd round with the overall result of the 2nd place. Chu Zhongxian really did not know what to say. He could only use a simple sentence of hard work. It was to express his gratitude to Chu Zhongtian at this moment. "Third Grandpa, becoming a disciple of Floating Cloud Sect is my dream. It's not hard at all." Chu Zhongtian comforted him. "Tian, you will follow the experts of your sect back to the Floating Cloud Sect. I can't stay with you any longer, so you will have to rely on yourself for the next test," Chu Zhongxian said with a regretful tone. Chu Zhongtian's perfect performance in comprehension and perseverance made Chu Zhongxian look forward to Chu Zhongtian's next performance. Unfortunately, he was no longer a disciple of the inner sect of the Floating Cloud Sect, so he couldn't go to the sect to watch Chu Zhongtian's wonderful performance. Third Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely pass the final test. Become an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Facing such an abnormal test of the Floating Cloud sect and the extremely low passing rate, Chu Zhongtian, although he felt pressured, his heart was filled with passion. Good, you have ambition. Next, you have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, you will follow the experts of the sect and head to the Floating Cloud sect. Seeing the tiredness on Chu Zhongtian's face, Chu Xianxia tactfully got up and returned to his bedroom. He left enough time and space for him to have a good rest. When Chu Xianxia returned to his bedroom, Chu Zhongtian directly fell on the bed and fell asleep in less than a second. The next morning, Chu Zhongtian woke up on time. He found that Chu Xianxia had already prepared breakfast. He sat on the chair and waited for him. Third Grandpa, you're up. Chu Zhongtian jumped off the bed and greeted him energetically. After a night of deep sleep, he had completely recovered the energy and physical strength he had used up yesterday. Not only did Chu Zhongtian feel that he had sufficient energy, even the spiritual power in his dantian had started to become active. Under the stimulation of 37 times the pressure yesterday, he had already reached the edge of breaking through. However, the environment did not allow him to break through, so he could only suppress it for the time being. At this time, he was at the edge of breaking through again, but time did not allow it. Helplessly, he could only continue to suppress the urge to break through. After eating breakfast, Chu Zhongxian sent Chu Zhongtian to the central square. Seeing that most of the 39 contestants who passed the test yesterday had come, Chu Zhongxian reminded him before he left. Tian, after you leave, I will return to the family. So after you pass the test and become a disciple of the sect, you must send a letter to the family and inform us to not worry about us. Third Grandpa, don't worry. I will remember it. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian replied solemnly. After Chu Zhongxian left, Chu Zhongtian walked into the center of the square. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiejun and the other 6 sect expert arrived at the square on time. Looking at the 40 competitors that had gathered, he did not delay at all. He took out a small boat the size of a palm from the void with his right hand and threw it into the sky. The small boat that was originally only the size of a palm was thrown into the air, and it instantly began to grow. In the end, it turned into a huge ship that was about 100 meters long and 10 meters tall. Mid-level flying spirit weapon. Looking at the fully unfolded flying ship in the air, one of the experts who came to see them off exclaimed. The spirit weapon was precious to begin with, and the mid-level spirit weapon was even more precious. As for the mid-level flying spirit weapon, it was even rarer. Who would have thought that Xiejun would have a mid-level flying spirit weapon? This meant that not only did Xiejun have a high cultivation base, but he also had a very high status in the sect. Let's go! When the spaceship landed on the ground and automatically opened the hatch, Xiejun said lightly and walked into the spaceship. Because Chu Zhongtian's result in the first round was second place, more than 30 contestants subconsciously looked at Chu Zhongtian and Zhu Ziqiang, waiting for their actions. Seeing Xiejun walk into the cabin, Chu Zhongtian did not delay at all. He looked at Chu Zhongxian in the crowd and followed Xiejun into the spaceship. 100 meters long and 10 meters tall, the interior of the spaceship was very spacious. This was the first feeling Chu Zhongtian had when he left the cabin. When all 40 contestants boarded the spaceship, Xiejun formed a spirit art with his hand, and the spaceship shook slightly before returning to normal. We are now hundreds of thousands of miles away from the sect. Even with the speed of a mid-level spaceship, it will take 5 days. So you can choose a room to live in freely. For the next period of time, you can choose to stay in the room and cultivate. You can also choose to communicate in the hall, but you are not allowed to cause trouble. Otherwise, I will directly throw the troublemaker out of the spaceship. After giving some instructions, Xiejun left the main hall with his 5 fellow disciples. Inside the mid-level spirit weapon ship. After Xiejun and the others left, Chu Zhongtian didn't pay any attention to these fellow disciples who might become his senior brothers and sisters in the future. He chose a slightly remote room as his temporary residence. After entering the room, Chu Zhongtian went straight to the door of the room where he was in seclusion. After that, he started to look at the layout and arrangement of the room. The area of the room wasn't too big, only about 10 square meters. The layout of the room was very simple. Apart from the hassock on the floor, there was nothing else. Although the arrangement was very simple, Chu Zhongtian was very satisfied with the room. This was because there were more than 10 spiritual qi in the room for him to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged on the hassock, Chu Zhongtian took out several hundred 8th grade low-rank spirit stone from his bag and began to adjust his mood, preparing to increase his cultivation. The second stage was loosening because of the environment and time, and was forcefully suppressed. There were still 5 days left before the second round of 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 the examination. Chu Zhongtian planned to use this period of time to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. As for the hundreds of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone in his hand, it was given to him by Chu Zhongxian this morning. As the strongest expert of Chu family, and also a peak of the Qi transforming period expert who possessed a storage bag, Chu Zhongxian had a lot of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone with him. Therefore, when they were about to leave, Chu Zhongxian gave him 1,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. If it wasn't for the fact that it was inconvenient for Chu Zhongtian to carry them with him, he would have even given him 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. As it was only the advancement of a minor stage, he didn't need too many spiritual qi. Thus, a few hundred 8th grade low-rank spirit stone was enough to increase his cultivation base. The remaining few hundred 8th grade low-rank spirit stone were kept into his storage bag. Circulating the Taishan Heart Sutra, Chu Zhongtian began to absorb the spirit stones and the spiritual qi in the room, trying his best to increase his cultivation base. After Xiejun finished giving his orders, the 40 competitors all returned to their respective rooms. They either absorbed all of the spiritual qi to increase their cultivation or began practicing martial skills to increase their own strength. No one came out to stroll around. Because of the cruel elimination in the first round, everyone felt the pressure at this time. They did not dare to give up even a little bit of time. Although the spiritual qi in the spaceship was not as pure as the spiritual qi in the Luoyang city, with the help of hundreds of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, in less than 10 minutes, Chu Zhongtian had broken through 2 stages of the minor stage in a row. His cultivation base rose from the 10th level of qi refining stage mid-stage to the 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period. Next, he had to start preparing to break through to the body refining stage. As the name suggested, the body refining stage was a process of tempering the body and breaking through the limits of the body. This was a process of rebirth. Chu Zhongtian did not need to spend a long time on breaking through to the body refining stage like the other martial artists did. Because he had recently experienced 2 terrifying pressures in a row, his body strength had already surpassed the body refining stage. Not to mention, he had the upper rank 9th grade rare treasures and genshin that could help him break through to the body refining stage, as well as the various insights he needed to break through to the body refining stage. Therefore, breaking through to the body refining stage didn't pose any problems to him. The only thing he lacked was the environment, time, and sufficient amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to wait until he passed the 3 rounds of tests, and became an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect before attempting to break through to the body refining stage. After letting out a breath of foul air from his chest, Chu Zhongtian put away the remaining dozens of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. At the same time, he took out the Meridian Enhancing Pill, Dantian Cultivating Pill, and Qi Condensation Pill from his interspatial storage bag. Although his cultivation base had advanced to the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period, the Meridian, Dantian, and spiritual power in his body were still far from reaching the limit. Therefore, in the next few days, he began to consume the medicinal pills that he had duplicated and pasted in advance. He began to increase his potential. 5 days would pass very quickly. Chu Zhongtian used these 5 days to not only strengthen and expand his Meridian and Dantian to the limit. Even the spiritual power was compressed 3 times with the help of the Qi Condensation Pill. Regarding the changes in his own strength, he didn't know where his limit was. Fortunately, the second round of the second round of the second round of examinations was coming. Perhaps there would be a chance to test his true strength. Participants, pay attention. The spiritual ship is about to land in the sect. Get ready to disembark at any time. When the meridian, dantian, and spiritual power had reached their limit, Chu Zhongtian temporarily stopped cultivating. After that, he silently calculated the time. He realized that it was almost time. At this moment, Xiejun's reminder sounded. After hearing Xiejun's reminder, Chu Zhongtian got up and left the room. He went to the hall where everyone was gathered. With a slight shake of the spirit ship, Xiejun and the other 6, who had disappeared for 5 days, appeared in the hall. Looking at the 40 energetic contestants, Xiejun nodded with satisfaction. When the ship stopped shaking, Xiejun waved his hand and the sealed hatch was opened. "Get off the ship." After the hatch was opened, Xiejun ordered everyone to get off the ship. After leaving the cabin, a strong wave of spiritual qi hit their faces. Sensing the pure spiritual qi filling his body, Chu Zhongtian found that the density of these spiritual qi was almost equal to the secret chamber exclusive to the Chu family's patriarch. Raising his head to take a look, Chu Zhongtian was stunned by the scene in front of him. The endless mountains sat in the middle of the clouds. Looking from afar, it looked like a paradise on earth. Between the mountains, red-crowned cranes were flying about, flood dragons were roaming about, and countless spiritual springs were emitting rainbow-colored light, adding an endless sense of beauty to the paradise. In the corners of the mountains, countless heavenly treasures casually grew there, and there were even quite a few medicinal herbs that were over 1,000 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of us is the headquarters of the Floating Cloud sect. If you want to stay here and cultivate, yes. Xiejun reminded everyone when he saw how shocked they were. Actually, not to mention the 40 newcomers, Xiejun had lived in the Floating Cloud sect for a few decades. Every time he went out to return to the sect, he would be attracted by the environment of the sect, which was like a paradise. Therefore, he understood the shock of the contestants who had just seen the scene of the sect. He gave them more than 10 minutes to get used to it. When they gradually got used to the beautiful scenery in front of them, he led them to one of the mountain ranges that was extremely wide but not very high. From afar, this mountain peak was not very high nor very far. However, it took them nearly 3 hours to reach the bottom of the mountain. One should know that the weakest among them had reached the Qi refining stage advanced. With his Qi refining stage advanced cultivation base, he could travel at full speed for nearly 100 miles within 3 hours. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they discovered that the mountain peak was actually very tall, because the top of the mountain had already reached the clouds. Ladies and gentlemen, this mountain is called Trial Peak, also known as Gas Peak. It's the place where Qi refining stage and body refining stage disciples usually cultivate and live. The second and third round of the test will be held in this mountain. Xiejun pointed at the tall mountain peak in front of him and introduced it. "All right. Now all of you follow me up the mountain." Perhaps it was because he had returned to the sect. Xiejun, who had been very serious all this time, finally revealed a trace of a smile on his face, and even his tone became relaxed. Floating Cloud sect, halfway up the mountain. They climbed for more than an hour before Chu Zhongtian and the others followed Xiejun to a building complex that was connected to a house halfway up the mountain. Attention! This is the place where the disciples of the sect and outer sect live. Only those who have broken through to the Qi transforming period can move out of here and enter the deeper parts of the sect to cultivate. Xiejun pointed at the rows of houses in front of him and continued to introduce them. The dozens of houses on the west side are the temporary residences of the participants. You guys can rest in there for a night and participate in the second round of the examination tomorrow morning on time. After Xiejun finished arranging everyone, Xiejun left Trial Peak with his 5 fellow disciples. Before Xiejun left, he subconsciously looked at Chu Zhongtian. There was a trace of expectation in his eyes, but he left without saying anything in the end. Not long after Xiejun and the others left, more than 30 contestants began to search for their own residences. At this time, Dongfang Yuner did not immediately search for a residence. Instead, she raised her head and looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was not far away. "Chu Zhongtian, hello?" She ordered her 2 brothers to look for a room, while she stood there and hesitated for a while. In the end, she seemed to have made up her mind. She walked in front of Chu Zhongtian and greeted him shyly. Princess, thank you for your reward from before. Although Chu Zhongtian had a trace of resentment towards Dongfang Yuner in his heart, no matter what, Dongfang Yuner was a girl that was very easy to like. Chu Zhongtian could not bear to neglect her. Furthermore, she was the one who took the initiative to greet him. Chu Zhongtian was even more embarrassed to reject her. No, that's not a reward. It's a gift from me to thank you for saving my life. Dongfang Yuner hurriedly explained when she heard Chu Zhongtian say that the gift she gave was a reward. Okay, take it as a gift from you. But, when Chu Zhongtian said this, he looked directly into Dongfang Yuner's eyes. His attitude was sincere and his tone was firm. Princess, I hope that in the future, regarding the private matters between you and me, you will not send your personal bodyguard, Sir Yan, to participate. I really do not want to see her. Chu Zhongtian had never forgotten the insult that Yan Jinghong had brought him in meeting hall. He had always remembered it in his heart. Now, his cultivation base was not even as high as Yan Jinghong's. He was unable to personally pay back the insult, but he could make her suffer in advance. Chu Zhongtian was very willing to do it. Yun, come over quickly. We have already chosen a room. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's tone full of resentment towards Yan Jinghong, the smart Dongfang Yuner immediately understood. It was probably a huge mistake for her to send Yan Jinghong to deliver gifts back then. Facing such a situation, Dongfang Yuner originally wanted to explain on Yan Jinghong's behalf. But at this time someone suddenly called out to her. When Chu Zhongtian heard someone call Dongfang Yuner, he looked up and saw that it was two of the three princes from Heavenly Dragon Empire who participated in the test and passed the test smoothly. He wanted to send Dongfang Yuner away. Princess, the two princes are calling you. You should hurry over. Chu Zhongtian, please don't call me princess. I hope you can call me Yun in the future. When Dongfang Yuner turned around and left, she suddenly left a sentence which stunned Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was not a pure young man. He was also not a virgin. Before he transmigrated, he had experienced the influence of too many movies and online literature. Although he could not be considered to have bewitched thousands of girls, he still had a more accurate view of emotional matters. At this time, Dongfang Yuner had a favorable impression of him. This was something Chu Zhongtian was 100% sure of. Although a favorable impression did not equal to love, a favorable impression was the foundation of love. However, whether he accepted Dongfang Yuner's good impression or not, Chu Zhongtian was in a dilemma. In terms of looks, Dongfang Yuner was a peerless beauty. It was a temptation that no man could reject. In terms of advantages, Dongfang Yuner was a middle-grade 6th-grade cultivation talent. In the future, her greatest achievement would be reaching the Divine Soul stage, and she would definitely be the top expert in the Southern Domain. In terms of conditions, Dongfang Yuner was the princess of Heavenly Dragon Empire, the daughter that Dongfang Xiongba doted on the most, and the noblest princess of Heavenly Dragon Empire. If he could marry her, not only would he be able to obtain a peerless beauty, he would also be able to have a partner for his entire life, and he would also be able to obtain Dongfang Xiongba's support. There were two sides to everything: peerless looks, outstanding talent, and superior conditions. Dongfang Yuner was definitely a weapon that could cause trouble. If he chose to accept her good impression and finally develop love, then he would have to deal with endless troubles. This was not a small challenge for Chu Zhongtian. If he rejected Dongfang Yuner's good impression, Chu Zhongtian would not be willing to accept it. Faced with such a peerless beauty's good impression, he was afraid that even the heavens would not be able to continue watching. Forget it. In the end, Chu Zhongtian could only temporarily put down this worry. He held the idea of walking step by step and choosing his own temporary residence. The dozens of rows of houses on the west side of the mountain were not much different. Chu Zhongtian did not deliberately choose. He just randomly found an uninhabited room and pushed open the door to enter. The area of the room was not bad. It was more than 20 square meters, but the arrangement inside was quite simple. There was only a bed and nothing else. Chu Zhongtian did not have many requirements for the living environment, because before he transmigrated, he used to live in a 60 to 7 square meter basement in the capital. At this moment, His only requirement was that he hoped that the spiritual qi in the room would be sufficient. After 5 days of continuous cultivation on the flying ship, although his cultivation had advanced to the 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period, however, the 1008th grade low-rank spirit stone that Xianxia had given him had been completely consumed by him. He wanted to continue improving his strength, and he wanted to break through to the body refining stage as soon as possible. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was what he needed the most right now. Unfortunately, although there was a spiritual qi in the room, the concentration in the spiritual qi was only equivalent to the concentration in the secret chamber of the Chu family's Jingya pavilion. The spiritual qi in this concentration could no longer satisfy his cultivation. Helpless, Chu Zhongtian could only secretly copy and paste the pill, planning to use one night's time to continue increasing his potential. Nothing happened overnight. Chu Zhongtian woke up on time in the morning. There were no toiletries in the room, so he could only slightly tidy his clothes, then push open the door and walk out. When Chu Zhongtian left the room, he was surprised to find that the contestant area, which had been quiet the day before, suddenly had more people. He roughly estimated that Chu Zhongtian found that there were at least 1,000 people in the contestant area. Could it be that these people had only arrived when he was cultivating? As today was the second round of examinations, the contestants in the contestant area did not dare to delay too much. Not long after Chu Zhongtian left his room, most of the contestants had already woken up and started to prepare for today's test. Chu Zhongtian stood at the location indicated by Xiejun yesterday. As Chu Zhongtian rested, he secretly observed the continuously gathering contestants. The more Chu Zhongtian observed, the more serious his face became, because the number and cultivation of the contestants who had passed the first round of the test in the other strongholds obviously surpassed the strongholds he had participated in. Furthermore, he had also discovered a few third-layer peak of the body refining period warriors. This made him feel even more pressured. Floating Cloud Sect Trial Peak. At 8 o'clock sharp, the expert in charge of the sect's test arrived on time. Chu Zhongtian found that Xiejun was the only one in charge of the test. The remaining 5 did not appear, and the high and mighty Xiejun was now standing behind the crowd. Participants from different places, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhaoenjuan, and I am Deacon Elder of the Floating Cloud Sect's inner sect. First of all, congratulations on passing the first round of the test, and emerging from the hundreds of thousands of participants. I am the lucky one who can pass the second round of the test. After a pause, Zhaoenjuan changed his tone and said, "Second, unfortunately. Let me tell you this. The second round of the test is even stricter and crueler. The elimination rate will be higher. More than half of you will leave the Floating Cloud Sect, and you won't be able to become a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect. Lastly, I sincerely hope that all of you will perform well in the following tests and achieve superior results. I hope that all of you will be able to live up to your years of hard work and your family's efforts." Zhaoenjuan's narration caused the hearts of over 1,000 contestants standing in front of them to be at a loss for what to do. After Zhaoenjuan finished speaking, a middle-aged man in black clothes beside him took over the topic and said coldly, "Next, all of you, follow me." Following closely behind the man in black, Chu Zhongtian guessed the content of the second round of the test as he walked. Regarding the 3 rounds of the Floating Cloud Sect's disciple recruitment test, Chu Zhongxian only told him about the procedures related to the first round of the test. He didn't mention anything about the second and third rounds, so Chu Zhongtian didn't know what the content of the second round of the test was. After following the middle-aged man for about half an hour, the group arrived at a narrow corridor. There were a total of 3 corridors, and each corridor had a head and tail connected. However, the 4 corners of the 3 corridors were covered by a layer of unknown black objects, so they couldn't see what was going on inside the corridor. Next, I want to test your speed, reaction speed, and adaptability. After more than 1,000 contestants had completely adapted to the environment, the black-clothed man introduced them. These 3 corridors are used to test your speed, reaction speed, and adaptability. As long as you pass through the 3 corridors in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, congratulations, you have passed the second round of the test. If you fail, you will be eliminated. After a simple introduction of the test process, the black-clothed man saw more than 1,000 contestants present. He immediately ordered unhappily. The floating cloud sect accepts disciples every 3 years, and they set up a total of 20 strongholds in the southern domain. Next, stand according to the strongholds that are participating in the test, and then carry out the next test according to the strongholds. When everyone stood according to the strongholds that they belonged to when they participated in the test, Chu Zhongtian found that the number of people in the strongholds he belonged to was medium, which meant that the number of people wasn't the highest, nor was it the lowest. This was because some strongholds had nearly 100 people, while some strongholds only had 20 to 30 people. He also found that the further north the stronghold went, the more people passed the test. The further south the stronghold went, the fewer people passed the test. Alright, you guys will take the test first. After waiting for more than 1,000 people to stand in the line, the man in black clothes pointed at the group with the most number of people and ordered. Looking at the group that was about to take the test, Chu Zhongtian's expression became serious. The reason why his expression was solemn was not because they had the most number of people. Instead, it was because they had the most number of people. It was because amongst this group of people, there was a fourth layer of the body refining period warrior. The entrance to the test corridor was very narrow, could only accommodate 5 people at the same time. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, it would take a long time for him to take the test. However, the next action of the man in black shocked him. Because right after the 5 contestants entered the corridor, he immediately arranged for another 5 contestants to enter the corridor. He waited until all the contestants in the first stronghold entered the hallway before he stopped. It only took him 30 seconds. Looking at the hallway that could not accommodate more than 100 people, Chu Zhongtian guessed that the 3 corridors in front of him were spatial spirit weapon. If it was really spatial spirit weapon, then how powerful was the floating cloud sect? It didn't take too long for over 100 participants to enter the corridor. In just 3 minutes, the first participant appeared at the entrance of the first corridor. And this participant was the 4th layer of the body refining period warrior Chu Zhongtian was worried about. The contestant who walked out of the hallway looked around and then rushed into the second hallway. As the first contestant walked out of the hallway, more and more contestants appeared at the entrance of the first hallway. He observed the performance of the contestants while paying attention to the incense burning beside the middle-aged man in black clothes. He silently calculated the time they passed. After comparing and calculating, Chu Zhongtian found that the first hallway should be simpler. Because the first hallway of the test took the shortest amount of time, but starting from the second hallway, the difficulty increased by several times. Because the time they spent was twice as long as the first hallway. The time it took for an incense stick to burn wasn't very long, only half an hour. After the incense stick was completely burnt, the man in black clothes announced, out of the 107 contestants in the first stronghold, only 11 passed the 3 rounds in half an hour. Congratulations to the 11 contestants who passed the 3 rounds. You can continue to participate in the 3rd round of the test. Stay in the waiting area for now. As for the contestants who didn't pass the 3rd round in half an hour, I'm sorry, but you've been eliminated. After all the participants have finished the test, someone will send you out of the floating cloud sect. 11 contestants who had passed the 3 tests excitedly gathered in the waiting area, cupping their fists and congratulating each other. The more than 90 contestants who had not passed the test stood by the side with their heads hanging low. Some of the contestants who were mentally weaker even cried out. The reality was so cruel. If you passed the test, you might soar into the sky, and if you did not pass the test, you might become nameless in the future. The test would take place in a stronghold in half an hour, and the number of people in Chu Zhongtian's stronghold would be in the middle. 5 hours later, it would be his turn to take the test. Chu Zhongtian looked up at Dongfang Yuner and found that she was also looking up at him. After giving her an encouraging look, he adjusted his breath and prepared to take the test. Since Chu Zhongtian was ranked 2nd in the first round of the test, he stood at the front of the crowd, which was also the first person to enter the test corridor. You 5! The man in black pointed at Chu Zhongtian and the others who were standing at the front and said. After entering the first corridor, Chu Zhongtian was shocked to find that the interior of the narrow corridor was very spacious, enough to accommodate thousands of people at the same time. The only flaw was that the light was too dim, so he couldn't see what was happening in front of him. The first corridor tested one's speed, so Chu Zhongtian didn't waste any time. He immediately used the mid-yellow level windbreaker to increase his speed, but he only rushed for about 20 meters before stopping. Because right in front of him there was a long pillar. After bypassing the pillar, Chu Zhongtian found that there were more pillars in front of him. The distance between each column was different. Sometimes it was 10 meters. Sometimes the distance was only 1 meter, which meant that if he wanted to pass through the hallway quickly, these pillars were the biggest obstacles. The scene in front of him was like an obstacle game that he had designed before he transmigrated. As for how to pass through the obstacle quickly, Chu Zhongtian was quite confident at this moment. At the same time, in his opinion, the first hallway was not just a test of speed. And everyone's eyes. After bypassing one column after another, Chu Zhongtian only took less than 4 minutes to pass the first hallway. The sect experts who stood not far away to watch the exam would praise the disciples who performed well, especially those who came from the stronghold. They paid more attention to them. The stronghold that Xiejun was in charge of this time could only be considered to be below average. Whether or not the selected contestants would be able to shine brightly, he did not have high hopes. The only person he could hope for was Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, before Chu Zhongtian participated in the assessment, he had never paid attention to the competition. But now he immediately perked up. Old Xie, the next person to go on stage is the contestant you are responsible for choosing. Could it be that there aren't any contestants that you are satisfied with? After Chu Zhongtian and the others entered the hallway to participate in the exam, a few of the outer sect's deacon elder who had a good relationship with Xiejun started to tease Xiejun. I can't be compared with you guys. I haven't met any outstanding contestants, so I'm not looking forward to their performance. Xiejun said politely. As soon as he finished his pleasantries, Chu Zhongtian took the lead and rushed out of the first corridor. It only took him less than 4 minutes. Although he didn't spend the least time, he could at least rank in the top 10. This surprised the few deacon elder from the outer sect who had been paying attention to Xiejun. He's not bad. Seeing Chu Zhongtian rushing out of the first hallway and rushing into the second hallway without any delay, the few deacon elder from the outer sect praised him. We still need to see his performance next. Chu Zhongtian's brilliant performance had made Xiejun proud in front of his good friends, but he still spoke humbly. He only had half an hour. Chu Zhongtian did not dare to delay. After rushing out of the first corridor, he did not pay attention to the situation outside and rushed into the second corridor. After rushing into the second hallway, Chu Zhongtian stopped and observed his surroundings. Then he found that the light in the second hallway was very bright, and the space was not as big as the first hallway. However, the length of the corridor was more than twice as long. There were no obstacles in the straight corridor, but Chu Zhongtian did not let his guard down. According to the black-clothed man, the second corridor tested one's reaction. In other words, there might not be any hidden mechanism in the straight corridor. But he had to be careful. Chu Zhongtian used the windbreaker again and rushed through the straight corridor. However, just as he was about 10 meters away from the tunnel, an invisible force suddenly shot out from the void to his right. This invisible force hit his leg, causing him to stop moving forward. Sensing the first invisible force, Chu Zhongtian guessed that the content of the second test was to face a force that suddenly appeared at any moment. After transmigrating, Chu Zhongtian found that his 6 senses were much stronger than ordinary people's. He also avoided danger several times because of his superior 6th sense, so he had to rely on his super strong 6th sense to pass the test. Fortunately, the super strong 6th sense did not disappoint Chu Zhongtian, although he did not sense his strength in advance every time. However, out of the 10 invisible forces, he couldn't dodge an attack at most. With the help of the 6th sense, Chu Zhongtian only spent 7 minutes. He successfully passed through the second corridor. Due to Chu Zhongtian's outstanding performance in the first hallway, Xiejun, who was not looking forward to it, had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that Chu Zhongtian could continue to perform well. Although the outstanding performance of the contestants would not bring him any substantial benefits, it would bring unimaginable benefits to his reputation. At least in the future, when he advanced to the elder of the intersect, there would be a good increase in points. Chu Zhongtian passed the test in the second corridor in less than 7 minutes. His result was at least in the top 7. At this time, Xiejun's face revealed a trace of a smile. Rushing into the third hallway quickly, Chu Zhongtian could still observe for a while. After rushing into the third hallway, he saw a beautiful spring scene. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass. Looking at the spring scenery in front of him, Chu Zhongtian guessed, could there be danger hidden in the grass in front of him? Carefully entering the spring space, not only did Chu Zhongtian not feel any danger, but the entire air was filled with a kind of lazy aura that made people want to sleep. He bit the tip of his tongue hard. The pain woke him up temporarily. Although he did not understand what was going on, he vaguely felt that he could not stay here for long. His cautious footsteps suddenly sped up. 3 minutes later, his footsteps slowed down. Because right in front of him, the originally lively scenery instantly turned into lightning and thunder. The entire space was filled with a hot and violent aura. Having just experienced the spring environment, Chu Zhongtian knew that only by entering different environments could he predict the origin of the danger. So he immediately sped up and rushed forward. However, just as he entered the hot environment, a fierce wind and rainstorm suddenly started in the sky, and the rain kept hitting his face. It made it very difficult for him to see the situation in front of him clearly. The fierce winds also made it impossible for him to increase his speed, so he could only move forward very slowly. The wind was free and unrestrained, yearning for freedom. The wind was all-pervasive. As long as there were gaps, the wind could penetrate them. Chu Zhongtian, who was pushing the heavy storm forward, suddenly recalled the characteristics of the wind, especially where there was a gap. The saying that wind could penetrate through anything gave him a slight understanding of the windbreaker. Initially, his windbreaker had just reached the beginner, but now, he had instantly broken through to the small completion stage. As for the windbreaker that had broken through to the small completion stage, it could already ignore the wild wind in front of him. At the same time that his speed had returned to normal, his speed had increased by nearly 5 times. Although he still could not see the road ahead clearly, with his memory and his super-strong sixth sense, it took Chu Zhongtian less than 5 minutes to rush out of the hot environment. After that, he came to an environment filled with fresh autumn air. In this refreshing and cool autumn environment, there were all kinds of spirit fruit planted everywhere, including level 8 spirit fruit that could increase one's cultivation base and stage. When he saw that the surroundings were filled with level 8 spirit fruit, Chu Zhongtian's pace slowed down with shame. His mind couldn't help but want to pluck these spirit fruit, then copy and paste them. This would allow him to increase his strength in the future. However, just as he walked under a level 8 spirit tree and picked a spirit fruit, he discovered that the duplication program couldn't be activated. Chu Zhongtian was startled. The reason why he was able to catch up and surpass his peers in just a few months was because of the duplication and paste program. If the duplication and adhesion program couldn't be used, then he didn't know what to do next. He took out the remaining energy Earth Dragon's inner core from the storage bag and started to adhere the low-rank 9th grade Meridian Enhancing Pill to his mind. As a Meridian Enhancing Pill appeared in his hand, his tensed heart immediately relaxed. To be able to continue duplicating the Meridian Enhancing Pill, this meant that the process of duplicating and paste wasn't wrong. Since the program was not wrong, then why couldn't he duplicate the level 8 spirit fruit in front of him? Unless the spirit fruit in front of him was fake, and everything he saw in front of him was fake. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When his heart was completely calm, and he opened his eyes were filled with determination. Then, he stopped paying attention to these level 8 spirit fruit and rushed forward with all his strength. For minutes later, Chu Zhongtian successfully passed through the cool autumn air and arrived at a place filled with cold snow. If he couldn't see the situation inside at this time, then his intelligence could basically be classified as 0. The third corridor used the changes in the 4 seasons to test everyone's adaptability to different environments. If you could quickly adapt to the changing environment, then your speed wouldn't be affected. You would be able to pass the third corridor's test quickly. The snow was boundless, and it was definitely the last season of the 4 seasons. Chu Zhongtian didn't delay at all, and continued to use the windbreaker, moving forward quickly. When he entered the extremely cold environment, he encountered a cold wind that could make his body stiffen. Fortunately, his windbreaker had just broken through to the small completion stage, and the environment in front of him had affected his speed. Therefore, he didn't spend too much time. After that, he successfully broke out of the harsh environment. After rushing through the harsh environment, Chu Zhongtian felt his eyes suddenly light up. A breeze wrapped in fresh air blew past him. When he stopped walking, he found that he had already rushed out of the third corridor. Seeing that he had already rushed out of the third corridor, Chu Zhongtian's first action was to look at the incense stick beside the man in black. When he found that only 2/3 of the incense stick had been burnt, he immediately felt relieved. It seemed that he had already passed the second round of the Floating Cloud sect's second round of examination, and was only one step away from becoming an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Chu Zhongtian, who had completely relaxed, observed his surroundings. He was surprised to find that besides himself, no one else had come out to participate in the examination. Chu Zhongtian was both happy and worried about this. What he was happy about was that not only had he passed the second round of the test, but his results were also very outstanding. It seemed that he had left a very good impression on the examiners who were watching the test. It would definitely be beneficial to his future growth in Floating Cloud sect. What he was worried about was that 2/3 of the incense had already been burnt, and Dongfang Yuner still hadn't come out. He didn't know if she would be able to pass the second round of the test and become an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. 21 minutes. Chu Zhongtian only spent 21 minutes to pass the 3 tests. This made the experts of the Floating Cloud sect who were paying attention to him very surprised, because the result of 21 minutes was temporarily placed in the top 3. More importantly, Chu Zhongtian was only a qi refining stage warrior. Xiejun and the others were not the only ones who were surprised to be able to stand out among all the body refining stage warriors. Even the person in charge of this assessment, Zhao Enjuan, was impressed by Chu Zhongtian. He temporarily didn't go to the waiting area to pass the test. Chu Zhongtian chose to wait there, waiting for the warriors from the same stronghold as him. When the time was close to 28 minutes, a shadow quickly rushed out of the third corridor and stopped in front of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian raised his eyebrows slightly. He realized that the person who rushed out was not Dongfang Yuner, nor was it the strongest Zhu Ziqiang. It was the strong youth who had endured 35 times the pressure with him. On the flying ship, Chu Zhongtian already knew the origin of this strong youth. The strong youth's name was Wang Zhongning. His cultivation talent was an intermediate level 7, and his cultivation was a first layer of the body refining period. He came from the Zhao state, a small kingdom far away from the Qi country. He was a disciple of a small family in the Zhao state. Originally, he wasn't qualified to participate in the disciple test of the Floating Cloud sect, but luckily, he met a severely injured rogue cultivator half a year ago. This rogue cultivator had a very good relationship with an elder of the inner sect from the Floating Cloud sect. Finally, under the recommendation of this rogue cultivator, only then would he have the chance to participate in the test. Chu Zhongtian, you came out a long time ago. Wang Zhongning, who had rushed out of the corridor, opened his eyes and saw Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was also someone he admired, so he greeted him warmly. Wang Zhongning, congratulations on passing the second round of the test. You are one step closer to becoming a disciple of Floating Cloud sect. Chu Zhongtian was happy to get close to Wang Zhongning, who looked strong and honest on the outside. That was why he spent so much time and effort to greet Wang Zhongning. Chu Zhongtian, don't call me by my name. Just call me 8 from now on, because I'm the 8th son of the family. Touching his short hair, Wang Zhongning said with a silly laugh. All right, 8. Wait by the side for a while. He signaled Wang Zhongning to stand behind him. Then the two of them continued to wait. About a minute later, when there was only 1 minute left before the end of the exam, 3 figures rushed out of the hallway at the same time. Seeing the 3 shadow rushing out of the hallway, Chu Zhongtian secretly nodded his head. Although the first round of the test could not accurately determine the true strength of each person, they could still react about 70 to 80% of the time. The top-ranked contestants were indeed strong. This was because the 3 shadow that rushed out were Zhu Ziqiang, who was ranked first in the first round of the test, the girl in black who was ranked 4th, and Dongfang Yuner who was ranked 6th. When the 3 people who rushed out of the hallway saw Chu Zhongtian and Wang Zhongning, Dongfang Yuner and the girl in black stood next to them without hesitation. Zhu Ziqiang hesitated for a moment on the spot, then walked straight to the waiting area of the disciples who passed the test. Chu Zhongtian didn't have any dissatisfaction with Zhu Ziqiang not wanting to get close to Chu Zhongtian and the others. He was willing to participate in the test without taking advantage of the special privileges of Great Ming royal dynasty. This was enough to show that Zhu Ziqiang was a proud man. As for those who were proud, they wouldn't easily submit to others. Chu Zhongtian understood this very well. Although he still could not see the road ahead clearly, with his memory and his super-strong sixth sense, it took Chu Zhongtian less than 5 minutes to rush out of the hot environment. After that, he came to an environment filled with fresh autumn air. In this refreshing and cool autumn environment, there were all kinds of spirit fruit planted everywhere, including level 8 spirit fruit that could increase one's cultivation base and stage. When he saw that the surroundings were filled with level 8 spirit fruit, Chu Zhongtian's pace slowed down with shame. His mind couldn't help but want to pluck these spirit fruit, then copy and paste them. This would allow him to increase his strength in the future. However, just as he walked under a level 8 spirit tree and picked a spirit fruit, he discovered that the duplication program couldn't be activated. Chu Zhongtian was startled. The reason why he was able to catch up and surpass his peers in just a few months was because of the duplication and paste program. If the duplication and adhesion program couldn't be used, then he didn't know what to do next. He took out the remaining energy Earth Dragon's inner core from the storage bag and started to adhere the low-rank 9th grade Meridian Enhancing Pill to his mind. As a Meridian Enhancing Pill appeared in his hand, his tensed heart immediately relaxed. To be able to continue duplicating the Meridian Enhancing Pill, this meant that the process of duplicating and paste wasn't wrong. Since the program was not wrong, then why couldn't he duplicate the level 8 spirit fruit in front of him? Unless the spirit fruit in front of him was fake, and everything he saw in front of him was fake. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When his heart was completely calm, and he opened his eyes were filled with determination. Then he stopped paying attention to these level 8 spirit fruit and rushed forward with all his strength. For minutes later, Chu Zhongtian successfully passed through the cool autumn air and arrived at a place filled with cold snow. If he couldn't see the situation inside at this time, then his intelligence could basically be classified as 0. The third corridor used the changes in the 4 seasons to test everyone's adaptability to different environments. If you could quickly adapt to the changing environment, then your speed wouldn't be affected. You would be able to pass the third corridor's test quickly. The snow was boundless, and it was definitely the last season of the 4 seasons. Chu Zhongtian didn't delay at all, and continued to use the windbreaker, moving forward quickly. When he entered the extremely cold environment, he encountered a cold wind that could make his body stiffen. Fortunately, his windbreaker had just broken through to the small completion stage, and the environment in front of him had affected his speed. Therefore, he didn't spend too much time. After that, he successfully broke out of the harsh environment. After rushing through the harsh environment, Chu Zhongtian felt his eyes suddenly light up. A breeze wrapped in fresh air blew past him. When he stopped walking, he found that he had already rushed out of the third corridor. Seeing that he had already rushed out of the third corridor, Chu Zhongtian's first action was to look at the incense stick beside the man in black. When he found that only 2/3 of the incense stick had been burnt, he immediately felt relieved. It seemed that he had already passed the second round of the Floating Cloud sect's second round of examination, and was only one step away from becoming an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Chu Zhongtian, who had completely relaxed, observed his surroundings. He was surprised to find that besides himself, No one else had come out to participate in the examination. Chu Zhongtian was both happy and worried about this. What he was happy about was that not only had he passed the second round of the test, but his results were also very outstanding. It seemed that he had left a very good impression on the examiners who were watching the test. It would definitely be beneficial to his future growth in Floating Cloud sect. What he was worried about was that 2/3 of the incense had already been burnt, and Dongfang Yuner still hadn't come out. He didn't know if she would be able to pass the second round of the test and become an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. 21 minutes. Chu Zhongtian only spent 21 minutes to pass the 3 tests. This made the experts of the Floating Cloud sect who were paying attention to him very surprised, because the result of 21 minutes was temporarily placed in the top 3. More importantly, Chu Zhongtian was only a qi refining stage warrior. Xie Jun and the others were not the only ones who were surprised to be able to stand out among all the body refining stage warriors. Even the person in charge of this assessment, Zhao Enjuan, was impressed by Chu Zhongtian. He temporarily didn't go to the waiting area to pass the test. Chu Zhongtian chose to wait there, waiting for the warriors from the same stronghold as him. When the time was close to 28 minutes, a shadow quickly rushed out of the third corridor and stopped in front of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian raised his eyebrows slightly. He realized that the person who rushed out was not Dongfang Yuner, nor was it the strongest Zhu Ziqiang. It was the strong youth who had endured 35 times the pressure with him. On the flying ship, Chu Zhongtian already knew the origin of this strong youth. The strong youth's name was Wang Zhongning. His cultivation talent was an intermediate level 7, and his cultivation was a first layer of the body refining period. He came from the Zhao state, a small kingdom far away from the Qi country. He was a disciple of a small family in the Zhao state. Originally, he wasn't qualified to participate in the disciple test of the Floating Cloud sect, but luckily, he met a severely injured rogue cultivator half a year ago. This rogue cultivator had a very good relationship with an elder of the inner sect from the Floating Cloud sect. Finally, under the recommendation of this rogue cultivator, only then would he have the chance to participate in the test. Chu Zhongtian, you came out a long time ago. Wang Zhongning, who had rushed out of the corridor, opened his eyes and saw Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was also someone he admired, so he greeted him warmly. Wang Zhongning, congratulations on passing the second round of the test. You are one step closer to becoming a disciple of Floating Cloud sect. Chu Zhongtian was happy to get close to Wang Zhongning, who looked strong and honest on the outside. That was why he spent so much time and effort to greet Wang Zhongning. Chu Zhongtian, don't call me by my name. Just call me 8 from now on, because I'm the 8th son of the family. Touching his short hair, Wang Zhongning said with a silly laugh. All right, 8. Wait by the side for a while. He signaled Wang Zhongning to stand behind him. Then the two of them continued to wait. About a minute later, when there was only 1 minute left before the end of the exam, 3 figures rushed out of the hallway at the same time. Seeing the 3 shadow rushing out of the hallway, Chu Zhongtian secretly nodded his head. Although the first round of the test could not accurately determine the true strength of each person, they could still react about 70 to 80% of the time. The top-ranked contestants were indeed strong. This was because the 3 shadow that rushed out were Zhu Ziqiang, who was ranked first in the first round of the test, the girl in black who was ranked 4th, and Dongfang Yuner who was ranked 6th. When the 3 people who rushed out of the hallway saw Chu Zhongtian and Wang Zhongning, Dongfang Yuner and the girl in black stood next to them without hesitation. Zhu Ziqiang hesitated for a moment on the spot, then walked straight to the waiting area of the disciples who passed the test. Chu Zhongtian didn't have any dissatisfaction with Zhu Ziqiang not wanting to get close to Chu Zhongtian and the others. He was willing to participate in the test without taking advantage of the special privileges of Great Ming royal dynasty. This was enough to show that Zhu Ziqiang was a proud man. As for those who were proud, they wouldn't easily submit to others. Chu Zhongtian understood this very well. The reality weighed heavily on Chu Zhongtian's shoulders, because he was different from the other contestants. His cultivation required large amounts of resources and sufficient cultivation time. If he couldn't make it into the top 10 in the third round, then in the next 3 years his cultivation would be completely delayed. At that time, he might even be surpassed by Chu Zhongba and the others from the Chu family, let alone those genius disciples. Our time is very precious. We can't waste it. So you don't have to go back and rest. I will give you half an hour to rest. Then we'll start the third round of testing, seeing the embarrassed expressions on the faces of most of the disciples. Xiejun didn't seem very satisfied. He continued to use words to dampen the confidence of the crowd. This is too much. Just now, in order to deal with the second round of the test, I had used up too much of my spiritual power and physical strength. How could I possibly recover to normal in half an hour? That's right. When I passed the second round of the test just now, my internal organs were injured by the force that appeared at any time. Half an hour is simply not enough for me to recover. Chu Zhongtian didn't pay any attention to the dissatisfied disciples, and sat down cross-legged on the spot. He consumed 3 low-rank 9th grade Qi increasing pill and began to recover his consumed spiritual power. The dozen or so elders and experts of the sect didn't say anything. However, they gave relatively high evaluation to those disciples who were able to remain calm and accept reality. Among these disciples, Chu Zhongtian had left the deepest impression on them. This was because Chu Zhongtian, who had the lowest cultivation base, not only did he perform well in the test, but he also had a very rare reaction when facing a difficult situation. Half an hour was very short. Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power had only recovered 8 layers, but it was awakened by Xiejun's voice. It's time. Follow me to accept the third round of the test. After saying this, Xiejun didn't pay any attention to the reaction of the crowd. He turned around and left. Let's go. Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhang Qian, who looked even colder, and Dongfang Yuner, who looked worried, and said softly. The location of the third round of the test was not far from the location of the second round of the test. They followed Xiejun for less than 10 minutes before they arrived in front of a gray building. The building in front of them was very similar to the Secret Realm's Blood Prison Pavilion of Chu family. The only difference was that this building did not have a blood-red door. Instead, there were 10 identical wooden doors. The building in front of us is called Trial Pavilion. It's the place where the service disciples and disciples of outer sect use to test their cultivation. According to the results of the second round of the test, every group of 10 people will enter the Trial Pavilion for the test. Xiejun pointed at the gray building in front of him and ordered. After that, he took out the report card for the second round of the test and started to make arrangements according to the name on the paper. Wang Lin, Zhang Lei, Zhu Chang, Sung Fandong. When the 10 disciples were selected by Xiejun, Chu Zhongtian realized that these 10 disciples had the worst results in the second round of the examination. This meant that he would probably be ranked at the bottom of the second round of the exam. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian looked at Xiejun with a complicated expression. Then, he took out 3 low-rank 9th grade Qi increasing pill and sat cross-legged on the ground to continue recovering the consumed spiritual power. Those who had good results in the first round could enter the corridor ahead of time and accept the test. They would be able to maintain their advantage for at least 10 seconds. Those who had good results in the second round could take the test a little later, and they would have enough time to recover their spiritual power and physical strength. Although it was unfair to those with poor results, reality was cruel. Chu Zhongtian's actions immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Then, some of them understood the reason why he did so. Like Chu Zhongtian, they began to consume medicinal pills to restore spiritual power. The reason why Chu Zhongtian could think of it so quickly not only made Xiejun give him a higher evaluation, even Zhao and Juan couldn't help but nod and praise him. The first batch of disciples who entered the trial pavilion for the test didn't take long. The shortest person was thrown out in just 5 minutes. When he was thrown out, he even waved his arms. It was as if he was fighting someone with his life on the line. Wang Lin, take down 3 opponents who are at the same level as you stage. You were killed by an opponent who was 1 minor stage higher than you with just a single strike. Your result is 10 points. When the first disciple who was thrown out of the trial pavilion woke up, Xiejun coldly announced the result. Zhang Lei, you have defeated 3 opponents who are equal to you in the stage. You have been killed by 3 attacks from an opponent who has surpassed you by 1 minor stage. Your score is 11 points. Zhu Chang, you defeated 3 opponents who were at the same level as you, the stage. You have been killed by an opponent who has surpassed you, a minor stage warrior, with 10 strikes. Your score is 11 points. Sung Fandong, you defeated 3 opponents who were at the same level as you, the stage. You are evenly matched with an opponent who has surpassed you, a minor stage. Your score is 15 points. As the 10th disciple was thrown out of the trial pavilion, the first batch of disciples to take the test ended. And the one with the best score among the 10 disciples was only 16 points. Without any delay, after the first batch of disciples finished their test, Xiejun immediately arranged for the second batch of disciples to take the test. The performance of the second batch of disciples was better than the first batch. At least, they lasted for a long time, and their final result was higher than the first batch of disciples. The performance of the third batch of disciples was more outstanding than the second and first batch. Not only did they last longer, the most outstanding disciple among them had achieved 40 points. Because Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian finished the second round of the test at the same time, their results were similar. Therefore, they were among the fourth batch of disciples to take the test, except for the 2 of them. There was also Zhu Ziqiang from the Great Ming royal dynasty. When Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian entered the trial pavilion at the same time, Chu Zhongtian had finally fully recovered his spiritual power and physical strength. At this moment, he began to look forward to Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian's performance. The performance of the fourth batch of disciples was far better than the first, second, and third batch of disciples. After nearly 20 minutes, one of the 10 disciples in the fourth batch was thrown out by the trial pavilion. Lin Ziwei, kill 3 opponents of the same level of stage. You have defeated 1 opponent who has surpassed you, a minor stage. You have obtained 45 points. The fact that he was able to defeat an opponent who was 1 minor stage higher than him was enough to prove that this disciple called Lin Ziwei was an expert who could jump ranks to challenge. Even so, he had only obtained 45 points. Time passed minute by minute. The fourth batch of disciples who had accepted the test were thrown out of the trial pavilion one after another. The result of these disciples was gradually increasing. When the 8th person was thrown out, Chu Zhongtian's eyes were focused on this person. He then let out a sigh of relief. The one who was thrown out of the trial pavilion was Zhang Qian. She was only at the first layer of the body refining period, but she had persisted until now. This was enough to prove her outstanding talent and extraordinary combat strength. Zhang Qian, you have killed 3 opponents at the same level as you, the stage. You have defeated 1 opponent who is 1 minor stage higher than you. You have tied with an opponent who is 2 minor stage higher than you. You have obtained 47 points. She had defeated an opponent who had surpassed her by 1 minor stage warrior, and she had even tied with an opponent who had surpassed her by 2 minor stage warriors. Zhang Qian's talent was outstanding. Chu Zhongtian congratulated her in a low voice. Chu Zhongtian, the situation in Trial Pavilion is like this. Zhang Qian was delighted by Chu Zhongtian's congratulations. Because she knew that among the disciples recruited by the sect this time, her aptitude was not very outstanding. And Chu Zhongtian was the most talented and perceptive person in their group. So she planned to tell Chu Zhongtian about what she had just experienced. She wanted to let him prepare so that he could achieve better results. No need. Chu Zhongtian gently shook his head. He did not let Zhang Qian do that. It was a good thing to know the inside story of Trial Pavilion in advance, and he could also prepare in advance. However, Chu Zhongtian unexpectedly found that Zhao Enjuan and the others were paying attention to him. It was better to be on guard against some things. Zhang Qian curled her lips and didn't say anything in the end. Not long after Zhang Qian was thrown out of Trial Pavilion, Dongfang Yuner was also thrown out of Trial Pavilion for a short period of time. Dongfang Yuner kill 3 opponents of the same stage, defeat 1 opponent who is stronger than a minor stage, and fight against the second opponent who is stronger than a minor stage. 47 points. Although Dongfang Yuner came out later than Zhang Qian, she did not gain the upper hand during the trial, so the final result of the 2 was the same. After Dongfang Yuner was thrown out of the trial pavilion, the last participant of the fourth batch of disciples who participated in the test, Zhu Ziqiang from the Great Ming royal dynasty, was also thrown out of the trial pavilion. Zhu Ziqiang killed 3 opponents with the same stage and 2 opponents with a minor stage cultivation base. 50 points. As Xie Jun announced Zhu Ziqiang's result, it immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Zhu Ziqiang was the first one who could kill 2 opponents who were 1 minor stage higher than him, and he was also the first disciple who had a score of 50. After hearing Xie Jun announce his result, Zhu Ziqiang looked at Chu Zhongtian with a provocative look in his eyes. Chu Zhongtian didn't take this matter seriously at all. The cross-ranking challenge was his specialty. Although he didn't know the process of the trial pavilion's trial, he could guess how many points each contestant would get after Xie Jun announced their results. The more contestants participated in the test, the more outstanding their strength and talent would be, and the higher their final result would be. When only Chu Zhongtian and the other top 10 contestants were left, the last person in the previous batch had scored 80 points. This placed a lot of pressure on Chu Zhongtian and the others who were participating in the next trial. All right, it's your turn next. After announcing the results of the second last person, Xie Jun looked directly at Chu Zhongtian and the others and said. At this time, Zhao Enjuan and the others' eyes would turn back and forth between the 3 of them from time to time. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian adjusted his state of mind and walked into the trial pavilion. After entering the trial pavilion, Chu Zhongtian found that there was an independent space in front of him. The space wasn't small, it was nearly 100 square meters. It was enough for 2 people to use their fists and legs. Please choose your weapon. Just as Chu Zhongtian walked into the exclusive competition platform, a warning sound suddenly came from the void. Blade! Without any hesitation, Chu Zhongtian directly said the weapon he was good at. As soon as Chu Zhongtian's voice faded, a steel knife appeared in the void in front of him. He reached out his hand and took out the steel knife. After carefully observing it, Chu Zhongtian found that the steel knife in his hand was of the highest grade 10 times refined, and it wasn't any worse than the steel knife in his storage bag. The scene that happened in front of him was too familiar to Chu Zhongtian. This was because before he transmigrated, he was a programmer. He had played games related to similar programs more than once. According to the progress of the game, he was afraid that an opponent of equal strength would appear in the void. As expected, just as he finished this thought, a person slowly appeared in the void of space. This person's appearance was very ordinary, and his temperament was very ordinary. He was dressed in black clothes. He was holding a supreme grade 10 times refined steel knife in his hand, and his cultivation base was at the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period. If the situation was really like the game he designed before he transmigrated, then the opponent that appeared in the void must be real and fake. Real, it meant that the strength of the opponent was real. Fake, it meant that the opponent was completely made up of energy. Being killed didn't mean true death. Battle begins. After the shadow in the void was fully formed, the sound of battle began to ring out in the void. Kill! Regardless of whether the person in front of him was real or not, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't take it to heart. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, which was to eliminate the person in front of him and increase his battle record. The slicing style of the basic saber technique, a 10 times refined steel knife, was used to cut the opponent's waist. And just as the steel knife was about to reach the opponent's waist, the opponent was twisting in a way that he couldn't even imagine. He dodged the fatal attack. At the same time, because Chu Zhongtian's body was slightly lower, a flaw appeared on his back. The opponent immediately used an extremely fierce slash, slashing at his back. If he was hit by this slash, although Chu Zhongtian knew that he wouldn't die, he would definitely be thrown out by the trial pavilion. Then, the result of the third round of the test would be very low. Before Chu Zhongtian entered the trial pavilion, he had set his goal as the top 10. How could he be killed in a single exchange? That was why he had dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, he unleashed the windbreaker, using his speed to temporarily increase the distance between them. Chu Zhongtian looked at the opponent in front of him with a serious expression. He thought to himself, no wonder those talented contestants found it hard to jump ranks to challenge. Whether it was the body movement technique or the opponents from the trial pavilion. What? ____ asked. Not only did the powerful strength of the opponent not make Chu Zhongtian retreat, but it also made him excited. Fighting with such an opponent would bring unimaginable benefits to his strength. Kill! After adjusting the aura, Chu Zhongtian charged at his opponent for the second time. He repeatedly used the basic saber technique of chop, cut, and coil. While continuously learning his opponent's moves, he also quickly increased his combat strength. He didn't know what kind of treasure the trial pavilion was, but Chu Zhongtian only used a few basic saber technique skills, while his opponent only used basic saber technique skills. The two of them were tied for the time being. In this kind of confrontation, Chu Zhongtian's understanding of basic saber technique improved at an unimaginable speed. Cut! After exchanging dozens of blows, Chu Zhongtian found a tiny flaw in his opponent. He immediately used the saber technique and the yellow-level beginner movement technique, using the basic saber technique to cut through his opponent's weakness. He cut his opponent in half. The opponent who was cut in half didn't cough up blood, but turned into a ball of energy and disappeared into the void. After breathing for less than 30 seconds, another shadow slowly appeared in the void. The second opponent that appeared in the void, whether it was in terms of appearance or clothing, was exactly the same as the first opponent. Due to the strength of the first opponent, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to be careless. First, he used the entangling stance skill of the basic saber technique to test the opponent's strength. Then he would make the correct attack based on the opponent's strength. Trial Peak, Trial Pavilion. After using the entangling stance to exchange a few rounds with his opponent, Chu Zhongtian realized that his opponent was much stronger than his first opponent. However, Chu Zhongtian had begun to understand the way his opponent fought. Therefore, even if his opponent was a little stronger, the two of them had exchanged dozens of rounds. Chu Zhongtian used the basic saber technique to cut off the opponent's head. The third opponent that appeared put Chu Zhongtian at a disadvantage at the beginning. This was because the opponents that appeared the second time were basically using the saber technique to fight Chu Zhongtian. This allowed Chu Zhongtian to use the advantage of the body movement technique to constantly find flaws in his opponent. However, the third opponent that appeared was not only the saber technique but also the movement technique. Fortunately, the movement technique that his opponent used was not as outstanding as Chu Zhongtian's. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was able to deal with it easily for the time being. After exchanging more than 10 rounds with his opponent, Chu Zhongtian gradually found out that his opponent's understanding of the basic saber technique was even more profound. Moreover, his opponent's saber technique was even more concise. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry to change his attacking method. Instead, he was absorbing the essence of his opponent's saber technique through constant fighting, increasing his understanding of the saber technique. After over 100 rounds of fighting, Chu Zhongtian gradually gained the upper hand. He also felt that his opponent's saber technique was no longer able to bring him any benefits. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian directly increased the power of the saber technique and split his opponent in half, ending the battle. After the third opponent was killed, no opponent appeared in the void for the time being. Chu Zhongtian also made use of this rare opportunity to make the best use of his time to recover his spiritual power and physical strength. 3 minutes later, a shadow appeared for the fourth time in the void. This time, the opponent who appeared in front of him had the same appearance and clothing as the previous 3 opponents. The only difference was, the opponent who appeared in front of him for the fourth time had already reached the half-step body refinement. As Chu Zhongtian was already a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period stage, he could only reach the half-step body refinement if he was 1 minor stage higher than him. Looking at the opponent who appeared for the fourth time, Chu Zhongtian wasn't nervous at all. In his heart, there was only a desire to improve his strength. Kill! Without waiting for the fourth opponent to attack, Chu Zhongtian still chose to take the initiative to attack. He still used the entangling stance in the basic saber technique to test the true strength of his opponent. This was so that he could decide how he should deal with his opponent. After a dozen rounds of fighting, Chu Zhongtian raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the opponent who appeared for the fourth time had reached the half-step body refinement, his understanding of the saber technique and the way he fought was similar to the first opponent. In fact, Chu Zhongtian was able to display the strength of 3 minor stage warriors, which was 3 levels higher than him. Although the opponent who appeared in the trial pavilion was very strong, Chu Zhongtian felt that he could still defeat the opponent who was 2 minor stage higher than him with his own strength. Since the fourth opponent could only give Chu Zhongtian a little bit of pressure in terms of cultivation base, there were no other aspects that could help him improve. Chu Zhongtian didn't waste any more time. With the combination of the basic saber technique and slicing style, he killed the opponent. Chu Zhongtian didn't consume much of his spiritual power and physical strength either. The fifth opponent that appeared in the void was still a half-step body refinement stage. After a dozen rounds of fighting, Chu Zhongtian found that the fifth opponent was using a saber technique, and the way they fought was similar to the second opponent. After 2 rounds of comparison, Chu Zhongtian had roughly figured out how the trial pavilion's opponent appeared, so he wasn't worried about the next opponent. Without any probing, Chu Zhongtian used the saber technique that could increase his power and combined it with the beginner movement technique. With just a few simple moves, he killed his opponent with ease. When a half-step body refinement opponent appeared for the 6th time, Chu Zhongtian didn't even bother to test the opponent's skills. He just raised the movement technique and used 3 simple basic skills, the saber technique, to easily kill the opponent. After the 6th opponent was killed, Chu Zhongtian gained 5 minutes of rest. 5 minutes later, the spiritual power that he hadn't used up much had basically been fully recovered. He was now quietly waiting for the 7th opponent to appear. The speed of the shadow that appeared from the void for the 7th time was slightly slower. However, when the shadow fully formed, a strong wave of aura rushed towards Chu Zhongtian, causing him to take a step back. First layer of the body refining period cultivation. Looking at the opponent that appeared for the 7th time in the void, Chu Zhongtian said to himself with a solemn expression. Through the previous 6 battles, although Chu Zhongtian had already figured out the rules of Trial Pavilion, this was his first time facing a first layer of the body refining period opponent. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Kill! As this was his first time facing a body refining stage opponent, Chu Zhongtian didn't hold back his strength. Apart from his final trump card, he had basically used all of his strength to start a fight with his opponent. Although the development of the situation was as he had expected, the saber technique and combat style of his 7th opponent were the same as his first opponent, but his opponent's body refining stage cultivation base gave him tremendous pressure. While defending against the body refining stage aura unleashed by his opponent, Chu Zhongtian was also trying his best to fight his opponent. He was also using the middle rank movement technique Windbreaker to constantly search for his opponent's flaws. After nearly 100 rounds of fighting, Chu Zhongtian finally managed to find a tiny flaw in the opponent's attack. Chu Zhongtian used the Windbreaker speed to quickly approach the opponent's body. Then he used the slicing style's saber technique to attack the opponent's waist. Bang! However, just as his steel knife was about to reach his opponent's waist, an even stronger force caused Chu Zhongtian's steel knife to deviate from its attacking position. Chu Zhongtian's saber had only cut through his opponent's clothes. Chu Zhongtian avoided his opponent from afar and panted heavily. Chu Zhongtian realized that he had underestimated the strength of a body refining stage. Perhaps it was because of the trial pavilion that his opponent was unable to use any more profound martial skills. However, the profound cultivation he possessed was real. Although Chu Zhongtian still had a trump card that he could use, there were too few opportunities for him to use his full strength without worrying about his eventual death. Therefore, he wouldn't use his final trump card until the last step. After exchanging over 100 rounds with his opponent, Chu Zhongtian realized that he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent with just the basic saber technique. Helpless, he could only use the yellow-level beginner martial skill. Sun Scorching. Catching fire through heaven. Burn the fields. After another dozen rounds of fighting, Chu Zhongtian found another flaw in his opponent. Chu Zhongtian used this rare opportunity to use the beginner saber technique, which had already reached the small completion stage. The sun scorching had cut off half of the opponent's shoulder, ending the battle. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to face his 8th opponent, 7 disciples were thrown out of the trial pavilion, and the final disciple's score had already reached 90 points. Zhao and Juan and the others who were standing at the outer perimeter were now standing outside of the trial pavilion. Because the 3 disciples who were still in the trial pavilion were the ones he thought the most highly of at the beginning. Old Xie, your harvest this time is not bad. Xie Jun was in charge of testing Chu Zhongtian, and he was the one who was selected in the end. Thinking of this, Zhao and Juan could not help but praise. Elder Zhao, you flatter me. This is Chu Zhongtian's outstanding performance, and it has nothing to do with me. Xie Jun was somewhat spoilt by Zhao and Juan's praise. Although Xie Jun was also a sex deacon elder, there was still the word outer sect in front of deacon elder. In the floating cloud sect, the status and treatment of deacon elder from the outer sect was like heaven and earth compared to deacon elder from the inner sect. It could be said that Zhao and Juan had decided whether he could continue to shoulder the responsibility of deacon elder of the outer sect. He would even have a great influence when he advanced to the deacon elder of the inner sect in the future. Therefore, in the face of Zhao and Juan's praise, that was why he was so flattered. According to the time, Chu Zhongtian should be facing body refining stage opponents now. Can he defeat them? Zhao and Juan's gaze fell upon the trial pavilion, and he sighed with emotion. Difficult. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's performance, Xie Jun could only use the word admiration to describe it. After all, among the last 10 disciples who participated in the trial, he was the only one with a Qi refining stage cultivation base. It was rare for him to be able to persist until now. However, he didn't dare to agree with Zhao and Jun's anticipation just now. Chu Zhongtian's talent, comprehension, and perseverance were indeed outstanding. He had the combat strength that surpassed 2 minor stage warriors. However, there was a fundamental difference between body refining stage and Qi refining stage warriors. His chances of successfully challenging a great stage warrior were very slim. If it's not difficult, then I won't be looking forward to it. Zhao and Juan had full confidence in Xie Jun even though he didn't think highly of Chu Zhongtian. In Trial Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian didn't have to wait for long. The 8th opponent slowly appeared in the void. He didn't choose to wait or defend, nor did he continue to use the basic saber technique. With the combination of the beginner saber technique and windbreaker, Chu Zhongtian began to fight his opponent. After hundreds of exchanges, Chu Zhongtian finally used this rare opportunity to kill his opponent. At this moment, nearly 2/3 of the spiritual power in his dantian had been consumed. After killing his opponent, Chu Zhongtian originally wanted to take out the Qi replenishing pill from his storage bag and quickly recover the water pump spiritual power. However, he unexpectedly discovered that he was unable to contact the storage bag during the trial. In other words, he was unable to use the medicinal pill to quickly recover the consumed spiritual power. Then, facing the 9th stronger opponent, Chu Zhongtian immediately fell into a difficult situation. Forget it. If there really was no other way, then he could only use force. The 9th opponent that appeared in the void didn't make Chu Zhongtian wait for long. Furthermore, the 9th opponent had just taken shape. His body swayed slightly, and he disappeared from where he stood. After that, he appeared behind Chu Zhongtian. Although Chu Zhongtian knew that the 9th opponent would use the movement technique, he didn't expect that the 9th opponent would use the middle rank movement technique. Fortunately, the opponent only had the stage of the beginner, and his windbreaker had already broken through to the small completion stage. With this advantage, Chu Zhongtian was able to barely dodge the attack. Right after he used the windbreaker to dodge the attack, his opponent's second attack followed closely behind. After that, Chu Zhongtian could only use the windbreaker, which had a slight advantage, to start a fight with his opponent. There was no way for him to counterattack. Sensing the rapid consumption of the spiritual power in his dantian, Chu Zhongtian knew that he couldn't continue like this. If he waited until all the spiritual power in the dantian was used up, he wouldn't even have the chance to use his trump card. After dodging his opponent's attack once again, Chu Zhongtian's body swayed slightly. A heavenly aura rose from his body, and at the same time, it began to affect the surroundings of his body. Under the influence of the aura, the opponent's speed began to slow down. Although his opponent could still move quickly with his first layer of the body refining period cultivation base, he couldn't keep up with Chu Zhongtian's speed. At the same time, due to the influence of the force, there were basically no flaws in the opponent. After exchanging more than 10 rounds of attacks, he finally revealed a flaw. Chu Zhongtian exchanged more than 10 rounds with the opponent before finally killing the opponent. At this time, the spiritual power in his dantian had already been used up. He knew that he had 8 minutes to rest before his 10th opponent appeared. So Chu Zhongtian made the best use of his time to recover his spiritual power. Although he couldn't use the qi replenishing pill in his storage bag, the abundant spiritual qi in the trial pavilion allowed him to recover nearly 2 levels of spiritual power within 8 minutes. Looking at the shadow that was slowly emerging from the void, as well as the increasing qi coming from its body, Chu Zhongtian knew that it was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. After all, his opponent was a second layer of the body refining period. However, he wouldn't take the initiative to give up. Even if he was killed by his opponent with a single strike, Chu Zhongtian would still need to experience the strength of a second layer of the body refining period. When his opponent's shadow was fully formed, Chu Zhongtian first used the power of his force to envelop him. After that, he used the windbreaker to approach him, and also used the most powerful skill he had mastered, the saber technique. He hoped that he would be able to gain the upper hand for a short period of time. Although the power of the force was very strong, if he was facing an expert whose strength was much greater than his own stage. Therefore, when he was facing a second layer of the body refining period opponent, although force still had a certain amount of power, the impact it had on the opponent was negligible. At the same time, although the opponent who appeared for the 10th time wouldn't take the initiative to attack, the beginner martial skill he used had already reached the great completion stage. In just 3 moves, Chu Zhongtian's head was chopped off by the opponent. After that, he felt his vision go black, and he was sent out of the trial pavilion. And just as he landed on the ground, another 2 figures were thrown out of the trial pavilion. After adjusting his breathing slightly, Chu Zhongtian walked to Dongfang Yuner and the other's side. At this moment, he suddenly realized that everyone was looking at him with shock and disbelief. Not only the disciples who were participating in the 3rd round of the test, even Zhao Enjuan and Xiejun were looking at Chu Zhongtian in shock. Especially after he received the results of the test from Xiejun, Zhao Enjuan, who had been calm all this while, opened his eyes wide and revealed an expression of disbelief. Zhongtian, how many opponents have you fought? Zhao Enjuan and the others looked at Chu Zhongtian with shocked eyes. It made Dongfang Yuner start to doubt Chu Zhongtian's performance in the trial pavilion. So she couldn't help but ask. Recalling the feeling of powerlessness when facing second layer of the body refining period opponents, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he casually replied, I only lasted 3 moves under the blade of the 10th opponent. The 10th? After hearing Chu Zhongtian's reply, Dongfang Yuner first muttered to herself and then began to calculate. When she calculated to second layer of the body refining period, the expression in her eyes could no longer be described as shock. At this moment, in her eyes, Chu Zhongtian was already a monster. He was able to kill a first layer of the body refining period opponent with his 10th layer grand perfection cultivation base, and he could even exchange 3 blows with a second layer of the body refining period opponent. Chu Zhongtian's casual reply not only made Dongfang Yuner calculate with her fingers, Wang Zhongning and Zhang Qian also couldn't help but start to calculate. Wait, when they calculated that Chu Zhongtian had killed a first layer of the body refining period opponent and had exchanged 3 moves with a second layer of the body refining period opponent, Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning looked at Chu Zhongtian with the same gaze. Outside the trial pavilion. Why are you all looking at me like that? The strange look in their eyes made Chu Zhongtian frown. He asked in a slightly unhappy tone. However, the 3 of them did not answer his question. They still looked at him in disbelief, making him have goosebumps all over his body. After a full minute, Zhao Enjuan and the others finally came back to their senses. After that, Zhao Enjuan laughed at himself because although Chu Zhongtian and the others' performance was very outstanding, there were even more outstanding disciples in the sect. His performance just now was really a little too shocking. This time, he didn't ask Xiejun to announce the results, but let him announce it himself. Chu Zhongtian killed 3 opponents who were on par with him in the stage. He also killed 3 opponents who were 1 minor stage higher than him, and 3 opponents who were 1 great stage higher than him. He also managed to withstand 3 attacks from 2 opponents who were 2 great stage higher than him. He has obtained 96 points. After Zhao and Juan announced Chu Zhongtian's final result, more than 100 contestants looked at Chu Zhongtian in shock. Among the 100 contestants, whether it was appearance, temperament, background, or cultivation, Chu Zhongtian was not very outstanding. The only thing that people could remember was that during the second round of the test, his total result was ranked 5th. At this moment, facing his score, everyone felt that they had underestimated Chu Zhongtian in the past. Because 96 points was the highest score now, and he had a total of 6 points more than the second place. Lin Dong has killed 3 opponents with the same stage as him, and 3 opponents with a minor stage cultivation base. He had killed 3 opponents who had surpassed him by 2 minor stage, 3 opponents who had surpassed him by 3 minor stage, and 1 opponent who had surpassed him by 1 minor stage. He also managed to last 100 moves against 4 opponents who are 4 minor stage higher than him, and eventually lost because of the lack of spiritual power. He had obtained 97 points. Originally, Chu Zhongtian's astonishing battle result had already caused everyone to feel incredulous. However, what Lin Dong achieved next immediately diverted everyone's attention, and they turned their shocked gazes towards Lin Dong. Chu Zhongtian was also shocked. He raised his head and saw that Lin Dong was the person who ranked second in the second test, a 4th layer of the body refining period warrior. He had the combat strength of 4 minor stage warriors, especially those who had the combat strength of high rank of the body refining period warriors. Lin Dong's talent, potential, comprehension ability, and combat strength had far exceeded his. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was completely convinced. Through the exchange of blows between the trial pavilion just now, Chu Zhongtian had gained a clear understanding of his true combat strength. Even if he broke through to the body refining stage, he would at most have the combat strength of 2 minor stage warriors. Even with the combination of the saber technique, he would only have the combat strength of 3 minor stage warriors at most. Compared to Lin Dong, he was slightly weaker. Before Chu Zhongtian finished praising Lin Dong's outstanding performance, Zhao and Juan continued to announce the result of the last person. This person's achievement made him feel that there was always someone better than him. Wang Fuqi has killed 3 opponents with the same stage as him. He has also killed 3 opponents with a minor stage cultivation base. He has killed 3 opponents who are 2 minor stage higher than him, and 3 opponents who are 3 minor stage higher than him. He has killed 3 opponents who are 4 minor stage higher than him, and when he is facing opponents who are 5 minor stage higher than him, he was defeated after 3 strikes. He had obtained 99 points. Before anyone could recover from Lin Dong's achievement, they were shocked once again by Wang Fuqi's achievement. At this moment, facing Chu Zhongtian, Lin Dong and Wang Fuqi, everyone felt that they were invincible. The once every 3 years disciple recruitment test of Floating Cloud Sect has officially ended. Next, I will announce the top 10 participants in the 3rd round of the test. 10th place, Ma Pingchong. 9th place, Zhang Jimin. Exclamation point. 3rd place, Chu Zhongtian. 2nd place, Lin Dong. 1st place, Wang Fuqi. Following Zhao and Juan's announcement of the top 10 contestants, the remaining 100 contestants consciously took a step back. They looked at the 10 disciples standing at the front with admiration, because they knew very well that these 3 people would very likely become the pillars of the sect in the future. They would be the ones they would worship in the future. Zhao and Juan nodded at one of the disciples from the same sect. After that, he continued, the top 10 disciples will stay behind, and the remaining disciples will be arranged by Elder Zhao. Zhongtian, let's go first. We will talk again when we have time. Dongfang Yuner knew they had to leave immediately. After making an appointment with each other, the 3 of them turned around and left with Elder Zhao. Chu Zhongtian was not worried about Dongfang Yuner's future cultivation. His background was low and he did not have a strong backer. He had to rely on himself for all his cultivation. She was different from him. Not to mention the cultivation resources in Heavenly Dragon Empire, she didn't need to care about the treatment of the sections. Even if she didn't rely on Heavenly Dragon Empire, she could still eat well in Floating Cloud sect. The Heavenly Dragon Empire wasn't like the Chu family. There was only one Chu Xianxia in the Chu family. Due to a coincidence, he joined the Floating Cloud sect. He could only bring one person to participate in the test every 3 years, and the passing rate was extremely low. Every 3 years, there would be 3 or 4 people in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and 7 or 8 people would participate in the test. In the end, there were also many disciples from the royal family who passed the test. After thousands of years of development, there were many powerful and prestigious Heavenly Dragon Empire disciples in the sect. Therefore, she had many backers in the Floating Cloud sect. After watching Dongfang Yuner and the other 2 leave, Chu Zhongtian put away his complicated thoughts and waited for Zhao and Juan's arrangement. The 10 of you are the most outstanding disciples in this test. According to the sect's arrangement, you will enjoy the best treatment in the next 3 years. But, at this point, the righteous Zhao and Juan suddenly let out a cold laugh. His tone was full of strangeness as he said, "However, you must also pay a price. Within 3 years, the sect will give you sufficient cultivation resources. Try to arrange as little sect affairs as possible to give you enough time to increase your cultivation. After 3 years, your cultivation base must break through to the essence gathering stage. Otherwise, the sect will confiscate all the resources that you have invested 100 times. Furthermore, in the next 100 years, you will become the slaves of the sect. Serve the sect for free." At this point, the strange tone returned to normal. Of course, you have a choice now. You can choose to enjoy the best treatment for the disciples of the inner sect. Or you can choose to give up this opportunity and cultivate in the same way as the ordinary disciples. They only had 3 years to break through to the essence gathering stage. Otherwise, they would become the slaves of the sect for 100 years. If the cruel conditions did not make Chu Zhongtian feel pressured, it would be a choice between life and death. Facing such a choice of life and death, Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of fear in his heart. It wasn't because he was afraid that the pressure would be too great, nor was it because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear the pain and suffering. It was because his cultivation talent had determined that it would be very difficult for him to break through to the essence gathering stage within 3 years. The troubled expression on Chu Zhongtian's face just happened to be seen by Zhao and Juan. A troubled expression emerged on Chu Zhongtian's face, and it happened to be seen by Zhao and Juan. Chu Zhongtian's outstanding performance in the second and third round had left a deep impression in his heart. In his point of view, out of the 10 people left behind, Chu Zhongtian, Lin Dong, and Wang Fuqi loved this kind of challenge the most. Why would Chu Zhongtian hesitate at this moment? Deacon, Chu Zhongtian's comprehension and perseverance are the best. But his cultivation talent is only at the 7th grade low rank. As the one in charge of Chu Zhongtian's test, Xie Jun had been paying attention to Chu Zhongtian ever since he came out of the trial pavilion. Therefore, he could clearly see Chu Zhongtian's performance just now. He understood Chu Zhongtian's concerns in the blink of an eye, so he took the initiative to explain to Zhao and Juan. Zhao and Juan nodded. He understood why Chu Zhongtian was hesitating. This was because among the 10 disciples that were left behind, besides Chu Zhongtian, the one with the worst talent was a cultivation talent that had reached the upper level 7. As for Lin Dong and Wang Fuqi, their cultivation talent had reached an astonishing high grade 6th grade. In these 3 years, with the help of a large amount of cultivation resources and sufficient resources from the secret realm, it wasn't difficult for them to break through to the essence gathering stage. Although he didn't want to make a promise, Zhao and Juan wasn't willing to give up a genius like Chu Zhongtian, so he chose to send a secret sound transmission. Chu Zhongtian, if you are worried about the cultivation talent, then I can give you a promise. As long as your performance is outstanding enough, I have a way to improve your cultivation talent, or even to the high-grade 6th grade. Chu Zhongtian, who was stuck in a dilemma, suddenly received Zhao and Juan's voice transmission. His heart was filled with joy, and the pressure in his heart instantly dissipated. After breaking through to the essence gathering stage in 3 years, he had the ability to copy and paste, so he wasn't worried about anything. He was just worried about the cultivation talent. If the cultivation talent couldn't become the obstacle to his advancement, then there was nothing for him to worry about. As for whether Zhao Enjuan was lying or not, Chu Zhongtian wasn't worried about that. This was because when he left the Chu family, Chu Zhongxian had told him that the vow and promise were protected by the heavenly Tao. If he wasn't confident, it would be best for him not to make the promise so easily. I choose to withdraw. Just as Chu Zhongtian made up his mind to accept Zhao Enjuan's conditions, one of the contestants raised his hand and withdrew. A very wise choice, seeing that the contestant who took the initiative to withdraw was Ma Pingchong, who was ranked 10th. Zhao Enjuan nodded and praised. I also choose to withdraw. Ma Pingchong, who was ranked 10th, chose to withdraw. It was as if he had given Zhang Jimin, who was ranked 9th, a way out. He also proposed to withdraw from the elite disciple training program. Sure. 2 people took the initiative to withdraw. Not only was Zhao Enjuan not angry, but he also felt very gratified. The resources of the elite disciple training program were limited. If one less person participated, they would have a lot more resources. If these extra resources were used on other disciples, the effect would be even more obvious. Is there anyone else who wants to withdraw? When Ma Pingchong and Zhang Jimin stood together, Zhao Enjuan reminded them once again. If you can't break through to the essence gathering stage within 3 years, then in the next 100 years, all dangerous missions in the sect must be completed by you. The mortality rate is as high as 90%. I quit. I quit too. Zhao Enjuan's last sentence was like the last straw that pressed down on the camel's back, forcing the 2 contestants ranked 8th and 7th to withdraw. Very good. Seeing another 2 contestants choose to withdraw, Zhao Enjuan praised. I will count to 3. If the disciples who have yet to withdraw, then you will sign a contract with the sect. At that time, it will be impossible for you to go back on your words. Zhao Enjuan threatened for the last time. 3, 2, 1. Very well, the 6 of you have already signed a contract with the sect. Next, I will personally arrange your accommodation and guide you in your future cultivation. After the end of 1, the remaining 6 people did not choose to leave. Zhao Enjuan was very happy and took the initiative to accept Chu Zhongtian and the other 3's future cultivation and life. The 6 of you come with me. Since he had already taken over the 6 people's future, Zhao Enjuan didn't delay any longer. He stretched out his hand and summoned a strange beast whose strength had reached the level 8 intermediate, and ordered Chu Zhongtian and the others. Looking at the level 8 intermediate beast obediently lying at Zhao Enjuan's feet, Chu Zhongtian was filled with anticipation for his future life. When he first arrived at the floating cloud sect, Chu Zhongtian felt that the environment was very beautiful. It was like a paradise on earth. When he sat on the back of the flying beast and passed through the trial peak where the service disciples and disciples of the outer sect lived, only after entering the inner part of the sect did he truly see what a paradise was. The white and misty spiritual chi was spread across the mountains. Suddenly, he couldn't see clearly how many immortal mountains there were. In the distance, there seemed to be a rainbow-colored light that covered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The flying exotic beast flew over a dozen or so mountain peaks in succession, and finally it flew towards a not-so-tall mountain peak. However, the scenery was extraordinarily beautiful. When the flying beast landed on the mountainside, Chu Zhongtian discovered that there were 10 beautiful courtyards at the waist of the mountain. This mountain is called Hidden Dragon Peak. It means that all of you are a temporarily stranded hidden dragon. As for whether you can transform into a divine dragon in the end, it will depend on your hard work and luck. After that, he pointed at the 10 exquisite courtyards in front of him and said, these 10 courtyards were specially arranged by the Sex Formation Great Master. They were specially reserved for the top 10 disciples of Trial Pavilion. As there are 4 disciples who choose to withdraw, you are free to choose these 10 courtyards. After introducing these courtyards, Zhao Enjuan indicated to Chu Zhongtian and the other 3 disciples that they could choose their own courtyards for the next 3 years. Chu Zhongtian did not have any special requirements for his residence. Even if it was just a simple and crude thatched cottage, he would not care. He only had strict requirements for the spiritual chi. After entering the 3 courtyards and the secret chamber in the courtyard that was specially used for cultivation, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the layout of these 3 courtyards was slightly different. There was no difference in the density of the spiritual qi in the secret chambers. Therefore, he randomly chose a remote courtyard 9 near the east side of the mountain peak. As for the overbearing Wangfu qi, he undoubtedly chose mansion number 1. Alright, since you have already chosen your own courtyard, you should rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will bring you some cultivation resources and arrange for you to cultivate for a period of time. After instructing them, Zhao and Juan turned around and flew away from the hidden dragon peak. At this moment, Wangfu qi, who was ranked number 1 in Trial Pavilion, suddenly said, "The 5 of you, come to my courtyard." Wangfu qi's unquestionable tone made Chu Zhongtian sigh. What he was most worried about had happened, because in the second round of the test, the first person to pass the test was Wangfu qi. Chu Zhongtian remembered clearly that when he passed the 3rd corridor, the aura of supremacy exuded from Wangfu qi's body caused him to worry. He was worried that Wangfu qi wanted to be the leader of this group of disciples. Hidden Dragon Peak, halfway up the mountain. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to fight for supremacy, but he didn't want to be someone else's subordinate either. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to offend Wangfu qi, and he wasn't willing to follow his orders either. "Brother Huangfu, I encountered an inspiration when I was in the trial pavilion, and I urgently need to comprehend it. I can't accept the invitation for the time being. Please forgive me." After saying this, Chu Zhongtian did not care whether Wangfu qi was willing or not. He directly walked towards courtyard 9. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's voice rang out. "Brother Huangfu, I had a chance encounter with an inspiration in the trial pavilion, and I need some time to comprehend it. Therefore, I can't accept the invitation for the time being. Please forgive me." Chu Zhongtian's footsteps paused for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He continued walking into the courtyard 9. He sat cross-legged on the hassock in the secret chamber. When Chu Zhongtian thought of Lin Dong's action just now, a trace of displeasure flashed through his heart. With Lin Dong's background and strength, he could choose any other way to reject Wangfu qi. It didn't matter if he turned his back on ____ on the spot, but Lin Dong chose the same method and language as him. He felt that Wangfu qi would put this resentment on him. When his cultivation base improved, Wangfu qi wouldn't be able to defeat him either. Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Chu Zhongtian took out the 9th grade middle rank gentian that he had duplicated a long time ago, as well as hundreds of upper rank 9th grade qi increasing pill, and started preparing to break through to the body refining stage. Initially, he had planned to raise his cultivation base to the half-step body refinement. After that, he would use the gentian's medicinal strength to break through to the body refining stage. However, when he was in the trial pavilion, through the battle with different stage opponents, Chu Zhongtian had reached the limit of his control over his spiritual power and body. Secondly, in the secret chamber where he was cultivating, the density of the spiritual qi was close to the concentration in the first level of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. It was enough to support the spiritual qi he needed to break through to the body refining stage. Finally, out of the 6 people who participated in the elite disciple training, he was the only one who was still at the qi refining stage. This gave him a lot of pressure, and he had no choice but to break through. He adjusted the aura and eased the mind. When the spirit, qi, and energy reached the peak, Chu Zhongtian consumed the 9th grade middle rank gentian without hesitation and began to break through to the body refining stage. At midnight, in the Hidden Dragon Peak, which was originally a rare place, a few young disciples fell asleep one after another, and all that was left was the sound of a cool breeze blowing past. In the secret chamber of the courtyard 9, "Break for me!" Along with Chu Zhongtian's roar, the qi that had already reached the peak once again increased, and the concentration also increased by dozens of times. Along with the fierce increase in momentum, the spiritual qi in the entire secret chamber was like a dam that had opened its valve, crazily rushing into his body. As his qi increased, Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, let out an ear-piercing grinding sound. As the grinding sound was heard, his body also changed slightly. If a person observed carefully, he would find that not only was Chu Zhongtian's body stronger, but his height had also increased a little. At the same time, there was a stinky smell coming from his clothes. After more than 10 minutes, the strong aura on Chu Zhongtian's body was retracted. Then he let out a breath of foul air and slowly opened his eyes. Ignoring the stench coming from his body, Chu Zhongtian began to experience the changes in his body after breaking through to the body refining stage. His body became stronger, the meridian became thicker, and the Dantian's capacity was increased by more than 10 times. This was the most direct change. What surprised Chu Zhongtian even more was that as he broke through to the body refining stage, he discovered that 20% of his blood had turned purple, and this purple blood contained a strange energy. After quietly sensing it, Chu Zhongtian found that the strange energy contained in the purple blood could increase his combat strength, allowing him to have the combat strength of a minor stage who was stronger than his stage. No wonder after the Blood Prison Pavilion's trial ended, Chu Zhongtian didn't undergo any significant changes when purifying his blood. This made him wonder why the Blood Prison Pavilion didn't live up to its name. It turned out that the Blood Prison Pavilion's trial only happened after one broke through to the body refining stage. To show its effects, sensing the changes in his body after breaking through, Chu Zhongtian did not continue consolidating the stage after breaking through. Instead, he chose to get up and leave the secret chamber. Because the stench on his body was too pungent, and when he broke through to the body refining stage, a lot of impurities were discharged from his body, causing his body to be wet and sticky, making him very uncomfortable. After breaking through to the body refining stage, his body strength had increased by at least 10 times, so Chu Zhongtian didn't care if the water was cold or not. He directly fetched a bucket of water, took off his clothes, and began to wash it. His skin was originally very white, but after breaking through to the body refining stage, his skin became even whiter than those famous female celebrities he had seen in movies before he transmigrated. After washing it, Chu Zhongtian briefly consolidated his breakthrough to the stage, and then he fell asleep on the bed. Early in the morning, along with the sound of birds chirping, Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes. After getting up and tidying up, he pushed open the door and left Courtyard 9. Yesterday, when Zhao Enjun left, he specifically told him that he would give out the first month of treatment this morning. Chu Zhongtian, who urgently needed all kinds of resources, was looking forward to the treatment of elite disciples. As for the possibility of Wang Fuqi making things difficult for him, although Chu Zhongtian felt the pressure, he could only face it calmly. Wang Fuqi was a 4th layer peak of the body refining period, and his combat strength was at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. Although he had broken through to the body refining stage, the combat strength that he could use with his trump card was at most at the 4th layer of the Qi refining period. Even if he used pills to increase his potential, he could at most reach the 5th level of Qi refining stage. The gap between him and Wang Fuqi was still huge. However, avoiding was not Chu Zhongtian's style. Furthermore, he had the ability to copy and paste. As long as the cultivation talent was upgraded, it would not be difficult for him to catch up with Wang Fuqi in a short period of time. When Chu Zhongtian arrived at the empty land of Mansion No. 1, he found that Wang Fuqi and the others had arrived long ago. He looked at Wang Fuqi and walked to the empty land with a calm expression. So that's how it is. Chu Zhongtian was the first to reject his invitation yesterday, which made Wang Fuqi's heart filled with anger. If it were not for Zhao Enjun reminding him that he was not allowed to break into other people's houses without the permission of the owner of the house, he would not have allowed it. Otherwise, he would have gone to teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson last night. Initially, he wanted to wait until this morning before Zhao Enjun came. He wanted to teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson so that he could remember who was the leader of the elite disciples this time. However, when he found out that Chu Zhongtian was already a 1st layer of the body refining period, he understood that Chu Zhongtian did not deliberately make things difficult for him yesterday. It was because he had reached the critical moment of breaking through to the stage, and the anger in his heart had weakened by a lot. At the same time, he shifted the remaining anger onto Lin Dong. Chu Zhongtian refused his invitation because he wanted to break through to the stage, so he could be forgiven. However, Lin Dong's refusal was obviously challenging his dignity. At this moment, Wang Fuqi had decided that he would teach Lin Dong a lesson when he was free. He wanted to let him know who the boss of this elite disciple was. The relaxed expression on Lin Dong's face turned gloomy when he saw Chu Zhongtian breaking through to the body refining stage. At the same time, he used the corner of his eye to glance at Wang Fuqi. His gloomy expression became even uglier. Hidden Dragon Peak, in front of the mansion number 1. After Wang Fuqi temporarily gave up on teaching Chu Zhongtian a lesson, Zhao Enjuan punctually appeared in front of the empty land in mansion number 1. Zhao Enjuan looked at the 6 people standing on the empty space and was very energetic. He nodded with satisfaction, but when his eyes fell on Chu Zhongtian, he was stunned for a moment. Then his face revealed a satisfied expression. According to the sect rules, the disciples of the new beginner will receive the treatment at the end of each month. However, in order to help you improve your strength as soon as possible, I will let you break through to the essence gathering stage within 3 years. I have given you all sufficient resources. After saying that, Zhao Enjuan waved his left hand, and 6 large boxes appeared in front of them. Chu Zhongtian was not only interested in the items in the boxes, he was even more interested in the storage bag in Zhao Enjuan's hand. To be able to hold 6 big boxes, the storage bag in Zhao Enjuan's hands must have a very large square space. You guys first check your treatment and see if you can satisfy your needs. Zhao Enjuan saw that the 6 disciples weren't in a hurry to open the boxes, although he didn't say anything, but the smile on his face showed that he was satisfied with what they did. 5,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. After Chu Zhongtian opened the wooden box, a large pile of spirit stones emitting spiritual qi attracted his attention. Chu Zhongtian carefully observed it, and a trace of wild joy appeared on his face. 5,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone was enough for him to advance his cultivation to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period, and every level of the stage could increase his potential to the limit. What really made Chu Zhongtian happy was that the box contained not only 5,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, but also 10 spirit stones of different sizes and colors. Although he had never seen this kind of spirit stone before, judging from its color, Chu Zhongtian judged that these 10 spirit stones were definitely advanced spirit stones, which meant that these 10 spirit stones were very likely to be 7th grade middle-rank spirit stones. Although there was only 1 grade difference between a level 7 and a level 8, there was still a stage difference between an intermediate and a low-grade spirit stone, and the quality of the spirit stones would increase. It was a complete waste to use spirit stones of the middle grade of grade 7 for cultivation. The best time to use these spirit stones was to assist in the breakthrough of stage. In other words, these 10 7th grade middle rank spirit stone could at least increase his cultivation speed by 1 to 2 times. In addition to a pile of level 8 and level 7 spirit stones, there were also 4 bottles of pills inside the wooden chest. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't take out the pill bottle to check what kind of pill it was. This was because he discovered that Wang Fuqi, Lin Dong, and the others had already put away the wooden chest. In order to avoid them laughing at him, Chu Zhongtian roughly checked it once. In addition to spirit stones and medicinal pills, he also found 100 tempering top-quality steel blade, a semi-spirit tool-grade armor, and 3 brightly colored secret scripture. There were also 5 different types of token. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to reveal the secrets of the storage bag, so he didn't put away the wooden chest like Wang Fuqi and the others. He just left the wooden chest where it was, and then waited quietly for Zhao Enjuan's orders. Did I ask you all to put away the things? When they were giving out the benefits just now, Zhao Enjuan saw their behavior very clearly. Among the 6 of them, only Chu Zhongtian had a look of ecstasy on his face, while the other 5 looked calm. That was to say, Chu Zhongtian was the only one with an ordinary background, and he usually lacked cultivation resources the most. Wang Fuqi and Lin Dong, on the other hand, had only opened the door to take a look before they put it away. This showed that their background was very powerful. The other 3 people had precious storage bag and spatial spirit tool, which also showed that they had a powerful backer behind them. Disciples with deep backgrounds like Wang Fuqi and Lin Dong were the hardest to discipline. In order to leave enough dignity in their hearts, Zhao Enjuan had to be disciplined. He wanted them to follow his arrangements and ensure that they would not fall behind the other disciples in the competition 3 years later. Zhao and Juan must use this opportunity to show off his strength. They looked at Zhao and Juan's gloomy face. Apart from Chu Zhongtian, Wang Fuqi, and Lin Dong, the other three immediately took out wooden boxes from their storage bags. Zhao and Juan looked at Wang Fuqi and Lin Dong, who still didn't make any moves. His facial expression turned extremely ugly. At the same time, the energy in his body began to spread out uncontrollably. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what kind of stage Zhao and Juan's cultivation base was, but judging from the qi that he unintentionally released, he knew that Zhao and Juan's cultivation base was definitely above the qi high realm. Wang Fuqi and Lin Dong saw Zhao and Juan, who was at the edge of anger. They immediately took out the wooden box and put it back where it was. In the next 3 years, I will be in charge of your daily lives. Daily cultivation, sect affairs, going out for training, and so on. So, I hope that all of you will abide by my rules and obey my orders. Don't easily challenge my bottom line. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear. Although Wang Fuqi and Lin Dong had taken out the wooden chest, Zhao and Juan's gloomy expression didn't ease up. He said in a threatening tone, "No matter how strong the forces behind you are, I won't put them in my eyes. In the future, I will earnestly obey your orders. I will meticulously carry out every single one of your lives." Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhao and Juan's gloomy face but did not change. He wanted to ease the tense atmosphere. In order to shorten the relationship between him and Zhao and Juan, Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to stand up. He respectfully joined the Dao integration stage. "I will listen to Elder Zhao's orders in the future. I will definitely earnestly carry out Elder Zhao's every command." Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to express his goodwill, which eased the atmosphere of the scene slightly. The remaining 3 disciples also joined the Dao integration stage. As for Wang Fuqi and Lin Dong, they lowered their heads and remained silent. Although they weren't afraid of Zhao and Juan's threat, they had no choice but to admit defeat. This was because they had to accept Zhao and Juan's training in the next 3 years. In order to make them grow stronger quickly, they absolutely couldn't offend Zhao and Juan. However, with their proud personalities, it was unrealistic for them to take the initiative to admit their mistakes, so they could only choose to remain silent. "Open your boxes now." Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to express his goodwill, which made Zhao and Juan's gloomy face relax a little. He took a deep breath and ordered. After the tense atmosphere just now, no one dared to provoke Zhao and Juan anymore. They opened the boxes in front of them. "Take out the 5 token inside." Zhao and Juan saw Chu Zhongtian and the others open the boxes and continued to instruct them. Among the 5 token, the green jade card is the symbol of your status as disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is the proof that you will be able to enter and exit the sect safely in the future. It is also a protection card for you when you go out for training. As one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain, the Sky Cloud Martial School is ranked in the top 3 in terms of overall strength. The school is surrounded by the formation. If you do not have the proof of your identity, you will not be able to enter and exit the sect freely. Hidden Dragon Peak, in front of Mansion Number 1. When Chu Zhongtian heard Zhao and Juan's introduction of the Cyan Jade Plate, he found out that this was the symbol of their status as disciples. This was the proof that they could freely enter the sect. Thus, he hurriedly took out the Cyan Jade Plate from the wooden box. After passing the 2nd and 3rd round of the test yesterday, Chu Zhongtian was puzzled as to why there were no relevant procedures and the proof of their identity. It turned out that these procedures were handled by Zhao and Juan on his behalf. Chu Zhongtian took out the green token from the wooden box and looked at it carefully. He did not find anything special about this green token. "You all must force out a drop of essence blood from your bodies and drip it on the token." Zhao and Juan saw Chu Zhongtian and the others take out the green token and continued to instruct. The essence blood was the source of a martial artist's blood energy. It was different from ordinary blood. It could be produced automatically through the blood circulation. The essence blood had undergone a special purification process. 1. A body refining stage warrior could at most condense 5 or 6 drops of essence blood in their body, and even elite disciples like Wang Fuqi could only condense around 10 drops. Therefore, when many people heard Zhao and Juan's orders, they immediately hesitated. Chu Zhongtian was different from the other 5. After experiencing the training of Blood Prison Pavilion, the purity of the fresh blood essence in his body was much higher than that of an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, his blood contained nearly 20% of the purple blood, which caused the number of essence blood in his body to far exceed 10 drops. It reached an astonishing 30 drops. Therefore, consuming 1 drop of essence blood would not have much of an impact on him. When he forced out a drop of essence blood and placed it on the green token, the purple-colored essence blood quickly seeped into the token. As the essence blood fused into the token, the originally ordinary token gradually underwent some strange changes. The token gradually lit up with a green light. The originally enriched token gradually became illusory. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and entered his body. When the green token entered Chu Zhongtian's body, he suddenly felt an additional wave of energy in his body. When he realized this energy, the token that had disappeared suddenly appeared in his hand. When his consciousness left, the green token returned to his body once again. Chu Zhongtian was very surprised by this. In the sect, only those who have reached the Qi transforming period and become a disciple of the inner sect will have a spirit weapon grade token. The disciples of the inner sect of the Floating Cloud sect only have 1 token in their lifetime. Unless he dies or if he leaves the sect voluntarily, the token will disappear completely. Otherwise, this token will accompany you for the rest of your life. Zhao Enjuan saw that Chu Zhongtian was the first to merge the token into his body. He nodded and explained in detail. The green token is not only a symbol of your identity, it is also a very strong defensive spirit weapon that can continuously grow. The token that has merged with the essence blood can resist the full force attack of a Qi transforming period beginner level warrior. In the future, as your cultivation base and strength increases, the color of the token will change. The power of the token will also gradually increase, and its defensive ability will also gradually increase. After Chu Zhongtian heard Zhao Enjuan's explanation, he was pleasantly surprised. Wang Fuqi and the others, who were originally hesitating, immediately forced out a drop of essence blood and quickly merged it into the token. They began to feel that the token was extraordinary. After Wang Fuqi and the others merged the essence blood into the token, Zhao Enjuan continued to introduce. In addition to the functions I mentioned earlier, the green token also has the contribution points you have in the sect. As well as the benefits you can enjoy, these are all in the token. Now, you can use your consciousness to communicate with the token, and you will know the importance of this token. Just now, Chu Zhongtian had simply communicated with the token, but he was shocked by its mysteriousness. He had yet to understand the other functions of the token. At this moment, after hearing Zhao Enjuan's introduction, he once again communicated with the token. After that, a message appeared in his mind. Chu Zhongtian, 17 years old, born in the Chu family, a level 8 family. He is now the heir to the family. Lower level 7 cultivation talent. First layer of the body refining period cultivation. The Floating Cloud sect's first round's test result is 79 points, and they are ranked 133. The sect's second round result is 90 points, ranked 5th. The sect's third round result is 96 points, ranked 3rd. You have received a total of 7 sect contribution points. You are willing to join the sect's elite disciple training program. The deadline is 3 years. As the detailed information appeared in Chu Zhongtian's mind, he felt even more incredulous. Because the information recorded in the green token was too detailed, even his experiences when he had just reached adulthood were recorded in detail. The only thing that made Chu Zhongtian feel relieved was that the token did not record the duplicating and paste abilities that he had. Otherwise, he would definitely think of a way to escape the Floating Cloud sect at this time. However, what worried Chu Zhongtian the most was what Zhao Enjuan said before. If those who participated in the training of the elite disciples succeeded, they would become top expert. If they failed, they would only serve the sect for 100 years. Why was what Zhao Enjuan said different from what was recorded in the token? Alright, now you understand the importance of the identity token. Next, all of you take out the other 4 token from the box. When everyone opened their eyes were filled with shock. Zhao Enjuan's face revealed a proud smile. The 4 black token in your hands are the benefits I got for you. Each token represents a secret realm that can increase your strength. After Chu Zhongtian heard Zhao Enjuan's introduction of the use of the 4 black token, he temporarily cast aside the doubts in his heart. He looked at the 4 black token in his hands in surprise. After Chu Zhongtian had gone through the secluded cultivation in the secret realm of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and Blood Prison Pavilion, he had a deep understanding of the use of the secret realm. In just half a year's time, his cultivation and strength had far surpassed the disciples of the same stage. Apart from his hard work and the help of his duplication and paste ability, the secret realm of Hidden Dragon Pavilion and Blood Prison Pavilion were also the key to his success. Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised that there were 4 secret realms that he could use as soon as he joined the Floating Cloud sect. Of course, the sect will not let you use these secret realms for free. If you want to use the secret realm to improve your cultivation base and strength, you have to contribute to the sect in exchange for sufficient contribution points. As for what contribution points are, there are detailed records in your identity token. I won't say anything more. Next, I'll arrange for your recent cultivation. Zhao Enjuan's cultivation plan was very simple. That was to make the most reasonable arrangements based on everyone's current cultivation level and situation. To Chu Zhongtian, he had just broken through to the body refining stage, and the spiritual power in his stage and Dantian hadn't been fully consolidated yet. Therefore, he didn't need to cultivate in peace for the time being. Zhao Enjuan also thought the same. He told Chu Zhongtian to consolidate his cultivation base after breaking through in the near future, and to familiarize himself with and master the power of the stage as soon as possible. Then, he could use the different secret realm to continue improving his cultivation base and potential, and fight for the shortest amount of time. He wanted to advance his cultivation base to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian agreed with this. Zhao Enjuan was very strong and experienced, so his arrangement should be the most reasonable. But everyone had their own cultivation habits. He could listen to his suggestions on some things. However, his cultivation still had to follow his heart's wishes. Chu Zhongtian brought the box with him and returned to his courtyard 9. He couldn't help but think back to the time when Zhao Enjuan had secretly sent a voice transmission to remind him about the storage bag. His mood was a little complicated. In the remote Qi country, a spatial spirit weapon like the storage bag was considered a rare treasure. However, in a huge sect like the Floating Cloud sect, the storage bag was not a rare treasure. Every disciple of the inner sect above the Qi transforming period would have at least one storage bag, and even many body refining stage and Qi refining stage disciples would have one. In addition, according to Zhao Enjuan, 5 contribution points could be exchanged for a 10 cubic meter storage bag. Currently, he already had 7 contribution points in his identity token, which was enough to exchange for a storage bag. However, Chu Zhongtian did not plan to do so for the time being. Firstly, the number of contribution points in his identity token was not much. Secondly, he wanted to see the other functions of the contribution points in the sect. If the contribution points were of little use, he would exchange them for a storage bag. After all, there were many uses for treasures that could store items. No one was unwilling to have one more. If the contribution points were very precious, he would keep them to improve his cultivation. Chu Zhongtian poured out all the things in the box. He first put 5,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone into the storage bag. Then, he took out a 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone. He circulated the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method and tried to absorb the 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone spiritual power. He only absorbed it for less than 5 seconds. Chu Zhongtian quickly stopped. If the spiritual power in the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone was like a bucket of water, then the spiritual power in the 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone could turn into a small stream. The surging spiritual qi stimulated the spiritual power in his dantian, causing his unstable spiritual power to become active. He sensed the spiritual qi in the 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone and quickly suppressed the active spiritual power in his dantian. At the same time, he decided to temporarily keep the 10 7th grade middle-rank spirit stones. When he broke through to the stage in the future, he would make use of the abundant spiritual qi in his ____ to break through. He happily put away the 10 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stones. He looked at the 4-pill bottle underneath his feet that had the same color and size. At that time, due to Zhao Enjuan's unexpected anger, Chu Zhongtian didn't check the types of these pills. Now that he had free time, he naturally wanted to check them to see if there were any pills that could increase his strength. He took out a pill bottle, poured out one of the pills, and nodded his head in satisfaction. This pill was the 8th-grade lower-grade qi increasing pill that Zhao Enjuan had mentioned before. He had just broken through to the body refining stage, so he needed a higher-grade pill to improve his spiritual power. 8th-grade lower-grade qi increasing pill was the best pill for him. He put down the pill bottle that contained the qi increasing pill, picked up the second pill bottle and poured out one of the pills. With a single glance, he could tell that it was an upper-rank 9th-grade qi condensation pill. Could purify spiritual power. Chu Zhongtian had already obtained it from Dongfang Yuner. He used the energy of the earth-shifting dragon to duplicate and paste over 100 qi condensation pill, so he was not surprised at all. He put down the pill bottle that contained the qi condensation pill and took out the 3rd bottle of medicinal pills. After pouring out one of the pills, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Because the medicinal pill in front of him was a type of medicinal pill that he had never consumed or seen before. Moving the memories related to the pill in his mind took nearly 10 minutes. Only then did he manage to find the information related to the pill in front of him. Upper-rank 9th-grade bone cleansing pill was a pill that could increase the hardness and flexibility of bones. It was suitable for a person who had reached the 3rd layer before the body refining stage. Similar to a qi refining stage, there were a total of 10 levels of stage in the physical refining stage. The cultivation of the former 3rd layer was used on the bones in the body. The middle level 3rd layer would be used on the body, while the last level 3rd layer would be used on the organs and blood in the body. The last level would be the perfection. The bone cleansing pill was the best pill that could be used on the bones in the body. As he broke through to the body refining stage, although the low-rank 9th-grade meridian enhancing pill and low-rank 9th-grade dantian cultivating pill still had some effects on him, the effects were not very obvious. Chu Zhongtian was originally worried that his cultivation speed would slow down, but with the upper-rank 9th-grade bone cleansing pill in his possession, with the ability to copy and paste, not only would his cultivation speed not slow down, he could even raise his cultivation base to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period within 2 months. If it was a coincidence, he might break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period and officially step into the body refining stage intermediate. He poured out all the pills and counted them carefully, and found that there were a total of 10 pills. 10 bone cleansing pill was not enough to support him to break through to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period. But he was not worried at all. He let out a breath and solemnly put away the bone-cleansing pill. His spirit stones were going to decrease again. Chu Zhongtian picked up the last bottle of medicinal pills with great anticipation. After pouring out a medicinal pill and observing it, a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. Because the last bottle only contained upper-rank 9th-grade dantian cultivating pill. Although upper-rank 9th-grade dantian cultivating pill was of a higher grade compared to the pills he had consumed before, after experiencing the pleasant surprise of the first 3 types of pills, he was somewhat disappointed. Chu Zhongtian put away the upper-rank 9th-grade dantian cultivating pill and began to inspect the remaining treasures. 100 tempering top-quality steel blade and 1 semi-spirit tool-grade armor. When he went to Endless Forest to train alone, Chu Fan had given him a semi-spirit tool-grade armor. The quality of the armor was not inferior to this one, so he directly threw the new semi-spirit tool armor into the storage bag. The 100 tempering top-quality steel blade was suitable for him to use now, so he put away the supreme grade 10 times refined steel knife that he originally used. Other than the steel knife and armor, he also had 3 brightly colored secret scripture. Chu Zhongtian did not open them to look at them, because at this time, whether it was the cultivation method or the martial skill or cultivation method, he did not lack them at the moment. He did not want to delay his cultivation plan because of too many martial skills and cultivation methods, so he temporarily put away these 3 secret scripture books. He had just broken through to the 1st layer of the body refining period, so not only did his potential not increase to the limit, but his cultivation hadn't even been consolidated. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was going to use the abundant spiritual qi in the secret chamber to start consolidating his cultivation. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. 10 days later, Chu Zhongtian got up and left the secret chamber. At the same time, he also left Courtyard 9. After 10 days of continuous cultivation, not only had Chu Zhongtian raised all of his potential to the limit, he had also raised his cultivation base to first layer of the body refining period peak with the help of the upper rank 9th grade bone cleansing pill and lower level 8 qi increasing pill. It was not suitable for him to break through to the second layer of the body refining period in a short period of time, and the various martial skills he had mastered had basically reached the limit. Therefore, he decided to use the various secret realm in the floating cloud sect to increase his strength. The token had a detailed introduction of most of the sections. It was through the token that Chu Zhongtian found out that the mountain peak where he participated in the second and third round of the test was called Trial Peak. It was also called the Ordinary Peak, meaning that the disciples on this mountain peak were all ordinary people. If they wanted to break away from the word ordinary, they had to cultivate with all their might. Only then would they be able to become superior. Chu Zhongtian had a clear map in his mind. Without any delay, he first chose to go to a fair hall. The affair hall was a place that specialized in dealing with the daily lives of qi refining stage and body refining stage disciples. When he left Liyun Castle, Chu Zhongxian specifically reminded Chu Zhongtian to send a letter to his family after he passed the 3 rounds of tests and became an official disciple of Floating Cloud Sect, so that his family wouldn't worry about him. After passing the 3rd round of tests, he directly became a member of the sect's elite disciple training program. Furthermore, after following Zhaoenjuan to Hidden Dragon Peak, he simply didn't have time to write a letter to inform his family. He only had the time now. Hello? I want to write a letter to my family. After entering the affair hall, Chu Zhongtian found that there were a lot of disciples coming and going. He remembered that the affair hall specialized in handling the affairs of service disciples and outer sect disciples, so it was normal for there to be more people. He squeezed to the front of the counter with great effort and said to the disciple in charge of the affairs, "Sure. Leave behind a detailed address and 5 8th grade low-rank spirit stone." Raising his head to look at Chu Zhongtian, the disciple behind the counter said with a numb expression, "Thank you. This is the letter and spirit stone." Chu Zhongtian did not expect that just delivering a letter would require 5 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. He felt a trace of heartache. Although Zhaoenjuan was generous enough to help him receive a month's worth of treatment, in order to replicate the bone cleansing pill and 8th grade lower grade qi increasing pill, he had already used up nearly 2,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. At this time, he only had over 1,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone left in his storage bag, so each spirit stone was extremely precious to him. Qi Country's Chu family, your letter can be delivered within a day. After putting away the 5 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, the disciple behind the counter looked at the address written on the letter and gave Chu Zhongtian a clear answer. "Thank you. It would only take 1 day for the letter to arrive." Chu Zhongtian immediately felt that 5 spirit stones were worth it, so he thanked the disciple and turned around to leave. Seeing Chu Zhongtian turn around and leave, the disciple behind the counter revealed a trace of doubt in his eyes. As one of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, the Floating Cloud Sect's rules were quite strict, and the management of their disciples was also very strict. Different disciples with different identities had specific rules regarding what they should wear. The servant disciples could only wear gray clothes, while the disciples of the outer sect could only wear green clothes. Only the disciples of the inner sect could wear blue clothes. The disciple who had just left was only a first layer of the body refining period, but he was wearing blue clothes that were unique to the disciples of inner sect. This made him feel a little puzzled. Could it be that the disciple just now wasn't a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect? If he wasn't a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect, how did he manage to sneak in with his first layer of the body refining period cultivation base? After that, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought to himself that he was just a disciple of the outer sect, so why would he care about other people's business? After leaving the affair hall, Chu Zhongtian used the route map in his token and arrived in front of a stone wall halfway up the mountain. There were many white light spots scattered on the stone wall. In front of the stone wall stood several hundred disciples in gray and green uniforms. Book Pavilion. Different from the Chu family, the floating cloud sect's library was divided into 3 types: the outer pavilion, the inner pavilion, and the secret pavilion. The outer pavilion was for Qi refining stage and body refining stage disciples. The inner pavilion was for Qi transforming period and above disciples of the inner sect and core disciples. As for the secret pavilion, it was only for the true disciples and elder of the inner sect. Although Chu Zhongtian enjoyed the treatment of the disciples of the inner sect, he was only at the body refining stage, so he couldn't enter the inner pavilion to choose his own cultivation technique and combat technique. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't mind, because the cultivation technique and martial skill he possessed were enough for him to cultivate to the Qi transforming period. At that time, it wouldn't be too late for him to choose a better cultivation technique and martial skill. The reason why he chose to come here was firstly to take a look at the environment here, and secondly to see the value of the contribution points in the token. There was a small 2-story building on the west side of the stone wall. Many disciples who had just arrived in front of the stone wall would enter the small building to settle the application procedures. Chu Zhongtian followed behind a 3rd layer of the body refining period disciple from the outer sect and queued up to enter the 2-story building. Apart from the 3 directions outside the main hall, there was a row of counters on the 1st floor. Behind each counter, there was a Qi refining stage disciple or a body refining stage disciple helping with the procedures. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't have to wait long before it was his turn to start the procedures. I would like to ask, how many sect contribution point is needed to select a cultivation method? Chu Zhongtian walked to the counter in charge of the formalities and asked politely. Chu Zhongtian's question made the disciple who was standing behind the counter look up. After looking at Chu Zhongtian, he asked in a surprised tone, "You are new here?" Chu Zhongtian nodded and answered truthfully, "I officially became a sect disciple 10 days ago." Chu Zhongtian's answer surprised the disciple behind the counter. Unlike the disciples in a fair hall who were inexperienced, as the disciple in charge of the library, there were a lot of disciples coming and going. Through these disciples, he knew a lot about the inner secrets of the sect. During the recruitment, the sect had secretly launched a plan regarding the training of elite disciples. As for the specific plan and inside story of the training, he didn't know. However, he knew that the disciples who could enter this plan were all peerless geniuses that were rarely seen in 100 years. In the future, the sect would definitely be at the core of the upper echelons. Although Chu Zhongtian was only at the 1st layer of the body refining period, not only was he not wearing the unique green decoration of the outer sect, he was also wearing the same uniform as the disciples of the outer sect. This meant that he was very likely to be a member of the elite disciples training. An elite disciple like him would definitely have a bright future ahead of him. If he could build a good relationship with ____ in advance, he might be able to gain some time in the future. Therefore, the disciple behind the counter revealed a warm smile on his face. "Hello. My name is Shi Guangliang. I am 18 years old this year. I am an 8th layer of the body refining period, and I have been in the beginner sect for 3 years. Shi Guangliang introduced himself warmly. "Hello. My name is Chu Zhongtian. I am 17 years old this year, and I am a 1st layer of the body refining period. I just joined the beginner sect." For some reason, Shi Guangliang suddenly became enthusiastic. Chu Zhongtian was too embarrassed to refuse, so he could only honestly introduce himself as well. "I'm 1 year older than you. I'll call you brother." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't reject his offer, Shi Guangliang's smile became even brighter. Trial peak. "Brother Chu, you just joined the beginner sect not long ago. You might not know how to use the sect contribution point, so let me give you a detailed introduction." He stretched out his hand and summoned a Qi refining stage disciple. Shi Guangliang told him to replace him temporarily. He pulled Chu Zhongtian out of the hall and arrived at a relatively quiet place. He explained the function of the sect contribution point in detail. After Shi Guangliang's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood the importance of the sect contribution point. At the same time, he decided not to use the sect contribution point to exchange for the storage bag. If a sect wanted to develop and continue its inheritance, other than needing peerless experts, it also needed geniuses to constantly emerge in the sect. Therefore, a reasonable system was more important. The floating cloud sect had a higher grade cultivation technique, extremely powerful martial techniques, countless divine weapons, pills, and even higher grade heavenly treasures. Most of these treasures belonged to the disciples of the entire sect, but if they wanted to obtain these treasures, they needed the sect contribution point. Obtaining contribution points was both simple and complicated. For example, if one went out to hunt different types of exotic beasts, they could use the inner core and corpses of exotic beasts to obtain the sect contribution point. The mission was obviously not that simple because only 100 inner core and 100 corpses of level 10 beasts could obtain a sect contribution point. Besides hunting exotic beasts, there were many other ways to earn sect contribution point. For example, the challenges between fellow disciples. Every year, there were challenges of different levels in the sect. The missions issued by the outer sect could also earn sect contribution point. Thank you, Brother Shi. Although there was detailed information in the green token, there wasn't much information about contribution points. Shi Guangliang's explanation not only allowed him to understand the importance of contribution points, but also allowed him to make a clear plan for his future cultivation. Regarding this, he expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. No need to thank me, because if I don't introduce this information to you, when you go to Spirit Pavilion, Trial Pavilion, Gravity Pavilion, and Illusion Pavilion, the senior brothers and senior sisters there will also introduce you in detail. Facing Chu Zhongtian's sincere gratitude, Shi Guangliang did not feel proud, but instead appeared very humble. Brother Shi, I plan to go to Gravity Pavilion to experience it. I will take my leave now. Through Shi Guangliang's detailed introduction, Chu Zhongtian knew that the 4 token he had were the 4 passes to the 4 secret realm in the Trial Peak. And each sect contribution point could allow him to cultivate in secret realm for a day. Currently, he had broken through to the first layer of the body refining period peak. If he wanted to break through to the stage in a short period of time, he needed to refine the bones in his body, and the Gravity Pavilion was perfect for his current condition. I know that geniuses like you are cultivating like crazy, so I won't waste your precious time. Shi Guangliang wasn't unhappy with Chu Zhongtian taking the initiative to leave. This was because he knew very well that some of the genius disciples in the sect had an unimaginable craziness in their cultivation. Therefore, in his point of view, it was very likely that Chu Zhongtian was the same kind of person. Perhaps it was because of this reason. That was why he was able to enter the elite disciple training program with his first layer of the body refining period cultivation base. After leaving the library, Chu Zhongtian quickly arrived at Gravity Pavilion. He looked at the building that looked similar to the Trial Pavilion in front of him. Chu Zhongtian took out a black token and handed it to the person in charge of checking. You have 7 sect contribution point now. You can cultivate in the Gravity Pavilion for 7 days. The person in charge of checking took the token from Chu Zhongtian and said with a numb expression, I plan to cultivate for a day. He did not know the specific situation in Gravity Pavilion, and the contribution points were very precious, so Chu Zhongtian did not dare to waste too many contribution points. He planned to use a day's time to familiarize himself with Gravity Pavilion. All right. The person in charge of checking the token took out a 20-centimeter long brush, tapped on Chu Zhongtian's token, and gave it back to Chu Zhongtian. 1 contribution point has been deducted. You can take the token and enter the Gravity Pavilion now. After taking the token, Chu Zhongtian immediately felt that one of the green token in his body was missing. He immediately understood that the token that was suitable for the secret realm was closely related to the identity token. The buildings in the Gravity Pavilion in front of him didn't seem big, but after he pushed open the door and entered, he found that the space inside was very wide. At least, he couldn't see the limits with his naked eyes. He felt the pressure in this place slightly and found that the pressure was only twice as much as usual. So, he didn't delay at all and continued to walk forward. Not only did Shi Guangliang tell him how to use contribution points, he also roughly explained the basic situation of the 4 secret realms, so Chu Zhongtian knew how to use gravity better. Facing 4 times the pressure, he didn't stop at all and continued to move forward. Facing the 6-fold pressure, He did not stop at all and continued forward. Facing the eightfold pressure, he continued to move forward without stopping. Facing the 16-fold increase in pressure, he continued to move forward without stopping. When he faced 24 times the pressure, Chu Zhongtian slowed down his pace. Although the pressure at this time was within his range of endurance, the surrounding pressure made it difficult for him to walk. After entering the range of 26 times the pressure, Chu Zhongtian stopped and sat down with his legs crossed. At the same time, he took out a few bone-cleansing pill and a dozen 8th-grade lower-grade qi-increasing pill and started cultivating. Although with his current endurance, he could barely withstand the pressure of 40 times, but under the terrifying pressure, he couldn't control the spiritual power within the dantian, let alone absorb the medicinal strength of the pill. 26 times the pressure was the limit of his cultivation. Under such an environment, if he ate the bone-cleansing pill, not only would he be able to use the pill better, he would also be able to use the surrounding pressure to temper the bones in his body. He used the spiritual power within the dantian to start circulating the meridian and bones within his body. He used the surrounding pressure to merge the spiritual power into the skeleton. Chu Zhongtian waited for his bones to gradually get used to it, then directly consumed a bone-cleansing pill. He used the medicinal strength of the bone-cleansing pill to start strengthening his bones. Time slowly passed. 5 bone-cleansing pill and a dozen qi-increasing pill had all been consumed. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes. A trace of joy flashed across his face. Under the effects of 26 times the pressure, the medicinal strength of the 5 bone-cleansing pill was fully utilized. Not a single bit was wasted. With the help of the 8th-grade lower-grade qi-increasing pill, the dantian spiritual power had already reached the peak, and the strength and flexibility of his bones had also reached its peak. He had reached the point where he could break through to the second layer of the body refining period. He calculated the time. Chu Zhongtian found out that he had only stayed in Gravity Pavilion for less than 10 hours. In other words, he only had 12 hours left, which was more than enough time for him to break through to the second layer of the body refining period. Since he was already at the edge of breaking through, Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate. He took out several hundred 8th-grade low-rank spirit stone and 3 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone from his storage bag and placed them in front of him. After calming himself down, Chu Zhongtian chose to use the spiritual qi in his 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone to break through to the stage. Because he was under the pressure of 26 times, Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough didn't cause any disturbance this time. He quietly broke through to the second layer of the body refining period. After feeling the changes in his strength after the breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian did not feel too happy. Instead, he immediately used the pressure of 26 times to consolidate the stage. Time passed by slowly. Chu Zhongtian, who was cultivating, didn't feel the passing of time. Just as he had consolidated his cultivation base after the breakthrough and planned to use the pressure of 26 times to increase the strength and flexibility of his bone armor, the black token issued a warning. The time had come. Chu Zhongtian didn't continue to use his contribution points. He stood up and left Gravity Pavilion. Although the environment in the Gravity Pavilion could help temper the bones in his body and allow him to continue his cultivation, he had only broken through to the first layer of the body refining period for a short period of 10 days, and he had broken through to the second level in just a short period of time. If he continued to improve his stage, Chu Zhongtian was worried that it would affect his foundation. Therefore, after leaving Gravity Pavilion, he didn't go to the other 3 secret realm. Instead, he returned to the Hidden Dragon Peaks Courtyard 9. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, Chu Zhongtian didn't absorb the spiritual qi to improve his cultivation, nor did he consume any pills to increase his potential. Instead, he chose to sit there quietly and carefully plan his next cultivation plan. Originally, his goal today was to see the special aspects of the 4 secret realm in the trial peak. However, what he didn't expect was that, with the help of the terrifying pressure of Gravity Pavilion, he had broken through to the second level of refining stage. Although the breakthrough of the stage was a pleasant surprise, it also brought a huge problem to Chu Zhongtian, which was the massive amount of cultivation resources. He needed to use Beast Inner Core or Spirit Stones to duplicate medicinal pills. As his stage continued to increase, more and more medicinal pills were consumed, causing the number of spirit stones in his storage bag to decrease. He urgently needed to obtain more cultivation resources. Furthermore, he wanted to borrow the strength of his sect to increase his cultivation in Secret Realm. In order to change his cultivation talent, he needed a lot of sect contribution point. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian calculated his next plan while steadily increasing his cultivation base. He would hunt strange beasts to increase his battle consciousness. At the same time, he wanted to earn enough cultivation resources and sect contribution point. After confirming his next plan, Chu Zhongtian started to look for a suitable place for the trial. The floating cloud sect was different from the Qi country. As the Qi country was close to the endless forest, it was the most suitable place for the trial of martial artists. The floating cloud sect was millions of kilometers away from the endless forest. If a person wanted to go to the endless forest to train, just the journey back and forth would drive them crazy. At the same time, the floating cloud sect was a completely unfamiliar place to Chu Zhongtian. He had no idea where there was a suitable place for him to train, so he could only look for Zhao and Juan. After all, after joining the elite disciple training program, he would be in charge of their future cultivation. If there were any problems, he would be the most suitable person to look for. In the next 3 years, besides daily cultivation, Zhao and Juan's most important task was to take care of the daily lives of Chu Zhongtian and the other 3, cultivation plans, sect affairs, and so on. For convenience's sake, he moved to Hidden Dragon Peak a few days ago. However, he didn't live in the 10 courtyards halfway up the mountain. Instead, he chose to live at the highest point of Hidden Dragon Peak. Although Chu Zhongtian had never been to the peak before, there was a detailed route in the identity token, so he did not spend much time to reach the peak. Deacon, Chu Zhongtian requests an audience. Standing in front of the temporary courtyard, Chu Zhongtian shouted loudly, "Come in!" Zhao and Juan's voice came from the courtyard. Chu Zhongtian pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. He was stunned for a moment, because he found that the layout of Zhao and Juan's temporary residence was much more exquisite than the 10 courtyards on the mountainside. The environment was more beautiful, and the spiritual qi was more abundant. There were divine soul stage and above experts in the floating cloud sect. For a peerless expert like him, it was a piece of cake for him to build an exquisite courtyard. Chu Zhongtian, what business do you have with me? Zhao and Juan asked kindly when he saw Chu Zhongtian push open the door. You have broken through to the second layer of the body refining period. Before Chu Zhongtian could answer, he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongtian had already reached the second layer of the body refining period. 1. It wasn't strange for an outstanding genius to break through to the minor stage within 10 days. But Chu Zhongtian wasn't one of those monstrous geniuses. He was only a 7th grade low-rank cultivation talent. He was able to achieve a breakthrough speed that only a high-grade cultivation talent could achieve under the restriction of such a low-grade cultivation talent. If Zhao and Juan wasn't surprised by this, that would be strange. I wanted to experience the environment of Gravity Pavilion, but I didn't expect to break through to the second layer of the body refining period with the help of the enormous pressure in Gravity Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian wasn't overly modest, nor was he overly arrogant. He was just speaking the truth. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's words, Zhao and Juan couldn't help but sneer. It was rare for accidents to happen during the breakthrough of the stage. Even if something unexpected happened, it was still a great opportunity. For an ordinary secret realm that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years like the Gravity Pavilion, the probability of accidents happening was basically 0. Alright, since you have already broken through to the second layer of the body refining period, you won't be consolidating your cultivation in your own residence. Why are you looking for me? After laughing coldly, Zhao and Juan didn't continue to pester him with this question. Instead, he asked why Chu Zhongtian had come to find him. After that, Chu Zhongtian told Zhao and Juan about his current predicament and his thoughts of wanting to train. You're right. A genius who wants to grow quickly will definitely not be able to do so just by cultivating. Training outside is the best choice. Zhao and Juan agreed with Chu Zhongtian's idea of going out to train. At the same time, he started to make arrangements for Chu Zhongtian in his mind. There is a city called Inferno Hell about 30,000 kilometers away from Floating Cloud Sect. The environment there is suitable for you to train in. After thinking for a while, Zhao Enjun finally gave Chu Zhongtian a place to train. Over 30,000 kilometers. Chu Zhongtian did not have any objections to the location that Zhao Enjun had arranged. He just felt very awkward about the long distance. 30,000 miles, which was close to 60,000 miles, was more than 30,000 miles. Even if he was riding an upper-rank 9th grade flying beast, it would take him at least a month, and it would take him almost 2 months to travel back and forth. Furthermore, he couldn't concentrate on cultivating on flying beasts, so Chu Zhongtian was a little hesitant. It just so happens that Elder Xiajun has a mission tomorrow, and he wants to make a trip to Purgatory City. You can take his flying ship there. This will save you a lot of time, and your safety will be guaranteed. Chu Zhongtian's reaction satisfied Zhao Enjun. He's not afraid of places for training, but he's worried that the journey will affect his training. Zhao Enjun appreciated and valued disciples like Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, he would make the most reasonable arrangement. Elder Xie. Chu Zhongtian thanked him sincerely. Although Zhao Enjun said that Xiajun had brought him along on the way, Xiajun was still a top essence gathering stage and above expert. How could he possibly care about a mere body refining stage disciple? This must be a deliberate arrangement. Chu Zhongtian would remember this in his heart. Since you're going to train tomorrow, I'll give you a few more words of advice. Martial artists not only need to continuously improve the stage, but also need to master different kinds of martial skills in order to cope with different kinds of situations. You should try to understand the few secret scripture books that I gave you earlier. It will definitely be of great use in the future. Yes, Elder. When Zhao Enjun gave out the first treatment, there were indeed 3 martial skill manuals in the wooden chest. However, Chu Zhongtian did not pay much attention to it. At this moment, he heard him mention this matter. Chu Zhongtian thought that after he went back, he must study it carefully. All right, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Xiajun will go to Courtyard 9 to pick you up. Don't waste any time, you can go back now. Zhao Enjun indicated that Chu Zhongtian could go back. Yes, Elder. Chu Zhongtian bowed and left the courtyard. Courtyard 9 in a secret chamber. After listening to Zhao Enjun's instructions, Chu Zhongtian returned to the secret room and took out the 3 secret scripture books that he had given out. After opening them and taking a closer look, he found that these secret scripture were indeed suitable for him. The first one was a wind attribute high-grade yellow body movement technique secret scripture. After carefully experiencing it, Chu Zhongtian found that this secret scripture had a very close connection with the windbreaker that he was cultivating. This meant that once the windbreaker entered the peak stage, he would be able to directly learn this advanced movement technique book. This was a wind attribute movement technique. It seemed like the treasure Zhao Enjun gave him was specially chosen based on everyone's different physiques. Thinking of this, he immediately began to experience the second saber technique advanced martial skill 10,000 waves. As he gained a deeper understanding of the 10,000 waves, the more Chu Zhongtian felt that his initial understanding of it was wrong. This 10,000 waves could not only be said to be a yellow-level beginner martial skill, it could also be said to be a mid-profound grade martial skill. The 10,000 waves did not have many moves, only 5 steps. The first step was to possess the power of the beginner sword method martial technique, and the second step was to increase the power of the yellow-level intermediate sword method martial technique. With this method, by the 5th step, the power of the saber technique would be as strong as a mid-profound grade martial skill. The only weakness of the 10,000 waves was that it required a sufficient amount of spiritual power to support it. Moreover, when he used the saber technique, he could not pause it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to use the 5th step. After putting down the 10,000 waves solemnly, Chu Zhongtian took out the last secret scripture. After carefully looking at it, he found that it was an advanced martial skill. This fist technique was called the hard gate punch. It was a fist technique that relied on brute force and momentum to win. Chu Zhongtian liked it very much as well. After putting away the 3 secret scripture books, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath and began to reflect on what he had done in the past. Basic moves were important, but he could not completely underestimate martial skills. Otherwise, why would there be so many martial skills in the world? Furthermore, each martial skill had a very detailed classification. Chu Zhongtian had already decided that although he wouldn't give up on basic martial skills, he would still need to take more time to learn advanced rank martial skill. He had to leave early tomorrow morning, so he had no time to learn the martial skills. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian took out the medicinal pills, he consolidated his cultivation after breaking through while increasing his various potential. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chu Zhongtian stood at the entrance of Courtyard 9 early in the morning. Although Zhao Enjuan had mentioned that Xie Jun would come to Courtyard 9 to pick him up yesterday, Chu Zhongtian did not dare to be careless and stay in the courtyard to wait for Xie Jun to pick him up. Therefore, he stood outside the courtyard early in the morning and waited. Not long after, Chu Zhongtian found Xie Jun with a smile on his face, landing on the hillside of Hidden Dragon Peak. He quickly took a few steps forward and bowed. "Hello! Chu Zhongtian, you and I are familiar with each other. Don't be so polite to me in the future." Although Xie Jun was Deacon Elder of the Outer Sect, and a Peak Essence Gathering Stage warrior, he was still a disciple of the Outer Sect. However, he didn't dare to look down on any disciple of Hidden Dragon Peak. Chu Zhongtian and the others didn't know about the training plan for the elite disciples, but as an elder, Xie Jun knew it very well. He knew that although these 6 disciples were only body-refining stage warriors, it wouldn't take them a few years. They would be able to surpass him in terms of cultivation. At that time, not only would they surpass him in terms of cultivation base, they would also surpass him in terms of status. If he could get on good terms with them now, it would be beneficial to his position in the sect in the future. Elder, the etiquette cannot be broken. Facing Xie Jun's politeness, Chu Zhongtian still insisted on his own principles. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the Chu family's 3rd elder. He didn't know if 3rd elder's mentality at that time was the same as his. After being polite to each other for a while, Chu Zhongtian realized that Xie Jun didn't intend to leave immediately. Instead, he stayed where he was. Although he didn't know what he was waiting for, Chu Zhongtian could only wait by his side. About 10 minutes later, the door to the courtyard in Mansion Number 7 was opened. A slightly fatter young man walked out of the courtyard. Zhang Xing. Looking at the young man walking out of Mansion Number 7, Chu Zhongtian whispered to himself. There were only 6 people who could participate in the Elite Disciple Training Program. Chu Zhongtian only knew a little about Wang Fuqi and Lin Dong. As for the remaining 3 people, he only knew their names. Age, cultivation, talent, and stage, he didn't know anything else. "I've seen Elder Xie. I've seen Senior Brother Chu." Zhang Xing, who had left Mansion Number 7, saw Chu Zhongtian and Xie Jun waiting for him. He immediately walked up to them and greeted them. "Your cultivation base is higher than mine, so I should be the one calling you Senior Brother." There was no rigid rule about the ranking of people of the same generation in the Floating Cloud sect. Basically, it was based on the stage. Currently, Zhang Xing was already a 3rd layer of the body refining period, while Chu Zhongtian was only a 2nd layer of the body refining period. According to Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base, he should be called Senior Brother. In the face of Chu Zhongtian's courtesy, Zhang Xing didn't accept it. Instead, he insisted on his own point of view. "Your talent is outstanding. It's only a matter of time before your cultivation base surpasses mine. So, I'll just call you Senior Brother." Zhang Xing's words were not only polite, but also sincere. When he participated in the 2nd and 3rd round of the test, he was already a 3rd layer of the body refining period, while Chu Zhongtian was merely a 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period at that time. More than 10 days had passed, and he was still a 3rd layer of the body refining period. However, not only had Chu Zhongtian broken through to the great stage, he had also broken through to the 2nd level of the body refining stage. There was only a difference of 1 minor stage between him and .. With such a monstrous speed of improvement, it wouldn't take long for Chu Zhongtian to surpass him. "Alright, if you keep being polite, I'm afraid we won't be leaving today." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still wanted to continue being courteous, Xie Jun interrupted and stopped him. After that, Xie Jun took out the mid-level flying spirit ship from the void, opened the cabin, and signaled Chu Zhongtian and Zhang Xing to follow him onto the ship. After the ship took off and left the Floating Cloud sect, Xie Jun, who was sitting in the cabin, called Chu Zhongtian and Zhang Xing to sit down. Chu Zhongtian, Zhang Xing, I know you two want to talk. We need to strengthen our relationship. However, according to Elder Jiao's instructions, there are some things that I need to remind you about. After Chu Zhongtian and Zhang Xing sat down, Xiejun spoke. Our destination this time is Purgatory City. Zhang Xing knows a lot about Purgatory City, but I'm afraid this is Chu Zhongtian's first time hearing about it, so you have to listen carefully from now on. Following Xiejun's narration, Chu Zhongtian's relaxed expression gradually darkened. After Xiejun left the hall, Chu Zhongtian fell into deep thought. Originally, Chu Zhongtian thought that Zhao Enjuan would arrange a place for him to train. It was just that the danger was slightly higher, but it was suitable for a primary rank of the body refining period. However, after Xiejun's introduction, Chu Zhongtian realized that it wasn't the case at all. Purgatory City was a rather strange city in the southern domain of Eternal Continent. It didn't belong to any of the 9 major powers. It was independent of the entire southern domain, and it was a completely autonomous city. All kinds of powers stood tall in the Purgatory City, and the composition of the people was very complicated. Among these people were rogue cultivator, adventurers, and wanted criminals from the Empire. There were also traders from sects and so on. Could be said that there were no laws in Purgatory City. There were also no morals and ethics. In Purgatory City, it was normal to kill people and rob their goods. If one didn't like it, they would start fighting at any time. It could be said that one had to be wary of any danger that might appear on the streets at any time. If one wanted to survive in the Purgatory City, strength and vigilance were the only safeguards. Senior Brother Chu, do you feel a heavy pressure? After Chu Zhongtian finished pondering and raised his head, Zhang Xing, who had been sitting quietly by the side, spoke. Chu Zhongtian nodded. He did not say anything because the heavy pressure made him not want to say anything. Senior Brother Chu, there are rules everywhere. Although the Purgatory City is complicated, there will be a month of safety every 5 years. Because within this month, there will be a challenge for different stage warriors in the Purgatory City. During the challenge period, no conflicts are allowed. Otherwise, all the forces in the Purgatory City will eliminate those who cause conflicts. Therefore, within this month, the Purgatory City will be safe. Oh! Xiejun did not mention about the recent competition in Purgatory City, so when Chu Zhongtian heard Zhang Xing mention it, he felt his body lighten and immediately became alert. Senior Brother Chu, I think Elder Jiao will send you to Purgatory City to train. I'm afraid he wants you to participate in the same level challenge in Purgatory City. This is because participating in the challenge will not only give you a huge amount of rewards, but also increase your strength and horizons. Zhang Xing continued to explain when he saw Chu Zhongtian's spirit. Junior Zhang, do you mean that anyone can participate in the Challenger League? There are no special requirements. Zhang Xing's explanation energized Chu Zhongtian. He asked excitedly. Yes, as for the details, I'm not sure. I'm afraid you will need to go to Purgatory City to understand them. Junior Zhang, from your tone just now, didn't you go to the Purgatory City to participate in the challenge? Judging from Zhang Xing's tone just now, it seemed like his purpose of going to the Purgatory City this time wasn't to participate in the challenge. Yes, although the composition of the people in Purgatory City was rather complicated, there were some powerful seniors living in the city. Among them are even blacksmiths and alchemy grandmasters. The reason I'm going to Purgatory City this time is to pay a visit to an alchemy grandmaster. Zhang Xing nodded his head. He didn't conceal his objective. Junior Zhang, could it be that you are also an alchemist? Hearing that Zhang Xing was paying a visit to an alchemy grandmaster, Chu Zhongtian's interest was immediately piqued. It's just so. I'm only a 9th grade middle rank alchemist. My cultivation in the Tao of alchemy is still very low. Zhang Xing said modestly. When Chu Zhongtian heard that Zhang Xing had already become a 9th grade middle rank alchemist at such a young age, he immediately felt a deep sense of respect. As Chu Zhongtian's cultivation could not be separated from the assistance of large amounts of medicinal pills, he had a lot of respect for alchemists. In his heart, he had always wanted to make friends with an alchemist so that he could be of some help in the future. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian's attitude towards Zhang Xing became much more respectful. No, Junior Zhang, you are only 17 years old and you are already a 9th grade middle-rank alchemist. As your cultivation base and experience in alchemy increases in the future, it's only a matter of time before you become Grandmaster of the Pill Tao. Although the Chu family was famous for its medicinal pills, the one with the highest cultivation base in the inner core Dao was the upper-rank 9th grade Grand Elder. Although Zhang Xing was only a 9th grade middle-rank alchemist, he was only 17 years old today. His future in alchemy would definitely be boundless. There were only benefits and no disadvantages to befriending him in advance. At the same time, since Chu Zhongtian was also from a family of medicinal pills, and he was well-versed in all kinds of medicinal pills and herbs, the two of them had a very harmonious exchange of knowledge regarding medicinal pills and herbs. Time passed very quickly in the harmonious atmosphere. When Xie Jun appeared in the hall, the conversation between the two had not ended yet. I didn't expect the two of you to have so many topics to talk about. You two have been chatting for a good half a day, Xie Jun said with a smile as he looked at the two people who were talking. As Xie Jun was in charge of Chu Zhongtian's 3 rounds of test, he admired Chu Zhongtian very much. Zhang Xing was not a simple person, not to mention his alchemy cultivation base. The expert behind him was enough to make Xie Jun feel fearful. Therefore, he was very wary of these two young men whose ages and cultivation base were inferior to his. Xie Jun had always maintained an equal attitude. That's right. I never thought that senior brother Chu would be so outstanding in terms of martial arts. I'm quite impressed by your expertise in medicinal pills and herbs. Zhang Xing only had a rough understanding of Chu Zhongtian in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. The only thing that left a deep impression on Zhang Xing was that Chu Zhongtian dared to reject Wang Fuqi's invitation. Who was Wang Fuqi? Wang Fuqi was a direct descendant of the 5th grade family Huangfu family, and he had a high-grade 6th grade cultivation talent. He was one of the future overlords of the Eternal Continent's southern domain, and Zhang Xing didn't dare to offend such a person. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't care about it at all. Therefore, Zhang Xing admired Chu Zhongtian very much. Zhang Xing, the Chu family that Chu Zhongtian came from, is famous for its medicinal pills. Although the highest alchemist in the family is only at the upper rank 9th grade, there must be a lot of medicinal pills and knowledge in the family. It's normal for him to be good at something. Xie Jun knew more about Chu Zhongtian's situation. Therefore, he knew more about ____. Elder, what can I do for you? Chu Zhongtian asked curiously when he saw Xie Jun, who was supposed to be resting, appear in the hall. Even if the flying ship was fast, it would not be able to fly more than 30,000 kilometers within half a day. I just received an order from Elder Jiao. He told me to give you some defensive treasures. After saying that, Xie Jun took out 2 green jade pendants from the void. He casually threw them in front of Chu Zhongtian and Zhang Xing. These are the jade pendants that Elder Jiao just sent over. Each jade pendant contains 3 streams of Elder Jiao's energy, which is enough to deal with 3 irresistible crises. After Chu Zhongtian and Zhang Xing received the jade pendant, Xie Jun explained. The jade pendant contained 3 strands of Jiao and Jun's energy. Hearing Xie Jun's explanation, Chu Zhongtian's heart was filled with wild joy. He wasn't sure about Jiao and Jun's true cultivation base, but he was sure that he was stronger than an essence gathering stage. Otherwise, Xie Jun, who was already an essence gathering stage peak, wouldn't respect and fear him. Chu Zhongtian suspected that he might be a peerless divine soul stage expert. As for how powerful the energy he deliberately left behind was, Chu Zhongtian didn't even need to try to guess it. As the jade pendant would only unleash its true power when it was in danger, Chu Zhongtian didn't put the jade pendant back into the storage bag. Instead, he chose to wear it close to his body. Alright, you guys can continue chatting or go back to your rooms to rest. It's up to you guys. After explaining the use of the jade pendant, Xie Jun turned around and left the hall. I have just broken through to the 2nd layer of the body refining period, and the stage isn't stable. So, I plan to return to my room and continue cultivating. Although Chu Zhongtian and Zhang Xing had a friendly conversation, they had just received a jade pendant from Jiao and Jun. He knew that Zhao and Juan had high expectations for him, so he didn't want to let Zhao and Juan down. He planned to make the best use of every minute and every second to increase his strength. All right, when I return to the Hidden Dragon Peak, I will definitely prepare the best tea and spirit fruit in the mansion number 7. I will talk to you through the night. Xianxia had benefited a lot from the conversation just now. He originally wanted to continue the conversation. However, he couldn't refuse Chu Zhongtian's request to leave. He could only regretfully set the time for the next chat. At this time, there were only 3 people in the spaceship, and there were many empty rooms. Chu Zhongtian randomly chose a room close to the hall as his temporary cultivation room. Chu Zhongtian sat on the cushion with his legs crossed. He did not immediately start cultivating. Instead, his brows were tightly knitted, and he had a thoughtful expression. Originally, according to his initial plan, he planned to go to a dense forest with a large number of strange beasts for training. Firstly, he could increase his strength. Secondly, he could use the corpses of strange beasts and inner core to earn enough spirit stones. Secondly, he would be able to exchange them for sect contribution point. However, the training ground that Zhao and Juan had arranged for him clearly didn't agree with his original intention. This made him somewhat unable to make up his mind. Furthermore, through the introduction of Xiejun and Zhangxing just now, Chu Zhongtian knew that the Purgatory City would hold a challenge within the next month. Even if it was a battle between 2 opponents of the same level, the stage, Chu Zhongtian would still be at a disadvantage. Because he was only at the 2nd layer of the body refining period, even if he could jump levels and challenge them, he would still be at a disadvantage. However, his true combat strength was only at the 6th layer of the body refining period. If the opponent he faced was at the 7th layer of the body refining period or above, he had no chance of winning. Besides, there would certainly be many peerless geniuses who could participate in the Purgatory City Challenge, which would reduce his advantage in the challenge. Chu Zhongtian racked his brain, but there was no result. He thought to himself, forget it. Since Zhao and Juan had arranged for him to go to the Purgatory City to train, he must have his own thoughts and goals. He only needed to obey. It was better not to think about it. Chu Zhongtian threw away the distracting thoughts from before and began to calm his mind and hold his breath. He continued to consolidate his cultivation after the breakthrough. The intermediate spirit weapon flying ship that was advancing at full speed was abnormally fast, reaching a speed of more than 1,000 miles per hour. The journey of more than 30,000 miles only took 1 day and night to arrive at Purgatory City smoothly. As Purgatory City did not belong to any major power in Southern Domain, and the people in the city were more complicated, Xiejun's flying ship did not directly fly into the city. Instead, it stopped a few kilometers away from Purgatory City. After Chu Zhongtian left the flying ship, he looked up at the Purgatory City anxiously. After that, a magnificent building complex appeared in front of his eyes. The green wall was thick and sturdy. There were no towers or arrow towers on the city gate. There were only rows of bright red flags. The flags were embroidered with different kinds of ferocious beasts and divine beasts. At the city gate, a dozen nurses in black armor, who had reached the body refining stage peak, were staring at every warrior who came in and out of the city. They turned a blind eye to those who looked suspicious. Instead, they were glaring at the warriors from different forces. This city is the Purgatory City, and it is also the place where you will train this time. The Purgatory City is filled with danger. You must be careful. After entering the city, Xiejun briefly explained the situation in the Purgatory City to Chu Zhongtian. Then, he signaled ___ to leave on his own. I'll see you in a month. Xiejun had already told Chu Zhongtian that he had a mission on hand this time. He could only send Chu Zhongtian to Purgatory City. The rest of the matters could only be handled by him. A month later, he would appear at the city gate on time. At that time, he would bring ___ back to the sect. Be careful. Zhangxing waved at Chu Zhongtian and reminded him worriedly. Through Xiejun and Zhangxing's introduction, Chu Zhongtian knew that there were many dangers in Purgatory City. However, since he had already entered the ___ he had to accept it calmly. Therefore, after bidding farewell to the two of them, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly flew towards the center of the city. 1. Isn't it too dangerous for senior brother Chu to stay in Purgatory City alone to train? Zhang Xing looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had disappeared into the crowd, and said with a worried expression, "It was Elder Jiao's idea to arrange Chu Zhongtian to train here. With Elder Jiao's appreciation for Chu Zhongtian, he shouldn't put Chu Zhongtian's life in danger, so you don't have to worry about Chu Zhongtian." Chu Zhongtian, who had rushed into the city, first chose not an inn, nor did he want to hold the competition. Instead, he chose a very popular restaurant. Regarding the Purgatory City, Xie Jun and Zhang Xing's introduction was very general. Chu Zhongtian needed to use his ears and eyes to judge the basic situation of the Purgatory City, and the restaurant was the best choice to understand the situation. "Please come in." Just as he walked to the front of the restaurant, a waiter standing at the door immediately greeted him warmly. Chu Zhongtian glanced at the waiter and entered the restaurant with an expressionless face. However, his heart was in turmoil. This was because the waiter standing at the entrance of the restaurant wasn't an ordinary person. He was a Qi refining stage peak warrior. To be able to make a Qi refining stage peak stage warrior a waiter, the power behind this restaurant must be extremely powerful. Purgatory City, a restaurant in the city. After entering the restaurant, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked around the hall. He found that the hall was very spacious, and there were more than 60 tables in the hall. Although most of the tables were already full, there were still a few empty tables. "Customer, are you going to the hall or to the private room?" After following Chu Zhongtian into the restaurant, the waiter immediately asked. "I'm alone in the main hall." Although the environment in the private room was better, Chu Zhongtian wanted to understand the situation. The best choice was the main hall because the people here were complicated. After finding an empty table a little further away, Chu Zhongtian placed the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade on the table and then asked the waiter, "Give me a pot of wine and 4 side dishes." "Okay." Seeing Chu Zhongtian's easygoing attitude, the waiter mistakenly thought that Chu Zhongtian was a regular customer of the restaurant. He immediately shouted and turned around to prepare. Seeing the waiter turn around and leave, the corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth raised slightly. He revealed a trace of a pleased smile. Although this was the first time he entered a restaurant to eat after his transmigration, because of work in his previous life, he had been to a restaurant many times and knew how to show that he wasn't a new customer. While waiting for the waiter to prepare the food and drinks, Chu Zhongtian pricked up his ears and listened to the conversations of the surrounding customers. After listening carefully for a while, Chu Zhongtian's attention was attracted by the conversations of the customers at a table not far away from him. There were a total of 4 customers at this table. The middle-aged man sitting at the head seat was the strongest. He had already reached the stage that Chu Zhongtian couldn't distinguish, which meant that he was at least at the Qi transforming period. As for the remaining 3, they were all at the 8th level of body refinement. "Fourth brother, how did you find out about this matter?" The middle-aged man with the most dignified appearance and strength put down his wine cup and asked. "Boss, I have already found out about the 11 early Qi transforming period arena. The first 5 arena lord are all famous experts. Boss doesn't have much of an advantage against them. The last 3 arena lord are the young experts who have just risen up. With boss's strength, he should be able to handle them." After hearing his brother's introduction, the middle-aged man nodded his head in satisfaction, then picked up the wine cup. He wanted to drink the wine in the cup, but suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Recently, have there been any new strong people in the city?" "Not yet." Shaking his head, Ling indicated that he had not heard of any new strong people recently. The reason Chu Zhongtian noticed the conversations of the customers at the table was that they had mentioned the challenge competition and the arena. However, after they talked, not only did Chu Zhongtian not understand them, he became even more confused. "Brother, do you have any other people here?" Just when Chu Zhongtian was confused by the conversation of the customers at the table, a pleasant voice suddenly came from beside him. When he looked up, Chu Zhongtian almost laughed out loud, because the 2 people standing in front of him were obviously big girls dressed in men's clothing, but they tried their best to show that they were real men. Because of the special disguise on their faces, Chu Zhongtian was unable to determine the looks of the two girls in front of him. However, from their temperaments, he could tell that one of them had an outstanding appearance. Even if she was not as outstanding as Dongfang Yuner, she was still a stunning beauty. Sit. Chu Zhongtian gestured with his hand and did not reject their request. The hall was already full. It would not be convenient for the two of them, who were disguised as men, to squeeze together with the men. He was the only one at Chu Zhongtian's table, so he did not refuse. Thank you. The two girls thanked Chu Zhongtian and sat down. Although there were two more people around him, it did not affect him to continue listening to the conversations around him. After listening for a while, Chu Zhongtian did not find any information that could help him, which made him a little anxious. At this moment, the two girls who were dressed in men's clothing whispered something to each other, which attracted Chu Zhongtian's attention. Miss, the girl, who was obviously a maid, shouted in a low voice. Shui, shut up. I am a man now. You should call me young master. Hearing the maid call her young lady, the girl who was the master immediately became anxious and scolded softly. Yes, young master. Master's reminder made Shui immediately react. She immediately changed the way she addressed her and then said in a begging tone, Young master, let's go back. If your father finds out that you secretly ran out, I'm afraid he will send Lord Blackguard to catch you. TSK. My father has been keeping me at home all day long, and I'm about to go crazy. It wasn't easy for me to escape. How could I possibly go back? Speaking up to this point, the girl who called herself young master saw the anticipation in the maid's eyes. She couldn't bear to refuse, so she could only say helplessly, All right, after I participate in this challenge and make an arena lord, I'll follow you back. Really? Shui did not believe it. 5. Really? The girl who called herself young master said with certainty. Challenge competition? The final winner of the arena competition? The conversation between the master and servant was also related to the challenge and the arena. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was like an ant on a hot pan, and his heart was extremely anxious. This young master, hello? In a hurry to know the details of the challenge competition, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to find out from the two girls who disguised themselves as boys. This was because these two girls were rookies who had not been deeply involved in the world and did not have many schemes. If he wanted to verify some things with them, it would not cause any unnecessary trouble, and he would not be cheated. Brother, hello? Seeing Chu Zhongtian take the initiative to answer, the girl who called herself young master immediately became very interested. She immediately cupped her fists and greeted him. My name is Chu Zhongtian. I am from the Chu family of Qi country. May I know how I should address young master? Chu Zhongtian first briefly introduced him, then asked about the background of the two girls. My name is Lan Feng. I am from the Lan family of Wu State. The girl dressed as a man introduced her in the same way. When Lan Feng introduced her origin, her tone clearly paused for a moment, as if she had thought about it for a while. Chu Zhongtian smiled at her, but he did not expose her lie. Brother Lan, I come from a distant kingdom. This time I am going out to train with the elders of my clan. When I entered the city just now, I heard that everyone was talking about the challenge and the arena. I do not know much about the situation. I wonder if you know about it, Brother Lan? Oh, you're talking about the challenge that is held once every 5 years in Purgatory City. Of course I know it very well, because I was born in. When Lan Feng heard that Chu Zhongtian wanted to understand the specific situation of this competition, she did not know why her mood was so high. Her words came out of her mouth without thinking and almost revealed her true origin. Fortunately, the maid beside her reminded her in time and made her react immediately. I'm not from the Purgatory City. I have a friend who is from the Purgatory City. Under the reminder of the maid, Lan Feng immediately noticed her mistake and immediately changed her words. Chu Zhongtian did not care about this because he only wanted to understand the rules of this competition through Lan Feng. He was not interested in his background at all. And, please explain in detail. Purgatory City holds a competition every 5 years. Its purpose is to... After Lan Feng introduced the rules of the challenge in detail, Chu Zhongtian gradually understood. At the same time, the hot blood in his heart began to boil. Actually, the Purgatory City was not as chaotic as the rumors in the outside world. Although the composition of the people in the city was rather complicated, and things like revenge often happened, after thousands of years of development, the city had already been firmly controlled by some major powers. The forces that controlled the Purgatory City restrained each other, eventually forming a reasonable system. It allowed the Purgatory City to develop smoothly. It was also because of this reason that the 9 major powers of the Southern Domain were unable to interfere in the affairs of the Purgatory City. No one knew when it started, and no one knew who suggested it. Every 5 years, the Purgatory City would hold a challenge against the entire Southern Domain, and it had been held thousands of times until now. The rules of the challenge were very simple. As long as one reached the Qi refining stage, and didn't exceed the essence gathering stage, they could participate in the challenge. The challenge lasted for a month, and it was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was 10 days. Within 10 days, every martial artist who reached the Purgatory City could participate in the Challenger League at any time. And to the south of the Purgatory City, there was an extremely large square. There was a total of 99 arena built on the plaza, and these 99 arena were the venue for this challenge. The 99 arena were of different sizes. The biggest 33 arena had a diameter of 100 meters, the smallest 33 arena had a diameter of 10 meters, and the remaining 33 arena had a diameter of 50 meters. The 3 different arena with different diameter represented the different strengths of the contestants. The arena with a diameter of 100 meters was a Qi transforming period warrior, the arena with a diameter of 50 meters was a body refining stage warrior, and the arena with a diameter of 10 meters was a Qi refining stage warrior. Even the 33 arena with the same diameter had a very clear classification of strength. The first 11 arena were the competition grounds for the 7th layer of the body refining period warriors, and the 11 arena in the middle were the competition grounds for the 4th level refinement stage warriors and above. The remaining 11 arena were the competition grounds for those at the 1st layer of the body refining period and above. The process of the challenge competition was very simple, and that was to defend the arena. In the beginning of the competition, the 99 arena were all empty. When the challenge competition officially began, the competitors participating in the Challenger League would voluntarily go on stage to defend according to their own strength. If they could defend on one arena for 10 days, and no one dared to challenge it in the end, then it represented the victory of the Challenger League. If he could successfully defend the arena, not only would he gain a great amount of popularity, he would also receive a generous reward. The first 10 days of the Challenger League were only the first stage of the Challenger League. Starting from the 11th day, a secret realm would be opened in Purgatory City, and the arena lord of the 99 arena would enter the secret realm to fight for the last place in ranking competition. The reward of the ranking competition was the biggest reward of the competition, and it was also one of the reasons why the young experts of the Southern Domain were so loyal to the competition. Thank you for telling me all this. Lan Feng's introduction was very detailed, allowing Chu Zhongtian to clearly understand the details of this challenge. At the same time, he also understood why Zhao and Juan wanted him to come to the Purgatory City to train. Apart from increasing his strength through fighting different geniuses, it also allowed him to understand that there were always people stronger than him, and it would stimulate his motivation to move forward. As long as you sign up for the challenge, the staff in charge of the competition will give you a detailed introduction. Lan Feng faced Chu Zhongtian's sincere gratitude and said, "Brother Lan, in order to thank you for your explanation just now, I will pay for the fee this time." Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand and called the waiter over. He first asked about the price. Feeling that the price was fair, he took out a handful of gold coins from his pocket. He did not count the money and directly passed it to the waiter. He also took the initiative to pay for Lan Feng. "It should be my treat." Seeing Chu Zhongtian taking the initiative to treat, Lan Feng hurriedly declined politely. But when she saw Chu Zhongtian take out the gold coins, her tone of refusal changed. Because she secretly escaped from home this time, she only brought along a lot of spirit stones and medicinal pills. She had no idea about the gold coins used in the secular world. If she took out spirit stones at this time, she could also pay the bill, but it would definitely arouse the greed of some people in the hall. At that time, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Farewell. Picking up the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade on the table, Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and gestured. Then he walked away. However, when he walked to Lan Feng's side, his legs paused for a moment. After some consideration, he finally reminded her in a soft voice. Brother Lan, your technique of disguising as a man is too simple. It is very easy to tell at a glance. In my opinion, it would be better for you to restore your daughter's attire and then wear a veil to conceal your appearance. This will save you a lot of unnecessary trouble. Chu Zhongtian was not a busybody, but when he thought of Lan Feng's unreserved explanation for him just now, it made Chu Zhongtian have a good impression of her. He knew very well that Lan Feng's outfit could easily attract men's attention, so before he left, he kindly reminded her. Of course, he could only do this. The rest of the matters could only be handled by Lan Feng herself. After Chu Zhongtian left, Lan Feng covered her mouth and revealed an expression of disbelief. She originally thought that her technique of disguising as a man was very superb and no one would be able to recognize her. But she did not expect that the first person she met after fleeing the family would expose her disguise. This caused her self-esteem to suffer a blow. Of course, she understood that this was Chu Zhongtian's good intentions, but she could not accept this cruel reality. 2. After leaving the restaurant, Chu Zhongtian ran straight to the competition venue. No one knew when, but the buildings in Purgatory City's South City had been cleaned up, and the original address was set up with 99 majestic and magnificent arena. Outside of the 99 arena, there were rows of grandstands of high and low that were arranged in an orderly manner. In the northwest corner of the grandstand, there was a door that was about 3 meters tall made of wood. Chu Zhongtian, who had left the restaurant, had arrived here at this moment. After Lan Feng's introduction, Chu Zhongtian knew that if he wanted to participate in this challenge, he had to register here first. After he received the participant pass, he could enter the challenge. Hello, I want to register for the Challenger League. Name, origin, cultivation base and registration fee of 108th grade low-rank spirit stone. Ever since the start of the competition, countless participants had to be received every day. The staff responsible for registering had already fallen into a state of numbness. Purgatory City, Southern City District, entrance to the challenge competition. You still need to pay 108th grade low-rank spirit stone to sign up? Lan Feng only said that to sign up. After receiving the token to participate in the competition, he could directly participate in the Challenger League. He did not mention that he still needed to pay the fee to sign up. For every challenge, the Purgatory City will need an unknown amount of manpower and material resources. Collecting 108th grade low-rank spirit stone is already very cheap for you guys. Perhaps Chu Zhongtian was not the first person to question the fee. The staff did not get angry because of this. He only mocked him with his words. At the same time, he wanted Chu Zhongtian to accept reality willingly. He continued to explain. A Qi refining stage warrior needs to pay 109th grade low-rank spirit stones, and a Qi transforming period warrior needs to pay 100 level 7 low-rank spirit stone. If one wanted to participate in the challenge, they had to pay the registration fee of 100 spirit stones. Although Chu Zhongtian felt very reluctant, he remembered the staff's explanation just now. In the end, he still took out 100 spirit stones to exchange for a participating token. Zhao Enjuan had asked him to come to Purgatory City at this time. His goal was definitely to let Chu Zhongtian participate in the challenge. Perhaps there would be something beneficial to him in the process of the challenge. Do your best. Defeat him. Beat him down. Chu Zhongtian took the token from the staff member and passed through the door behind him. He entered a very lively and noisy square. The square covered a very large area. It was at least dozens of times wider than the center square of Chu family. The thing that attracted Chu Zhongtian's attention the most was the 99 arena that were about 3 meters tall from the ground. At this moment, there were competitors competing on top of the 99 arena. Below the arena were at least hundreds of thousands of cheering spectators sitting on all four sides. According to the instructions on the token, Chu Zhongtian followed the bluestone path around the square and continued south. Chu Zhongtian passed through the 33 Qi refining stage arena and arrived at the southernmost side. This was the 33 arena used by body refining stage for the competition. The initial stage of the challenge lasted for 10 days, and it was only the fourth day. There were still 6 days left until the end of the stage. Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry to go on stage to challenge. Instead, he chose to sit in the front row of the audience seats. He planned to observe for a while and decide when to go on stage to participate in the competition. There were a total of 33 arena for body refining stage warriors to participate in the competition. 11 of them were for high rank of the body refining period warriors to use. There were also 11 arena for intermediate body refining stage warriors to use, and the last 11 arena were for beginner body refining martial skills to use. Chu Zhongtian's eyes were mostly focused on the arena for the primary rank of the body refining period and intermediate competition, because his current cultivation was at the second layer of the body refining period, which was suitable for primary rank of the body refining period arena. However, his combat strength had already reached the fifth layer of the body refining period. If he combined his strength, his overall combat strength would reach the sixth layer of the body refining period. Therefore, he could participate in the competition between the beginner level and intermediate arena. Chu Zhongtian observed the performance of the contestants on each arena. His relaxed expression gradually became serious, and his eyes were more focused on the primary rank of the body refining period arena. Because from his observation just now, Chu Zhongtian discovered that these contestants who were participating in the challenge, different from the contestants he had participated in when he had participated in the Qi hunting contest. The strength of these competitors were ordinary and very strong. Most of them were geniuses who could jump ranks to challenge. Take the young man who wore the gray arena number 1 of the primary rank of the body refining period as an example. His cultivation was only at the third layer peak of the body refining period, but his combat strength was at the fifth layer of the body refining period peak. Even though he had such a terrifying combat strength, when facing an opponent who was weaker than the stage, the arena was struck down within 30 moves. His opponent had just broken through to the third layer of the body refining period, but his combat strength had reached the terrifying sixth layer of the body refining period. Facing such a terrifying opponent, Chu Zhongtian no longer considered the body refining stage intermediate arena. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on the 11 primary rank of the body refining period arena. The beginning of the challenge competition was held 24/7, regardless of day or night. At night, the entire square would be illuminated by countless torches. This made it convenient for the contestants to continue the competition, and also made it convenient for the audience to watch the exciting competition. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not leave the square. He stayed to watch the battle. The fourth day, Chu Zhongtian only observed the performance of the 11 participants with arena. He did not go on stage to fight. On the fifth day, Chu Zhongtian was still observing the performance of the 11 participants with arena. He did not go on stage to compete. On the sixth day, Chu Zhongtian also chose to observe the performance of the contestants, but he still did not go on stage to compete. For the seventh day, Chu Zhongtian also chose to observe the performance of the contestants, but his expression was no longer as solemn as when he first observed them. Instead, he returned to his original relaxed manner. Through these 4 days of observation, Chu Zhongtian discovered that not all of the contestants were geniuses who could surpass 3 or 4 minor stage warriors. There were only 5 contestants who could surpass 3 minor stage warriors. Most of them had the combat strength of 1 to 2 minor stage warriors. As for the one who had the combat strength of 4 minor stage warriors, he was probably the strongest warrior in primary rank of the body refining period arena. There were a total of 11 primary rank of the body refining period warriors, so Chu Zhongtian didn't have to worry about him fighting the strongest young warrior. Although he had already observed it clearly, Chu Zhongtian still didn't choose to go up the stage. This was because during these 4 days, his observation of different contestants had not only broadened his horizons, but also increased his combat awareness. At the same time, the spiritual power in his dantian had been continuously tempered for 4 days. He had already reached the edge of breaking through, so he decided to leave this place for the time being. He would find an inn to temporarily raise his stage to the second layer of the body refining period peak, and also increase all of his potential to the limit. At that time, he would choose an arena to challenge. The 8th day. Chu Zhongtian appeared in front of the primary rank of the body refining period arena on time, but his expression was not too good. Could even be said that his expression was darker. Chu Zhongtian touched the storage bag hidden in his undergarments on his chest. From time to time, a trace of reluctance flashed across his face. The Purgatory City was currently holding a challenge that was held once every 5 years. There would be a lot of competitors coming to participate in the challenge. This would definitely increase the accommodation fees in the city, but what Chu Zhongtian did not expect was an inn in the most remote area with the simplest environment actually cost 1,500 8th grade low-rank spirit stone a day. This caused the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone in his storage bag to be completely used up. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to raise the stage to the second layer of the body refining period peak and consume a large number of pills to increase his potential, he would rather sleep on the street than spend so many spirit stones. I must successfully defend the arena. Otherwise, I will suffer a great loss this time. Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and secretly encouraged himself. At this time, among the 11 primary rank of the body refining period arena, each arena had an arena lord guarding the arena. Chu Zhongtian's gaze swept across these arena one by one. Purgatory City, Southern City, in front of the primary rank of the body refining period arena. 11 primary rank of the body refining period arena, all of them had arena lord guarding them. Chu Zhongtian's eyes swept across all of them. The arena lord of the first arena was a handsome young man with an unusually cold temperament. He was also the only peerless genius who had a combat strength that exceeded for minor stage warriors. After a night of continuous cultivation, not only had Chu Zhongtian broken through to the second layer of the body refining period peak, he had also pushed all of his potential to the limit. Currently, his true combat strength had reached the 5th layer of the body refining period peak. If he cooperated with ____, his combat strength would reach the 6th layer of the body refining period. His strength wasn't any weaker than Arena Lord No. 1's, it was even slightly stronger than Arena Lord No. 1's. However, exposing his trump card prematurely wasn't good for the next round of defense. Therefore, he directly jumped over Arena No. 1. The second arena's Arena Lord was a youth with an ordinary appearance, but his entire body was emitting dangerous aura. This person had a combat strength that exceeded 3 half-minor stage warriors. Without revealing his true strength, Chu Zhongtian's strength was about the same as his. If he exposed his trump cards too much, it would also be disadvantageous for him to defend the next round. The arena lord of the third arena was a pretty girl with a pretty face, and she also possessed a combat strength that surpassed 3 minor stage warriors. Unless he had no other choice, Chu Zhongtian wasn't willing to fight with a woman. Especially when he fought with a pretty girl, he skipped the third arena. The fourth arena, Chu Zhongtian did not pay attention to who the arena lord was. This was because before he transmigrated, the number Chu Zhongtian dreaded the most was 4. On the other hand, when he encountered something related to 4, he would try his best to avoid it. If he really could not avoid it, he would face it calmly. The fifth arena was also a young girl, unlike the pretty girl with the third arena. The girl on the fifth arena had an ordinary appearance, but the temperament on her body was exceptionally cold. It was similar to his good friend Zhang Qian. Chu Zhongtian directly skipped the fifth arena. As for the arena lord number 6, 7, 8, and the other 3 arena numbers, they were all geniuses who could surpass 2 minor stage geniuses. Chu Zhongtian did not find it troublesome to deal with them. However, he did not wish to choose these 3 arena. This was because his attention was focused on the 9th arena. The reason why he chose the number 9 arena was not because the number 9 arena lord candidate was weak. The number 9 arena's arena lord was the same as the number 6 or 7 arena's arena lord. It was also a genius that could surpass 2 minor stage geniuses. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't know why, but he was very close to the number 9. Furthermore, his courtyard in Hidden Dragon Peak was also the 9th ____. After waiting for the number 9 Arena Lord to defeat the challenger and rest for half an hour, Chu Zhongtian held the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade in his hand and walked up to the arena step by step. Contestant number 16,700. Are you sure you want to challenge the Arena Lord of number 9 Arena? After Chu Zhongtian walked onto the arena with the steel knife in his hand, the referee in charge of the 9th arena competition followed the rules of the competition. He asked about the target of Chu Zhongtian's challenge. Yes, I want to challenge the Arena Lord number 9. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian replied affirmatively. Number 16,700. Chu Zhongtian wants to challenge the Arena Lord number 9, Zhu Chong. After confirming that Chu Zhongtian's opponent was Arena Lord number 9, the referee used a special method to get information about Chu Zhongtian's registration details. After that, he directly announced the competition between the two of them. After 4 days of continuous observation, Chu Zhongtian was 100% confident in defeating the opponent in front of him. However, he was considering how to defeat the opponent as soon as possible without using his trump card. This was because after defeating the opponent, Chu Zhongtian would automatically become the Arena Lord of the 9th Arena. Next, he would accept the challenges of the other challengers. There were still 3 days left until the end of the competition. If he didn't display his formidable strength in this battle, for the next 3 days he would constantly face endless challengers. Although defeating an opponent would give him half an hour of rest, however, 3 days of continuous battles would certainly affect his physical strength and energy. In order to avoid affecting the late-ranking competition, he had to try his best to display his abilities to deter the other challenges. Chu Zhongtian cupped his hands in greeting and held the Blade Master etiquette. I have no interest in the name of my defeated opponent. Zhu Chong had a disdainful expression as he mocked Chu Zhongtian's warrior etiquette. Chu Zhongtian did not care about his contempt. The 11 Arena Lord were all 3rd layer of the body refining period, and he was the only 2nd layer of the body refining period peak. It wasn't surprising that he was looked down upon by others. Not to mention, he would let his opponents experience the feeling of being defeated by someone they looked down upon. The competition begins. After the two of them talked, the referee took a few steps back and announced the start of the match. Sun Scorching. Since he was going to reveal his powerful strength, Chu Zhongtian didn't hide his true strength. He immediately used 80% of his cultivation base and used the beginner martial skill, Peak Stage Sun Scorching, to attack Zhu Chong. As he used the peak stage skill, the Sun Scorching, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel that the sharp tip of the blade was faintly emitting a burning aura. Only Qi transforming period warriors could use this skill, because the power master of the Qi transforming period used wasn't the spiritual power, but the stronger vital spirit. As Chu Zhongtian had only broken through to the body refining stage for a short period of time, he spent most of his time breaking through and consolidating his cultivation. The cultivation of martial skills was temporarily delayed. This was the first time he had used the saber technique after breaking through to the body refining stage, so he was puzzled by this sudden situation. However, this was the time for battle, and he couldn't afford to be distracted, so he temporarily suppressed this thought. For Zhu Chong wasn't a fool, he was actually very smart. Although he had looked down on Chu Zhongtian in words, he had always been vigilant in his heart. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian attacked first, he chose to defend first. He wanted to test Chu Zhongtian's true strength so that he could decide how many attacks he would attack his opponent in the next few moves. However, when he truly felt the power of Chu Zhongtian's saber technique, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted choosing to defend. This was because the power of Liahua's saber technique that Chu Zhongtian used had already surpassed the beginner saber technique, and it was not something that a beginner body-refining martial artist could master. Therefore, when faced with this extremely powerful saber technique, his defense did not last long. The defensive spiritual power was directly cut through by the steel knife and was slashed towards his head. If it wasn't for the judge in charge of the competition helping him, Zhu Chong felt that he would have been cut in half by Chu Zhongtian's saber. Chu Zhongtian wins. After saving Zhu Chong, the judge looked at Chu Zhongtian with a serious expression, then announced Chu Zhongtian's victory. and that he would become the arena lord of the 9th arena. With just one move, he not only defeated Zhu Chong, but also the arena lord number 9. He even forced the referee to save Zhu Chong. Chu Zhongtian's powerful performance not only shocked the audience, but also the remaining 10 arena lord. In the Purgatory City in the Southern City District, on the arena competition between primary rank of the body refining period warriors. The first arena lord, looked at Chu Zhongtian with a serious expression. His eyes were fixed on the steel knife in Chu Zhongtian's hand. Because when arena lord number 1 was challenged for the first time, he had revealed an unusually powerful strength. Many challengers avoided him, causing him to stand on the arena leisurely. It was also because of this that he had the energy to pay attention to the other arena lord's performance. When Chu Zhongtian challenged Zhu Chong just now, arena lord number 1 had already noticed Chu Zhongtian. Although Chu Zhongtian had an ordinary appearance and temperament, there was nothing outstanding about his body. However, he could clearly feel the powerful energy hidden in Chu Zhongtian's body, which was why he had been paying attention to the whole process of their fight. When Chu Zhongtian used the sun-scorching saber technique, the scorching aura emitted from the steel knife, arena lord number 1 could also faintly feel some of it. At the same time, arena lord number 1 also put himself in his shoes to consider if he would be able to face this slash. In the end, he shook his head, because arena lord number 1 felt that unless he used his final trump card, he wouldn't be a match for Chu Zhongtian. After Chu Zhongtian defeated Zhu Chong with one move and forced the referee to help Zhu Chong, the dozens of challengers who wanted to challenge the arena lord number 9 changed their minds and changed their targets to other arena lord. Chu Zhongtian only used one saber technique, and in the end, he won. Chu Zhongtian did not consume too much of his spiritual power and physical strength, so he used half an hour to rest. He carefully recalled the aura that was emitted from the steel knife when he used the saber technique. After Chu Zhengshuan's explanation and the test of the floating cloud sect, Chu Zhongtian was no longer the young expert who had just emerged from the Qi country. At this moment, he had some understanding of different stage. The Qi refining stage and body refining stage were the foundation of a warrior's cultivation, whereas the Qi transforming period was the starting point of a warrior's cultivation. The most important thing for a warrior to step onto the starting point and break through to the Qi transforming period was to increase the quality of their strength. Qi refining stage and body refining stage warriors used spiritual power, while Qi transforming period warriors used vital spirit. The vital spirit was a higher level power, the energy and power contained within it. It was dozens of times more powerful than the spiritual power. At the same time, the vital spirit also contained the characteristics of a martial artist's body. When using a martial skill, the vital spirit would completely stimulate the power of the martial skills. The sun-scorching that he had just used clearly had the feeling that master of the Qi transforming period was using a martial skill. Although the power was still very weak, he was only a second layer of the body refining period peak. It was unbelievable that he could do this. From head to toe, from inside to outside, Chu Zhongtian carefully inspected it several times. He did not discover anything special about his body and the spiritual power, and there was nothing Chu Zhongtian could do about it. The only thing he could do was wait until he returned to Hidden Dragon Peak and ask Zhao Enjuan for confirmation. With Zhao Enjuan's cultivation base, he should be above the essence gathering stage. He would be able to find out what was going on. Giving up on things that he couldn't figure out was Chu Zhongtian's advantage. Therefore, after putting aside his doubts, he faced the next challenge with a relaxed expression. Originally, Chu Zhongtian was worried that he would need to face a peerless genius like Arena Lord No. 1. Arena Lord No. 1 had the combat strength of 4 levels higher than him. This would force Chu Zhongtian to use his final trump card. But at this moment, he had the ability of a Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian felt that even without using his final trump card, he would still have a combat strength that was 4 levels higher than his own. In other words, his true combat strength had already reached the 6th layer of the body refining period peak. No matter who he faced next, Chu Zhongtian could give it his all. Chu Zhongtian's deterrent force only lasted for half a day. As some of the participants who had just registered and had yet to see Chu Zhongtian use the saber technique, they began to choose him as their opponent. Among the 11 arena lord present, only Chu Zhongtian was a second layer of the body refining period peak, while the other 10 were third layer of the body refining period. Everyone knew that they had to pick the weak ones to pick the weak ones. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was their first opponent. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was no longer worried at the beginning. Instead, his heart was filled with anticipation. This was because he was worried that the saber technique that he used to defeat Zhu Chang just now was a technique that could inadvertently stimulate a qi transforming period. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian needed opponents that kept appearing to test his saber technique. Contestant number 28357. Are you sure you want to challenge the arena lord number 9? The judge in charge of number 9 changed his usual numb attitude and looked at the challenger expectantly. I'm sure. The contestant who had just signed up for the challenge answered truthfully. Number 28357 Tian Wuqin challenges the arena lord number 9. Tian Wuqin. Chu Zhongtian. They introduced each other. Following the judge's order, Chu Zhongtian waved his steel knife and attacked Tian Wuqin with the same sun-scorching saber technique. Since Chu Zhongtian didn't know how Tian Wuqin's true combat strength was, he didn't dare to reserve too much of his strength. He still used 80% of his strength. After casting the sun-scorching, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel the scorching aura on the blade. It was even slightly stronger than when he first used it. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This was because Chu Zhongtian was most afraid that he would accidentally use a technique that contained the power of a qi transforming period. The fact that he could still maintain this level of power indicated that he had truly mastered this technique. This made him feel much more at ease. Although Tian Wuqin was a third-layer peak of the body refining period, his combat strength had barely reached the fourth-layer peak of the body refining period. Therefore, when faced with Chu Zhongtian's sun-scorching saber technique, which had the combat strength of a sixth layer of the body refining period, Tian Wuqin was unable to stop it. If it wasn't for the fact that the judge knew what was going on and was prepared in advance, Tian Wuqin wouldn't have been able to hold on for even a second, and he would have been killed by Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian has won. He has successfully defended the arena. After saving Tian Wuqin, the referee loudly announced the result of the match. 3. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's easy victory, the 10 arena lord did not have any reaction. Instead, those challengers who originally wanted to challenge Chu Zhongtian could not help but take a few steps back in fear. They looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on top of the arena with an expression of disbelief. Initially, they thought that Chu Zhongtian was the weakest and everyone wanted to challenge him. However, the weakest person turned into a fierce tiger in the end. These challengers wisely changed their opponents. Chu Zhongtian rested for almost half a day before he finally met his third opponent. Compared to Zhu Chang and Tian Wuqin, his third opponent was even weaker. Under the condition that Chu Zhongtian deliberately held back 50% of his strength, the steel knife had knocked down the challenger's arena. This situation continued until the morning of the 10th day. There was still half a day left until the end of the match. Chu Zhongtian finally welcomed his biggest opponent since the start of the challenge competition, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was also a second-level body refining stage peak like Chu Zhongtian. Lu Yuan came from the sword sect of Mount Hua, one of the 3 major sections. His sword technique was gorgeous and unparalleled, and his combat strength was abnormally strong. The reason Chu Zhongtian knew Lu Yuan's name and origin was because he was different from the other challengers. The opponent he challenged in the beginning was the 11th Arena Lord. With a simple and quick sword technique, he defeated the 10th Arena Lord number 1. However, after defeating 10 Arena Lord number 1, he continued to challenge the Arena Lord number 10. He also relied on a simple and quick sword technique to easily defeat the Arena Lord number 10. He immediately challenged Chu Zhongtian. Due to his overly arrogant attitude and arrogant behavior, he attracted the attention and discussions of the audience in the arena. Through these discussions, Chu Zhongtian finally understood some of Lu Yuan's basic situation. Lu Yuan. Chu Zhongtian. Lu Yuan. Chu Zhongtian. After Lu Yuan stepped onto the 9th arena, he ignored the referee and directly challenged Chu Zhongtian with the swordsman etiquette. To be honest, ever since Chu Zhongtian could use the duplication and paste program to practice again, he had never been afraid of opponents with the stage. Therefore, when faced with Lu Yuan's challenge, he also responded with the Blade Master etiquette. Endless Autumn. Ardent Crystal Flame. Without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan seemed to have understood what was going on. They launched their attacks at the same time, and they were both using extremely powerful beginner martial skills. Chu Zhongtian had the physique of a fire attribute, and the saber technique he used contained the characteristics of fire. As for Lu Yuan, he had the physique of a water attribute, and the sword technique he used contained the characteristics of water. Water and fire were incompatible, and when these two extreme powers met, it immediately triggered a chemical reaction. On the 9th arena, where the two weapons clashed, a burst of mist was created. After one move, the two of them brushed past each other, and at the same time they turned around to look at their opponent. His relaxed expression became a little more serious. After the exchange just now, Chu Zhongtian realized that Lu Yuan's true combat strength wasn't much weaker than his. The sword technique he used also contained the power of a qi transforming period. Good. Lu Yuan brushed past him, and his relaxed expression became excited. He looked at Chu Zhongtian with a trace of fanaticism in his eyes. Endless clouds. Fire burning. A complicated thought flashed through Chu Zhongtian's mind. He stepped on the arena with his left leg, and his whole body shot towards Lu Yuan like a cannonball. At the same time, he used the second skill of the beginner saber technique, fire burning. Lu Yuan did not stop at all. After changing the sword technique, he maintained the same speed as Chu Zhongtian and used the sword technique. After the weapons collided, the two of them did not test each other. Instead, they continued to fight for dozens of rounds. The dozen or so moves of the yellow-level beginner martial skill saber technique were used by Chu Zhongtian over and over again. Lu Yuan was the same as him. He also used the yellow-level beginner sword technique. Due to the incompatibility between water and fire, every time the weapons collided, a large amount of water vapor would be produced. After dozens of exchanges, the entire 9th arena was covered by a large amount of water vapor. Besides the referee who was paying attention to the fight between the two, who could clearly see the process of the fight, he could no longer see the two of them under the arena. He could only use the constant sounds of weapons colliding from the fog of the arena to judge that the two of them were currently engaged in an intense fight. The abnormal changes that occurred during the fight between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan had not only attracted the attention of the other arena warriors, but also the attention of the other arena warriors. Even a few essence gathering stage and above warriors in a building had their attention focused on the 9th arena. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Chu Zhongtian found that his understanding of the sword technique was not any weaker than his understanding of the saber technique. In that case, it would be very difficult for him to defeat him with the saber technique, so Chu Zhongtian did not dare to keep his strength. He would use all of his strength. As Chu Zhongtian gradually increased his strength, Lu Yuan's strength also gradually increased. This caused both of them to be evenly matched, and neither of them could gain the upper hand. As Chu Zhongtian used the saber technique with all of his strength, he used an intermediate martial skill to temporarily force Lu Yuan back. Standing on the same spot, Chu Zhongtian began to pant heavily, while Lu Yuan also panted heavily. For they had already fought over 100 rounds, and every time they attacked, they would use all their strength. At this time, whether it was physical strength, energy, or spiritual power, they had consumed a lot of energy. At this time, Chu Zhongtian only had less than 30% of his spiritual power left. If they continued to fight, even if he could win in the end, he was afraid that his spiritual power would be used up, and it wasn't far from the end of the competition. Chu Zhongtian was worried that if he used up too much of his energy, he would be taken advantage of by others. Therefore, he wanted to make another challenge with Lu Yuan. Seeing that both sides had temporarily stopped fighting, the judge waved his hand and sent out gusts of wind. He started to disperse the mist on the arena. When the mist had completely dissipated, the audience and contestants were surprised to find that the two of them were standing on the same spot, breathing heavily. "Mr. Chu, I think we have already used all our strength." Before Chu Zhongtian could speak, Lu Yuan was the first to speak. Chu Zhongtian nodded. He admitted that he had reached his limit, and at the same time he admired Lu Yuan's strength. Lu Yuan was an equally matched opponent, and he might be his opponent for the rest of his life in the future. Mr. Chu, I still have a trump card. If you can resist this trump card, then I lose this game. After getting the recognition of Chu Zhongtian, Lu Yuan's facial expression didn't change at all, but in his heart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just like Chu Zhongtian, ever since Lu Yuan stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had relied on his outstanding cultivation talent. His amazing comprehension ability and obsession with the sword technique had boosted his reputation in the Hua Mountain sword sect. With his outstanding sword technique and combat strength, he had always been the most famous expert amongst the younger generation of the Hua Mountain sword sect. Therefore, he had never met an opponent who was evenly matched. Chu Zhongtian was the first opponent he had met that he couldn't defeat even if he used all his strength. He admired Chu Zhongtian very much. Looking at Lu Yuan, who still refused to give up, Chu Zhongtian felt a sense of pride in his heart. After getting rid of some distracting thoughts, he said in a forthright manner, "Since you have a trump card, I can't keep hiding it. Let's use our final trump card to decide who will win and who will lose." Chu Zhongtian didn't want to use his final trump card, because he was in an unfamiliar environment. He could be in danger at any time. If he could keep his final trump card, it might lead to a comeback. However, facing Lu Yuan's fighting spirit, which he would never give up, it made him put aside his worries. He would use all of his strength. When he heard that Chu Zhongtian also had his final trump card, not only did Lu Yuan not show any signs of nervousness, the excitement on his face became even stronger. As Lu Yuan's shoulders moved back and forth, an imposing aura rose from his body. Sword force. This is a sword force that has reached the beginner. This young man called Lu Yuan is a rare sword cultivator that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Hua Mountain sword sect. That's right. Once he breaks through to the essence gathering stage, I'm afraid neither of us will be a match for him. That's right. The combat strength of the sword cultivator has always been very strong. Purgatory City, Southern City, Arena number 9. As Lu Yuan displayed the mysterious and unpredictable sword force, his sword force immediately attracted the attention of the hidden experts outside the arena. A few of them even revealed envious expressions. The sword force was a mysterious power. The sword force did not have any cultivation technique. Whether or not one could master it depended on one's own luck. When Chu Zhongtian saw the sword force on Lu Yuan's body, he was stunned for a moment. Then his face revealed a trace of joy. This was because the sword force that Lu Yuan used was basically the same as the sword force that Chu Zhongtian had mastered. The only difference was that Lu Yuan's sword force could perfectly match with the sword, forming a stronger sword force. Chu Zhongtian's sword force had a slight flaw with the saber, and it could not perfectly fuse together. Chu Zhongtian, this sword force of mine was accidentally grasped by me when I was in the Qi refining level 7 due to a difficult situation. The power of this sword force is enough to increase my combat strength by half a minor stage. After Lu Yuan casted the sword force, Lu Yuan's Qi had already reached the 7th layer peak of the body refining period. Initially, Lu Yuan thought that Chu Zhongtian would be nervous and afraid, and might even admit defeat. However, he was surprised to find that there wasn't a trace of nervousness on Chu Zhongtian's face. In fact, there was even a trace of excitement in Chu Zhongtian's eyes. When he thought of this, Lu Yuan was startled. He thought to himself, could it be that Chu Zhongtian has also mastered the sword force? As a force similar to Lu Yuan's rose from Chu Zhongtian's body, Lu Yuan was speechless. What? There is actually someone who can master this kind of force. What is the origin of this young man called Chu Zhongtian? Quickly go and help me investigate. Right, quickly investigate whether Chu Zhongtian is a rogue cultivator or not. Perhaps he is from a small family. Lu Yuan's use of the sword force attracted the attention of the observing powerhouses. Chu Zhongtian, who also used the saber force, gave the hidden powerhouses an even greater shock. Lu Yuan was a very famous young swordsman in the Hua Mountain sword sect. He was one of the future leaders of the Hua Mountain Sword sect. And who was Chu Zhongtian? Chu Zhongtian was just a nobody. How could the strong not be shocked? Lu Yuan, this saber force of mine was obtained when I was at the 4th layer of the Qi refining period, and I accidentally broke through in the face of death. Just like you, this saber force can increase my combat strength by half a minor stage. Lu Yuan hoped to shock Chu Zhongtian by introducing the power of the sword force. Of course, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Lu Yuan carefully felt the power of the saber force, and a bitter smile emerged on his face. After that, Lu Yuan took the initiative to disperse the sword force on his body and said with a respectful tone, Chu Zhongtian, since I started cultivating at the age of 16, I have encountered countless opponents. I have never admired anyone, even a divine fusion senior. Chu Zhongtian, you are the first person I respect. Chu Zhongtian frowned when he saw Lu Yuan dispersing the sword force. Originally, Chu Zhongtian wanted to use his fight with Lu Yuan to further understand the power that he had grasped. Chu Zhongtian also planned to fuse the saber technique into the saber force, and eventually form a perfect and flawless saber force. However, after Lu Yuan took the initiative to disperse the sword force, Chu Zhongtian could only helplessly give up on this rare opportunity. Lu Yuan, I have the same feeling as you. Chu Zhongtian also felt respect for Lu Yuan's outstanding performance. Chu Zhongtian, the arena is only the qualifiers for this challenge. I think the competition between you and me will be postponed temporarily. When the environment and time allow it, we can give it a try. What do you think? Chu Zhongtian also grasped the saber force, and the saber force had already entered the small completion stage. Lu Yuan did not have the slightest confidence in defeating Chu Zhongtian. Lu Yuan's goal this time was not only to find an opponent to increase his strength, but also to participate in the challenge. This was because the location where the ranking competition was holding had an opportunity to improve his cultivation base. In order to ensure that he could enter the second round of the competition, Lu Yuan chose to temporarily give up on the competition with Chu Zhongtian. Sure. Lu Yuan's suggestion was exactly what Chu Zhongtian wanted. So Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and agreed. After Lu Yuan got Chu Zhongtian's permission, Lu Yuan looked at the 8th arena. When the 8th arena lord saw Lu Yuan's provocative look, its face immediately darkened. Through the fight between Lu Yuan and Chu Zhongtian just now, Arena Lord number 8 knew that he was definitely not a match for Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan took the initiative to challenge Arena Lord number 8, the arena would definitely be knocked out of Arena Lord number 8. Arena Lord number 8 was not willing to give up the position of Arena Lord that he had been guarding for many days. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's gaze only focused on the 8th Arena Lord for 3 seconds before shifting to the 7th Arena Lord. The originally relaxed expression of the number 7 Arena Lord immediately became like the number 8 Arena Lord, his expression gloomy. Fortunately, Lu Yuan did not choose Arena Lord number 7 as his opponent. Lu Yuan's gaze passed by Arena Lord number 6, 5, 4, 3 and 2 one by one, and finally shifted to Arena number 1, 0. Different from the other 7 Arena Lord, when faced with Lu Yuan's provocative gaze, not only did Arena Lord number 1 not have the slightest bit of fear, he even had an impulse to give it a try. In the end, Lu Yuan only smiled lightly at Arena Lord number 1. Then Lu Yuan jumped down from the 9th arena. After returning to the 10th arena, he became the Arena Lord of the 10th arena. After Lu Yuan returned to the 10th arena, Lu Yuan became the master of the 10th arena. The remaining participants who had not participated in the competition continued to challenge him. However, there was no challenger in front of the 1st, 9th, and 10th arena. This made Arena Lord number 1, Chu Zhongtian, and Lu Yuan feel very relaxed. Chu Zhongtian had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with Lu Yuan just now, so with no one daring to challenge him, Chu Zhongtian made the best use of his free time to recover his spiritual power and physical strength. The challenge has officially ended. The 99 Arena Lord who have successfully defended the arena can temporarily go back and rest. All of you will gather here tomorrow morning. Following the disappearance of the voice in the sky, a dazzling light rose from the 99 arena. This dazzling light shot into each arena lord's body one after another. After the light disappeared, the 98 arena's arena lords stood up with joyful expressions on their faces. They began to leave the arena one by one. Only Chu Zhongtian was very unhappy at this moment. Initially, Chu Zhongtian thought that the organizers would immediately arrange for the second round of the competition to be held in the ranking competition. However, he didn't expect that he would need to wait for another night. In order to break through to the second layer of the body refining period, in order to increase his potential to the limit, and to ensure his own safety, Chu Zhongtian had used up all his 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. Currently, Chu Zhongtian only had 7 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone in his storage bag. He had planned to use these 7 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone to break through to the third layer of the body refining period, which meant that he was now in a situation where he had no money at all. In the cheapest inn in Purgatory City, spending one night at least required 1,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. In other words, the penniless Chu Zhongtian could only sleep on the streets tonight. During the day, the Purgatory City was safe because of the challenge, but it was late. The entire Purgatory City would enter an uncontrolled environment. Currently, it was very unsafe for Chu Zhongtian to sleep on the streets. However, Chu Zhongtian had no other choice. Unless Chu Zhongtian took out a 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, but Chu Zhongtian was very reluctant to do so. While Chu Zhongtian was wandering aimlessly on the streets, Chu Zhongtian unexpectedly saw Lan Feng, who was disguised as a man when he first came to Purgatory City. Lan Feng, who had already recovered her virginity, wore a white veil on her face. Lan Feng, who was dressed as a man, was restrained by loose clothes and did not reveal her impressive figure. At this moment, she had a seductive figure and a lock of beautiful hair danced in the air. Under her long and slender eyebrows, a pair of charming eyes flowed. Regarding Lan Feng's outstanding performance, Chu Zhongtian only paid a little attention to it. Because he had only met her once, Chu Zhongtian did not plan to go up and greet her. When he turned around and left, Lan Feng, who had sharp eyes, unexpectedly saw Chu Zhongtian. Her originally unhappy expression immediately revealed surprise. She ran to Chu Zhongtian's side and shouted with a joyful tone, "Chu Zhongtian! Should I call you Brother Lan or Miss Lan now?" Being called by Lan Feng unexpectedly, Chu Zhongtian was embarrassed to leave immediately and could only turn around to face her. At the same time, facing such an outstanding girl, Chu Zhongtian also recovered his attitude before he transmigrated and faced Lan Feng with a relaxed attitude. Hee hee. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's teasing, Lan Feng smiled awkwardly and then introduced herself again. "Mr. Chu, let me introduce myself again. My name is Lan Linger. Miss Lan, why did you call me?" Seeing that Lan Linger had recovered her virginity and was still naughty, Chu Zhongtian originally wanted to joke with her to ease his depressed mood. However, when he raised his head to look at Lan Linger, he unexpectedly discovered that she was not far away. There were 2 middle-aged men with ordinary looks, dressed in ordinary clothes, and with ordinary temperament. They were staring at him vigilantly. Furthermore, the cold light that flashed in their eyes from time to time caused Chu Zhongtian to feel a chill in his heart. He knew that these 2 seemingly ordinary middle-aged men were not as ordinary as they appeared to be. They might even be top experts at the Qi transforming period or above. And their mission was very likely to secretly protect Lan Linger, so the situation on the other side, Chu Zhongtian put away his teasing attitude and asked in a cold tone, "Mr. Chu, you were the one who invited me to dinner a few days ago. Today it's my turn to treat you." Lan Linger did not notice Chu Zhongtian's change in expression and invited him with anticipation, because there were 2 experts who did not know the depth of the situation. Chu Zhongtian originally wanted to reject her invitation and leave immediately. However, when he saw the anticipation in Lan Linger's eyes, he could not bear to reject it. In the end, he lost to her gentle gaze. "All right." Chu Zhongtian nodded and agreed to her request. Since Lan Linger was treating, Chu Zhongtian could only let her choose a place. He followed her to a quiet but calm tavern. Seeing the doubt on Chu Zhongtian's face, Lan Linger hurriedly explained, "Mr. Chu, don't look at the remote location of this tavern. The signboard isn't loud enough, but the owner of this place is the most outstanding chef in Purgatory City. It's very hard for ordinary people to eat the delicacies personally cooked by her. Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and did not say anything else. Before his transmigration, he was not picky about food because of work. As long as he could fill his stomach, it did not matter if the taste was good or bad. After following Lan Linger into the tavern, Chu Zhongtian found that the environment in the tavern was relatively clean. The entire hall was not large, only 6 tables. At this moment, there was only one table with a guest. In front of this guest was a pot of wine and a wine cup. Other than that, there was no wine or tea. Such a strange situation immediately attracted Chu Zhongtian's attention. His gaze fell on the only guest in the tavern. Chu Zhongtian realized that he could not see through this person at all. The so-called not being able to see through was not only his cultivation, but also his current condition. At first, Chu Zhongtian saw a white-haired old man, but after his gaze left for 3 seconds, when he looked again, he found that he looked like a middle-aged man in the prime of his life. When he looked at him for the 3rd time, Chu Zhongtian found that he looked like a young man in his 20s again. Such a strange phenomenon made him quickly shift his gaze away and stop looking at this guest. At the same time, he planned to secretly remind Lan Linger to leave this strange tavern as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to remind Lan Linger, the curtain behind the tavern was lifted and a burly middle-aged woman with a waist as large as a bucket walked out. When she looked up and saw Lan Linger, a doting smile appeared on the middle-aged woman's face. And just as the middle-aged woman appeared, Lan Linger took a big stride and rushed to the side of the middle-aged woman. It was too late for Chu Zhongtian to remind her. "Aunt Rong, I am here to see you." Lan Linger reached out to hug the middle-aged woman's thick arm and greeted her coquettishly. "Hee, I think the little gluttony in your stomach misses me." She reached out and flicked Lan Linger's forehead and was teased by the middle-aged woman called Aunt Rong. "Aunt Rong, I have a friend here." Hearing Aunt Rong tease her, she could not help but become shy. "Ling, introduce your friend to me." Lan Linger's shy action made Aunt Rong's eyes widen as she looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated gaze. "Aunt Rong, his name is Chu Zhongtian. He is a friend I met a few days ago." The shyness faded very quickly and Lan Linger recovered her cheerful personality. She pulled Aunt Rong to Chu Zhongtian's side and introduced him. Since Aunt Rong appeared, Chu Zhongtian accidentally discovered that the right hand of the only customer in the tavern holding the wine cup paused for a moment. This meant that Aunt Rong, who just appeared, should not be an ordinary person. However, her strength was too strong and the aura was kept very well. That was why Chu Zhongtian felt that she was like an ordinary middle-aged woman. "You can call me Aunt Rong like Ling." Aunt Rong was not too happy about Chu Zhongtian's respectful attitude. It was as if she did not like these formalities. "Yes, Aunt Rong." Chu Zhongtian immediately changed his words. "Since you call me Aunt Rong like Ling, then you are my junior. Today I got myself a hunting beast and made a delicious meal for you guys. I will let you taste my cooking." Extending her wide palm, Aunt Rong forcefully pressed Chu Zhongtian onto the chair. She then turned around and went to prepare the food. However, before she left, she glanced at the only customer in the pub. Then she lifted the curtain and went to the backyard to prepare the dishes. "Mr. Chu, don't look at Aunt Rong's pub. It's not big, but Aunt Rong's culinary skills are definitely the best. At least in the entire Purgatory City. There is no chef whose culinary skills are better than Aunt Rong's." Speaking up to this point, Lan Linger suddenly covered her mouth as if she had leaked some important secret. Chu Zhongtian saw Lan Linger covering her mouth. She looked very nervous, as if she had leaked some important secret. Chu Zhongtian did not need to think much to know what was going on. So he smiled and said, "That's enough, Lan Linger. When we first met, you have already revealed that you are from Purgatory City." "No way. Why am I so stupid?" Lan Linger heard that she had already revealed her origins. Lan Linger slapped her forehead and revealed an expression of, "I am an idiot." "Oh right, Lan Linger. Where is your maidservant Shui?" When Chu Zhongtian met Lan Linger, Shui was not by her side to serve. Chu Zhongtian was very confused about this. but his attention was shifted by the two experts who were secretly following him. He did not have the time to ask about this matter. Since he had free time now, Chu Zhongtian naturally had to be concerned about it. AI! Lan Linger heard Chu Zhongtian mention Shui and could not help but sigh. Then her tone was full of anger as she shouted. It is still not the old man who is meddlesome. He took Shui back and made her not serve me anymore. He wants to force me to go home. Humph! Speaking up to this point, Lan Linger could not help but snort coldly. Then she continued with a proud expression. The old man underestimated me too much. Didn't he just want to force me to go home? I just don't want to go back. What can he do to me? Chu Zhongtian did not say anything about Lan Linger's angry behavior. He also did not have the intention of persuading her to return to the family. Because Chu Zhongtian had just seen the two experts secretly protecting her and her father's attitude towards her. Chu Zhongtian knew that the force behind her was extremely powerful in Purgatory City. It could ensure her safety in Purgatory City. Aunt Rong did not leave for long. After only 10 minutes, she returned to the living room. At this moment, she was holding a wooden plate with both hands. Inside the wooden plate was a bowl of fragrant stewed meat and 4 dishes. Ling, Aunt Rong just killed a wild beast during the day. This is a delicacy that I made using special means. Quickly try it. Aunt Rong took out 2 bowls and chopsticks from behind the counter in the living room and placed them in front of Lan Linger and Chu Zhongtian. She indicated that the two of them could have a taste of the delicacy she made. Chu Zhongtian did not immediately move his chopsticks. Instead, he waited until Lan Linger started eating before he picked up a small piece of stewed meat and put it into his mouth. Delicious! The tender, delicious, fat, and not greasy meat stimulated every part of Chu Zhongtian's body, making him fall into a wonderful enjoyment. Hee hee! Aunt Rong looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was enjoying the delicious food. But Aunt Rong strangely laughed and then stared at Lan Linger. When the meat was completely swallowed by him, a strong energy burst out from the meat. That energy began to violently attack Chu Zhongtian's body, meridian, and dantian. At the same time, the energy also began to nourish his bones. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel shocked when he felt the powerful energy contained within the piece of meat. With his current cultivation base and body's endurance, he could even withstand the spiritual qi that erupted from an 8th grade lower grade qi increasing pill. The energy contained within a small piece of stewed meat was far greater than an 8th grade lower grade pill. How could Chu Zhongtian not be shocked? However, this was not the time for him to be shocked. He could feel the massive energy bursting out from the meat inside his body, and it kept attacking his body. Chu Zhongtian quickly circulated the Taishan Heart Sutra and absorbed the energy that was running around in all directions. As time passed, Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, felt his body lighten. The energy that was running around in his body was instantly absorbed by the dantian and the bone dantian. He slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, not only had he successfully broken through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period, he had also used the remaining energy to consolidate his cultivation. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and found Aunt Rong pressing her hands on Lan Linger's back. At this moment, Lan Linger's body was trembling, and there was a white mist above her head. The white veil on her face had been removed, revealing her peerless face. Her curvy eyelashes were trembling due to the pain, like a dancing butterfly, making people feel pity for her. Her tender pink lips slightly curled upwards, making her seem lively and cute, giving men the desire to protect her. The mist and water soaked her clothes, and her impressive figure suddenly appeared, causing a fire of desire to rise in Chu Zhongtian's lower abdomen. Of course, what Chu Zhongtian noticed was not only Lan Linger's beautiful appearance, but also her 3rd layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base. He didn't know if Lan Linger had cultivated the secret technique that could conceal the stage, or if she was wearing a spirit weapon that could conceal the stage. She had always given Chu Zhongtian the impression that she was an ordinary girl. At this moment, because she couldn't control the surging energy in her body, it finally revealed her real stage. Her stage had already reached the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian could only describe his feelings with shock. Judging from her appearance and behavior, Lan Linger was even younger than him. However, her cultivation base had already far exceeded his, which was enough to prove that she had a powerful force backing her. This was also related to her outstanding cultivation talent. For someone at her age, her cultivation base had reached the third-layer peak of the body refining period. She was at least a 6th-grade cultivation talent. With the help of Aunt Rong's powerful cultivation, Lan Linger's trembling body quickly calmed down. Her third-layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base had also smoothly broken through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. At this moment, Aunt Rong was relieved and retracted her arm. She looked at Chu Zhongtian with admiration. Young man, your physique is not bad. Chu Zhongtian was able to withstand the impact of the huge energy in his body alone. Not only did he not make any sound, but he also did not feel any pain. Whether it was his potential or his comprehension ability, he had to use this energy to break through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period. In terms of perseverance, Chu Zhongtian had made Aunt Rong very satisfied. Thank you, Aunt Rong. Facing Aunt Rong's praise, Chu Zhongtian did not be arrogant and conceited. Instead, he stood up and thanked her. It had only been more than 10 days since he broke through to the 2nd layer of the body refining period. Although he had been baptized by the challenge competition, and his combat strength and consciousness had been enhanced by fighting different opponents, his comprehension had already reached the 3rd layer of the body refining period, but the spiritual power in the Dantian, as well as the hardness and flexibility of his body, there was still some distance before he could break through. Chu Zhongtian had originally planned to find a chance to break through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period after the challenge competition. However, he didn't expect that just a small piece of stewed meat would allow him to break through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period smoothly. This had shortened his plan by at least 20 days. How could Chu Zhongtian not be grateful? You don't need to thank me. This is your personal effort. I just made a meal. Aunt Rong waved her hand. Aunt Rong did not take credit. Chu Zhongtian looked at the remaining pieces of stewed meat in the jade bowl on the table. Chu Zhongtian could not help but lick his lips. What? You still want to eat? Chu Zhongtian showed a greedy look. Aunt Rong couldn't help but tease him. I want to eat, but I dare not eat. Facing the delicious stew, Chu Zhongtian, who had already tried the delicacy, could only hate that his cultivation level was too low. He did not have the fortune to continue enjoying this tempting bowl of stew. Hee. Come to me often in the future when you have time. I will prepare different delicacies for you. You can enjoy the delicacies and also improve your cultivation base. Aunt Rong saw that Chu Zhongtian could control his greed and invited him with great appreciation. Yes. Yeah. Regarding Aunt Rong's invitation, Chu Zhongtian only nodded his head and did not say anything else, because he knew that it would be very difficult for him to come here again in a short period of time after he finished attending the ranking competition. Mr. Chu, congratulations. You have also broken through to the stage. After consolidating the stage, Lan Linger opened her eyes. When she saw Chu Zhongtian, who had broken through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period, she couldn't help but congratulate him. Congratulations! Ling, you only managed to break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period with my help. Your foundation is very unstable right now, so I hope you can go home and cultivate peacefully for a period of time. After Lan Linger and Chu Zhongtian congratulated each other, Aunt Rong, who had already observed Lan Linger's breakthrough, specially reminded her. Aunt Rong, it was not easy for me to escape from home. If I go back now, with my father's character, it will be difficult for me to come out in the future. Hearing that Aunt Rong actually wanted her to return to the family to cultivate, Lan Linger was instantly unhappy. During the few days that she sneaked out of the house, she had seen many things that she could not see at home. She had also made many friends, so she was really unwilling to go back. No. If you want to strengthen your foundation and not affect your future breakthroughs, you must return to the family now and use the family's secret realm to consolidate your foundation. Of course, if you don't want to go back, then I can only send you back myself. Aunt Rong's unquestionable attitude made Lan Linger immediately pull down her face. Because she was too familiar with Aunt Rong's character and knew that she was a person who kept her word. As long as it was something that she decided on, no one could change her mind. Even her overbearing father could not change Aunt Rong's thoughts. The depressed Lan Linger turned her head and saw Chu Zhongtian sitting at the side. She immediately thought of something and begged in a weak tone, "Aunt Rong, can I invite Chu Zhongtian to our house to have a guest?" Inviting a friend to our house to be a guest was originally something worth celebrating. Especially this friend was very outstanding. He might very well be a peerless expert that could affect the global situation in the future. However, Lan Linger was a girl and she had not married yet. She suddenly invited a young man of similar age to her house as a guest, giving people a strange feeling. "Miss Lan, I'm afraid I can only disappoint your good intentions because I will still participate in the ranking competition tomorrow. I can't follow you to your home as a guest." In terms of cultivation, he might not be as good as Aunt Rong and Lan Linger, but in terms of dealing with the ways of the world, he was better at it. Not to mention that he still had to participate in the ranking competition tomorrow. Even if he had nothing to do tomorrow, he still couldn't accept Lan Linger's invitation. Because this matter was very complicated, Chu Zhongtian immediately found a reason to refuse. "You are one of the arena defenders in 33 arenas of the body refinement stage." Lan Linger was shocked when she heard Chu Zhongtian say that he would participate in the ranking competition tomorrow. One should know that her biggest wish for sneaking out of the family this time was to participate in the body refining stage arena competition and become an arena lord with an arena. Unfortunately, when she had just paid the spirit stones and was about to receive the participant pass, she was recognized by the staff there, causing her to not be able to participate in the challenge. "I am the arena lord of the 9th primary rank of the body refining period arena." He nodded, confirming her thoughts. "AI, what a pity." Lan Linger expressed her regret after getting confirmation from Chu Zhongtian. He also did not know if it was because she was unable to become an arena's arena lord, or if it was because he could not go home with her. "Young man, next I have to bring Lan Linger back. If you have nothing else to do, you can stay here and help me look after the shop." Seeing Lan Linger's low will, Aunt Rong knew that this would be detrimental to her consolidation of her foundation. She was even more anxious to send her home. "Okay." He was just worrying about not having a place to go. Being able to stay here for a night was exactly what Chu Zhongtian wanted. Of course, he would be happy to do so. "Sure. If there are customers in the shop, you don't have to care about anything and don't ask any more questions." Aunt Rong stretched out her hand to grab Lan Linger and reminded her before she left. He nodded and Chu Zhongtian watched Aunt Rong disappear into the pub with Lan Linger, who was unwilling to leave. Ever since he was able to absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, his sleep was basically replaced by cultivation. Unless his physical strength and brain power were exhausted too much, he would only sleep. He had just broken through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period, and his condition was at its best. Chu Zhongtian chose a chair in the corner of the tavern and leaned there to comprehend the power after the breakthrough. As for the strange person in the tavern, he had not said anything since he followed Lan Linger into the tavern. Aunt Rong also did not pay attention to him. Perhaps there was some special story behind it. As long as he did not interfere with him, Chu Zhongtian would not bother to pay attention to him. As long as you are with Lan Linger, you can run amok in Southern Domain and do not need to be afraid of anyone. Just as Chu Zhongtian was feeling the changes in his power after his breakthrough, the strange man who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke. Chu Zhongtian looked up at the strange man. He did not say anything. He lowered his head and continued to feel the power after his breakthrough. "Is it because you don't know Lan Linger's background that you are indifferent? If you know her true origin, you will regret not accepting her invitation today." Seeing Chu Zhongtian ignore him, the strange man continued to speak in a strange tone. "Senior, as the saying goes, relying on the heavens and the earth is not as good as relying on yourself. I, Chu Zhongtian, have experienced a lot in my life. The reason I can stand up again is because of myself, so you don't need to tempt me." "Hee hee, you have a backbone." Hearing Chu Zhongtian's bold words, The strange man laughed coldly. His tone was full of sarcasm. The reason Chu Zhongtian agreed to let Aunt Rong stay in the tavern was because the night in Purgatory City was more dangerous. He was penniless at the moment. If he was alone outside, he could be in danger at any time. Secondly, the environment in the tavern was quiet, and it was very suitable for him to use the environment here to feel the power after his breakthrough. However, this peace was broken by the strange person in the tavern. Chu Zhongtian frowned and looked at the strange person. He stood up and planned to enter the tavern to temporarily avoid the strange person's harassment. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Aunt Rong looks forthright and generous, but she is actually a petty person. If you dare to break into her backyard, you will have to bear the consequences. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was going to the backyard, the strange person quickly reminded him. The strange man's reminder made Chu Zhongtian stop in his tracks. He thought of the small piece of stewed meat that she had just cooked that could help him break through to the minor stage. He couldn't help but think of Aunt Rong's terrifying strength. He could only helplessly return to the table in the corner. Did the elders in your family teach you to respect the elders outside? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still didn't intend to pay attention to him after returning to the corner, the strange person couldn't help but criticize him. Senior, of course I want to respect you. But the prerequisite is that you deserve my respect. Seeing the strange man rambling on, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but mock him. Hee, of course I deserve your respect. The strange man chuckled when he heard Chu Zhongtian's sarcasm, then disappeared into the tavern. Seeing the strange man suddenly disappear into the tavern, a trace of doubt flashed across Chu Zhongtian's face. At the same time, he began to carefully examine his body from head to toe. Because before the strange man left, Chu Zhongtian always felt that he had left something on him. However, after carefully checking 3 or 4 times, Chu Zhongtian did not find anything suspicious. After that, he completely gave up the idea of finding anything suspicious, because he had never been able to find out how the strange person left the tavern. Chu Zhongtian knew that the strange person's cultivation level was terrifyingly high. He could not understand the actions of such a peerless expert. If he deliberately left something on you with your current strength, you probably wouldn't be able to find it, so Chu Zhongtian could only give up for the time being. Originally, he wanted to wait for Aunt Rong to come back and ask her to help him investigate what kind of hidden danger the strange person had left on him. But until the next morning, he still did not see Aunt Rong come back. At this time, Chu Zhongtian could not continue to wait, because in another hour, the ranking competition would begin. Helpless, Chu Zhongtian could only leave a note and explain the situation before leaving the pub. Purgatory City's southern city district, where the 99th arena was located. Chu Zhongtian appeared on the 9th primary rank of the body refining period arena on time, and Lu Yuan and the other 10 arena lord had already arrived. Mr. Chu, if there is an opportunity in Secret Realm, can we join forces? After Chu Zhongtian climbed onto the 9th arena, the master of the 10th arena, Lu Yuan, took the initiative to invite him. It is my honor to join forces with you. Chu Zhongtian didn't hesitate to accept Lu Yuan's invitation. He only knew from Lan Linger that the ranking competition was going to compete in a secret realm. Chu Zhongtian had no idea what kind of dangers and opportunities there were in the secret realm. If Lu Yuan could join forces with him, whether it was exploring the secret realm, dealing with dangers, or seizing opportunities, his success rate would be greatly increased. Furthermore, he would need to understand the specific situation of Secret Realm from Lu Yuan. When he heard that Lu Yuan had invited Chu Zhongtian to join forces with him, Chu Zhongtian gladly agreed. The remaining 9 arena lords' faces were filled with envy and jealousy. In fact, they also wanted to join forces with Chu Zhongtian or Lu Yuan, but they knew very well that swordsmen like Lu Yuan were very proud. If you could not win his respect in terms of strength, you could not join hands with him. As for whether they could fight Chu Zhongtian or not, if they invited him before Lu Yuan spoke, maybe there's a chance of success. But if they asked him after he invited them, not only would they not succeed, he might even offend Lu Yuan. With Lu Yuan's powerful combat strength and deep background, if they offended him now, they were afraid that they wouldn't have a good ending if they met him in Secret Realm. At 8 o'clock sharp, The voice of the host of the challenge came from above the arena. 99 Arena Lord. First of all, congratulations to all of you. After 10 days of continuous challenges, not only did you succeed in becoming the Arena Lord, but you also succeeded in defending the arena. As for the reward for successfully defending the arena, it will be given to you later. Hearing that the rewards for defending the arena would be given later, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he urgently needed a large amount of cultivation resources. It would be beneficial for him to participate in the ranking competition if he could obtain the rewards in advance. Regarding the challenge that is held in Purgatory City every 5 years, there are many Arena Lord present that have more or less understood it in advance. But according to the usual practice, I still need to introduce the rules of the ranking competition in detail. Ranking competition's venue is in Secret Realm. There are 1,000 specially made black token placed in Secret Realm. Your main task is to find these token. In the end, you can decide the ranking of the ranking competition with the number of token. After the host had finished introducing the rules of the ranking competition, the scene instantly quieted down. However, it didn't take long for Chu Zhongtian to see wooden boxes falling from the sky one after another. It seemed like these wooden boxes falling from the sky were the rewards for this challenge. He didn't need to reach out to catch them. Every wooden box in the sky accurately landed on the 99 arena. Without opening it to check, Chu Zhongtian directly stored the wooden boxes into the storage bag. Since he wasn't in the floating cloud sect at this moment, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to hide the secret of his possession of the storage bag. This was because all 98 Arena Lord had their own storage bag. Just as he put the wooden chest into the storage bag, he suddenly felt a slight vibration coming from the arena underneath his leg. After that, a strong suction force directly applied on his body. Before he could react, he felt his vision go black, and then he appeared in a place filled with birds, flowers, and spiritual qi. Looking at this place that looked like a paradise on earth, Chu Zhongtian felt that his brain wasn't enough. Could it be that this place that looked like a paradise on earth was the secret realm of the ranking competition this time? After waiting for about half an hour, Chu Zhongtian didn't find any other contestants. He knew that the appearance of the participants in the secret realm this time was random. In other words, the positions of the 99 Arena Lord were different. This made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. One should know that this time, the ranking competition not only had body refining stage Arena Lord. It was still the 33rd Arena Lord in the 3 stages of Qi condensation. If he had encountered these Qi transforming period Arena Lord from the beginning, not to mention whether he could find the hidden token in the secret realm, the first thing he had to consider was his safety. Although he didn't know the specific situation of the secret realm, he knew that the secret realm used by the ranking competition was completely sealed. No one outside knew what was happening inside. If he accidentally died in the secret realm, there wouldn't be anyone who would take revenge on him. Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to find the token. Instead, he found an open space that was wide enough for him to see his surroundings at any time. He took out a wooden box from the storage bag. This wooden box was the reward for the tournament this time. The wooden box wasn't too big. It was about 80 centimeters tall and 1 meter wide. He opened the wooden chest, and a pile of spirit stones that released rich spiritual qi appeared before his eyes. He carefully counted, and found that there were a total of 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. Seeing these 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of a happy smile. Although he often lacked spirit stones in the past, he had never been unable to pay the accommodation fees like last night. Thus, he currently had an unimaginable desire for spirit stones. In addition to 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, there were also 3 bottles of the same type of pill bottle inside the wooden chest. After opening them one by one, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the medicinal pills inside these 3 pill bottle were the upper-rank 9th grade qi increasing pill that body-refining stage warriors often used. Upper-rank 9th grade Dantian cultivating pill and upper-rank 9th grade qi condensation pill. Chu Zhongtian had all 3 of these pills, and there were many things stored in the storage bag, so he wasn't too surprised about this. Within the ranking competition's secret realm. In addition to spirit stones and pills, there was also a yellow-grade high-rank martial technique book in the wooden chest. Chu Zhongtian opened the book and took a look at it. Then he threw it into the wooden chest. Because this book was about sword technique, it wasn't suitable for Chu Zhongtian to cultivate. Chu Zhongtian put the wooden chest back into the storage bag. Then he chose a direction. He used the beginner movement technique and continued to move forward unhurriedly. As for the agreement with Lu Yuan before entering the secret realm, it would depend on whether Chu Zhongtian could meet Lu Yuan in a short period of time. As it was a completely unfamiliar environment, Chu Zhongtian didn't use his full strength. He only maintained 1/5 of his usual speed. Less than half an hour after he moved forward, a strange beast's roar sounded. He had no choice but to stop. The roar came from the 9th grade low-rank pangolin beast. Looking at the pangolin beast that suddenly appeared in front of him, not only was Chu Zhongtian not afraid, there was even a trace of excitement on his face. The reason why Chu Zhongtian chose to leave the floating cloud sect to train was not only because he wanted to increase his cultivation base. His main goal was to collect the corpses of different beasts and their inner core. On the one hand, Chu Zhongtian could make use of the corpses of these beasts to copy and paste the medicinal pills he urgently needed. On the other hand, their inner core could be exchanged for sect contribution point so that Chu Zhongtian could use these contribution points to use different types of secret realm. He could quickly increase his cultivation base. At the same time, he could also use the sect contribution point to exchange for medicinal pills and rare treasures. They could also increase his cultivation talent. A low-rank 9th grade pangolin beast was equivalent to an early-stage body refinement martial artist. Although Chu Zhongtian was only a 3rd layer of the body refining period, his true combat strength had already reached the 6th layer of the Qi refining period peak. If he combined his strength, his combat strength would reach a terrifying 7th layer peak of the body refining period. Therefore, when he faced the low-rank 9th grade pangolin beast, Chu Zhongtian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately used the saber technique Sun Scorching and chopped off the pangolin beast's head with a single strike. Chu Zhongtian first cut open the pangolin beast's belly and took out the inner core. Then, he placed his left hand on the corpse and began using the pangolin beast's corpse to duplicate the Qi condensation pill and the bone cleansing pill. Although the 9th grade mutant beast's corpse could be exchanged for a sect contribution point, Chu Zhongtian only had a space of 10 cubic meters. There weren't many things that could be stored. The corpse of a beast below the level 8 was very large. In order to prevent the corpse of the beast from occupying the space, Chu Zhongtian could only use the corpse to duplicate and paste medicinal pills. As the Qi condensation pill and bone cleansing pill were both pills that belonged to the upper rank 9th grade, the most precious inner core of the pangolin beast was kept by Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, there wasn't much energy contained in its corpse. Chu Zhongtian had only duplicated 3 Qi condensation pill and 3 bone cleansing pill. The entire corpse of the pangolin beast turned into a pile of powder. After putting away the Qi condensation pill and bone cleansing pill, Chu Zhongtian continued forward. Chu Zhongtian didn't expect there to be a strange beast in Secret Realm. He planned to hunt down the 9th grade mutant beast and collect enough corpses and inner core. Regarding his final ranking, Chu Zhongtian didn't have much expectation. Because there were 55 participants who were stronger than Chu Zhongtian in ranking competition this time, he didn't put too much pressure on himself when he participated in the competition. Although it was good for Chu Zhongtian to be ranked in the front, it didn't matter if he was ranked in the back. After advancing for a while, Chu Zhongtian found another low-rank 9th grade scorching tiger. Looking at the scorching tiger that was roaring at him, the corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth slightly raised. Chu Zhongtian swayed slightly and disappeared from where he stood. 10 meters away from where he was standing, a figure quickly appeared. The figure waved the steel knife, and his saber technique emitted scorching hot aura. He attacked the scorching tiger's head. Facing the sudden attack of the steel knife, the scorching tiger let out a furious roar. After that, it leapt 3 meters into the air, easily dodging Chu Zhongtian's fatal strike. Next, it attacked Chu Zhongtian's head with its sharp claws. Seeing that not only did the scorching tiger successfully dodge his fatal strike, but it could also take the opportunity to counterattack, Chu Zhongtian cursed in his heart. He leaned his body backwards, and the steel knife went up from the bottom, directly attacking the soft abdomen of the scorching tiger. The scorching tiger in the air could not change its posture. It could not dodge Chu Zhongtian's saber force at all, and its stomach was directly cut open by Chu Zhongtian. Looking at the scorching tiger whose internal organs were flowing out, Chu Zhongtian wiped the sweat on his forehead. At the same time, he began to reflect in his heart. Ever since he had mastered the skill of a Qi transforming period, he was too confident in himself, and thought that he was a match for the stage. He only needed one strike to defeat it. It seemed like he had to be extra cautious when facing opponents with the same stage in the future. Not only must he be accurate and ruthless when attacking, he also had to reserve enough strength to defend himself. After reflecting on himself, Chu Zhongtian stuck the steel knife behind his back and began to bend down to collect its inner core. At the same time, he began to use the scorching tiger's corpse to copy and paste the medicinal pills. Although the scorching tiger was also a low-rank 9th-grade beast, its bloodline was more noble than the pangolin beast. The energy contained within the corpse was even greater. After Chu Zhongtian duplicated and pasted 5 Qi condensation pill and 4 bone cleansing pill, Hong Long, after waiting for the scorching tiger's corpse to completely turn into powder, Chu Zhongtian planned to get up and leave. But at this moment, a cool breeze blew past, blowing away the powder that the scorching tiger's corpse had turned into. A black token the size of a baby's palm was revealed underneath the powder. Looking at the black token on the ground, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of shock. The second round of the Purgatory City Challenge competition was to determine the final ranking based on the number of black token collected. As Chu Zhongtian did not look forward to the ranking competition's results this time, he did not deliberately look for these black token. But what he did not expect was that he unexpectedly obtained this token. Although Chu Zhongtian did not look forward to the final ranking, this did not mean that he would give up completely. Therefore, he bent over and picked up the black token from the ground. He took a closer look and found that this black token was the token of the ranking competition this time. However, what puzzled him was why this black token appeared in the scorching tiger's corpse. Chu Zhongtian really could not figure out why, so he gave up on wasting his brain cells and decided to put the black token into the storage bag. However, when Chu Zhongtian wanted to put the token into the storage bag, he unexpectedly discovered that the token couldn't be put into the storage bag. He couldn't help but feel very depressed. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to think too much. He knew that this must have been deliberately set up by the organizers. It was to cause the competition among the contestants. To put it more cruelly, the higher-ups of Purgatory City wanted the 99 Arena Lord to fight amongst themselves. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. If he were to take the initiative to fight for the token in someone else's hands, he might hesitate for a moment. But if someone else wanted to snatch the token from his hands, then he would be sorry. He would definitely fight back with all his might. Unless the difference in cultivation base between Chu Zhongtian and his opponent was too great. There was a green thread on the black token that was very tough. It seemed that this was specially made by the organizer to make it easier for the competitors to carry the token. After hanging the token on his waist, Chu Zhongtian continued forward. Within the ranking competition's secret realm, in addition to spirit stones and pills, there was also a yellow-grade high-rank martial technique book in the wooden chest. Chu Zhongtian opened the book and took a look at it. Then he threw it into the wooden chest. Because this book was about sword technique, it wasn't suitable for Chu Zhongtian to cultivate. Chu Zhongtian put the wooden chest back into the storage bag. Then he chose a direction. He used the beginner movement technique and continued to move forward unhurriedly. As for the agreement with Lu Yuan before entering the secret realm, it would depend on whether Chu Zhongtian could meet Lu Yuan in a short period of time. As it was a completely unfamiliar environment, Chu Zhongtian didn't use his full strength. He only maintained 1/5 of his usual speed. Less than half an hour after he moved forward, a strange beast's roar sounded. He had no choice but to stop. The roar came from the 9th-grade low-rank pangolin beast. Looking at the pangolin beast that suddenly appeared in front of him, not only was Chu Zhongtian not afraid, there was even a trace of excitement on his face. The reason why Chu Zhongtian chose to leave the floating cloud sect to train was not only because he wanted to increase his cultivation base. His main goal was to collect the corpses of different beasts and their inner core. On the one hand, Chu Zhongtian could make use of the corpses of these beasts to copy and paste the medicinal pills he urgently needed. On the other hand, their inner core could be exchanged for sect contribution point so that Chu Zhongtian could use these contribution points to use different types of secret realm. He could quickly increase his cultivation base. At the same time, he could also use the sect contribution point to exchange for medicinal pills and rare treasures. They could also increase his cultivation talent. A low-rank 9th grade pangolin beast was equivalent to an early-stage body refinement martial artist. Although Chu Zhongtian was only a third layer of the body refining period, his true combat strength had already reached the 6th layer of the Qi refining period peak. If he combined his strength, his combat strength would reach a terrifying 7th layer peak of the body refining period. Therefore, when he faced the low-rank 9th grade pangolin beast, Chu Zhongtian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately used the saber technique Sun Scorching and chopped off the pangolin beast's head with a single strike. Chu Zhongtian first cut open the pangolin beast's belly and took out the inner core. Then, he placed his left hand on the corpse and began using the pangolin beast's corpse to duplicate the Qi condensation pill and the bone cleansing pill. Although the 9th grade mutant beast's corpse could be exchanged for a sect contribution point, Chu Zhongtian only had a space of 10 cubic meters. There weren't many things that could be stored. The corpse of a beast below the level 8 was very large. In order to prevent the corpse of the beast from occupying the space, Chu Zhongtian could only use the corpse to duplicate and paste medicinal pills. As the Qi condensation pill and bone cleansing pill were both pills that belonged to the upper rank 9th grade, the most precious inner core of the pangolin beast was kept by Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, there wasn't much energy contained in its corpse. Chu Zhongtian had only duplicated 3 Qi condensation pill and 3 bone cleansing pill. The entire corpse of the pangolin beast turned into a pile of powder. After putting away the Qi condensation pill and bone cleansing pill, Chu Zhongtian continued forward. Chu Zhongtian didn't expect there to be a strange beast in Secret Realm. He planned to hunt down the 9th grade mutant beast and collect enough corpses and inner core. Regarding his final ranking, Chu Zhongtian didn't have much expectation. Because there were 55 participants who were stronger than Chu Zhongtian in ranking competition this time, he didn't put too much pressure on himself when he participated in the competition. Although it was good for Chu Zhongtian to be ranked in the front, it didn't matter if he was ranked in the back. After advancing for a while, Chu Zhongtian found another low-rank 9th grade scorching tiger. Looking at the scorching tiger that was roaring at him, the corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth slightly raised. Chu Zhongtian swayed slightly and disappeared from where he stood. 10 meters away from where he was standing, a figure quickly appeared. The figure waved the steel knife, and his saber technique emitted scorching hot aura. He attacked the scorching tiger's head. Facing the sudden attack of the steel knife, the scorching tiger let out a furious roar. After that, it leapt 3 meters into the air, easily dodging Chu Zhongtian's fatal strike. Next, it attacked Chu Zhongtian's head with its sharp claws. Seeing that not only did the scorching tiger successfully dodge his fatal strike, but it could also take the opportunity to counterattack, Chu Zhongtian cursed in his heart. He leaned his body backwards, and the steel knife went up from the bottom, directly attacking the soft abdomen of the scorching tiger. The scorching tiger in the air could not change its posture. It could not dodge Chu Zhongtian's saber force at all, and its stomach was directly cut open by Chu Zhongtian. Looking at the scorching tiger whose internal organs were flowing out, Chu Zhongtian wiped the sweat on his forehead. At the same time, he began to reflect in his heart. Ever since he had mastered the skill of a Qi transforming period, he was too confident in himself, and thought that he was a match for the stage. He only needed one strike to defeat it. It seemed like he had to be extra cautious when facing opponents with the same stage in the future. Not only must he be accurate and ruthless when attacking, he also had to reserve enough strength to defend himself. After reflecting on himself, Chu Zhongtian stuck the steel knife behind his back and began to bend down to collect its inner core. At the same time, he began to use the scorching tiger's corpse to copy and paste the medicinal pills. Although the Scorching Tiger was also a low-rank 9th-grade beast, its bloodline was more noble than the pangolin beast. The energy contained within the corpse was even greater. After Chu Zhongtian duplicated and pasted 5 Qi condensation pill and 4 bone cleansing pill, Hong Long, after waiting for the Scorching Tiger's corpse to completely turn into powder, Chu Zhongtian planned to get up and leave. But at this moment, a cool breeze blew past, blowing away the powder that the Scorching Tiger's corpse had turned into. A black token the size of a baby's palm was revealed underneath the powder. Looking at the black token on the ground, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of shock. The second round of the Purgatory City Challenge competition was to determine the final ranking based on the number of black token collected. As Chu Zhongtian did not look forward to the ranking competition's results this time, he did not deliberately look for these black token. But what he did not expect was that he unexpectedly obtained this token. Although Chu Zhongtian did not look forward to the final ranking, this did not mean that he would give up completely. Therefore, he bent over and picked up the black token from the ground. He took a closer look and found that this black token was the token of the ranking competition this time. However, what puzzled him was why this black token appeared in the Scorching Tiger's corpse. Chu Zhongtian really could not figure out why, so he gave up on wasting his brain cells and decided to put the black token into the storage bag. However, when Chu Zhongtian wanted to put the token into the storage bag, he unexpectedly discovered that the token couldn't be put into the storage bag. He couldn't help but feel very depressed. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to think too much. He knew that this must have been deliberately set up by the organizers. It was to cause the competition among the contestants. To put it more cruelly, the higher-ups of Purgatory City wanted the 99 Arena Lord to fight amongst themselves. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. If he were to take the initiative to fight for the token in someone else's hands, he might hesitate for a moment. But if someone else wanted to snatch the token from his hands, then he would be sorry. He would definitely fight back with all his might. Unless the difference in cultivation base between Chu Zhongtian and his opponent was too great. There was a green thread on the black token that was very tough. It seemed that this was specially made by the organizer to make it easier for the competitors to carry the token. After hanging the token on his waist, Chu Zhongtian continued forward. In a day and night, Chu Zhongtian had traveled at least dozens of kilometers. During this time, he encountered more than a dozen low-rank 9th-grade beasts. With his 6th layer of the body refining period peak combat strength, not only did he increase the number of inner core in his storage bag to nearly 20, he also increased the number of Qi condensation pill and bone cleansing pill to an astonishing 100. 100 Qi condensation pill was enough to compress the spiritual power in his Dantian 5 times. And 100 bone cleansing pill was enough for him to break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. Apart from the inner core and pills from the strange beasts, Chu Zhongtian also discovered several precious herbs that had reached the level 9, which made the collection in his storage bag much richer. The only thing that made him feel irritated was that he didn't encounter any competitors during the day and night of traveling, even if it was a Qi transforming period arena lord. At this moment, he looked at the boundless sky in the distance and began to think about the secret realm in his mind. He had traveled for dozens of kilometers, but he didn't meet any contestants. How big was the secret realm's area? Kill! Just as Chu Zhongtian was thinking about how big the secret realm was and how he had not met any contestants for a day and night, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting and the sound of fighting getting closer and closer. This unexpected sound of fighting and killing stunned Chu Zhongtian. He quickly found a hidden place to hide for the time being. After 30 seconds, Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding in the dark, found 2 figures quickly approaching where he had been standing. Chu Zhongtian withdrew his aura and adjusted his breathing. Through the gaps in the darkness, he carefully observed the 2 sides who were fighting. After that, he was surprised to find that he recognized the 2 people who were fighting. Because the 2 fighting were the Arena Lord number 7 and number 8 of the 11 early-stage body refining Arena Lord. The strength of the 2 Arena Lord were similar, and their weapons were of similar quality as well. As a result, both of them were equally matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian, who had suddenly encountered the arena lord number 7 and number 8, felt extremely excited. To be honest, apart from trying his best to find a low-grade 9th-grade exotic beast to enrich his collection, he was also in a hurry to find someone he was familiar with. He hoped to know the specific situation of the secret realm through those he was familiar with. If he had known about the situation in Secret Realm before entering it, he wouldn't have been like an ant on a hot pan like now. He wouldn't have been able to figure it out at all. Chu Zhongtian had been standing on a very wide platform, which was very suitable for fighting. Therefore, after the 7th Arena Lord and the 8th Arena Lord fought on the platform, they didn't immediately move the battlefield, and instead started fighting on the spot. As both of them had the combat strength of 2 minor stage warriors, their combat strength was almost the same. It was very difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time, so Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry. Because the ranking competition only had 20 days, only 1 day had passed. There was still plenty of time left, and he had plenty of patience to wait. Wang Suguang, the difference in our strength isn't too big. If we continue fighting, we will definitely lose and suffer injuries. Why don't we stop here? After exchanging hundreds of blows, the two of them had consumed a lot of their spiritual power and physical strength. At this moment, Arena Lord number 8 suggested, "Zhu Lei, you can stop if you want, but you must give me 3 token and 1 profound dragon fruit. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to fight until both sides suffer." Facing the suggestion of the 8th Arena Lord, Wang Suguang didn't give up on the 7th Arena Lord. He even showed a fighting spirit. Initially, he wanted to wait for the victor to be decided between the Arena Lord number 7 and the Arena Lord number 8. But after hearing the Arena Lord number 7 call out the profound dragon fruit, Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding in the dark, could not wait any longer. Profound dragon fruit was an upper-rank 9th-grade spirit fruit. Its attribute was yang, and it contained a profound yang qi. It was a type of spirit fruit that could continuously increase one's cultivation base. If Chu Zhongtian ate the profound dragon fruit, then at the body refining stage, his speed of breaking through to the stage would increase by at least 3 times, and he would be able to maintain it until he reached the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. At the same time, the profound yang qi was a very strange spiritual qi. Not only could it help a martial artist break through to the stage, it could also increase the chances of a martial artist breaking through to the qi transforming period. It was similar to the effect of a lower-level 8 yang opening fruit. It could be said that although the profound dragon fruit was only at the upper-rank 9th grade, its effects had already reached the level 8. Chu Zhongtian was afraid that the 8th Arena Lord, Zhu Lei, would destroy the profound dragon fruit in his desperation, so he could only walk out from the shadows. How are the 2 brothers? Chu Zhongtian, who walked out from the darkness, greeted Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei with a smile. Although he maintained a smile on his face and tried to make himself look nice, in Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei's eyes, the smile on Chu Zhongtian's face was like a curse that could push them to death, and their expressions changed drastically. "Why are you here?" Zhu Lei pointed at Chu Zhongtian, who had walked out from the dark. He was so scared that he could not even speak properly. Although Wang Suguang didn't say anything, his expression was the same as Zhu Lei's. He was also very gloomy. If the Arena Lord that appeared at this moment was any other Arena Lord, then it might be a body refining stage intermediate Arena Lord. Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei wouldn't be afraid to this extent. This was because they had seen Chu Zhongtian's combat strength more than once during the arena matches. They had also seen Chu Zhongtian's astonishing speed. They knew that they were no match for Chu Zhongtian with their current strength, and it was impossible for them to escape from him with their speed. Therefore, they didn't have much time to think about it and chose to accept their fate. AI! Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh when faced with Zhu Lei's question. If he knew the details of the secret realm beforehand, he might not be here right now. He might be searching for treasure somewhere else. However, after sighing for a while, Chu Zhongtian quickly adjusted his emotions. The reason why he exposed himself was because he had more important things to do. "That Brother Zhu, I just heard Brother Wang say that you have a profound dragon fruit in your hand. I wonder if you can give it to me and lend me one," Chu Zhongtian said in a negotiating tone. At the same time, he was afraid that Zhu Lei wouldn't agree, so he patted his chest and promised. "Brother Zhu, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who won't return the money. In the future, I will definitely return you more profound dragon fruit. Chu Zhongtian's promise wasn't a lie. It was the truth. This was because as long as he obtained the profound yang fruit, he was confident that he would be able to advance to the high rank of the body refining period in half a year's time. If he had more opportunities, he might even break through to the body refining stage peak. At that time, with his cultivation base, it wouldn't be difficult for him to duplicate the profound dragon fruit. Mr. Chu must be joking. How can a puny body refining stage martial artist like me have a top-grade spirit fruit like the profound dragon fruit? Although Chu Zhongtian had made a solemn vow to return the profound dragon fruit, how could Zhu Lei believe it? Moreover, the profound dragon fruit was something that he had risked his life to obtain. How could he give it away so easily just because of a single sentence from Chu Zhongtian? Is that so? Seeing Zhu Lei deny that he had the profound dragon fruit, the smiling Chu Zhongtian immediately pulled his face down and asked with a sneer. Chu Zhongtian said with a cold smile on his face when he saw Zhu Lei deny that he had an upper-rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit. Mr. Chu, the profound dragon fruit is still an upper-rank 9th grade spirit fruit, and it contains a mysterious profound yang qi. Furthermore, its environment is extremely harsh. How could I possibly obtain such a heaven-defying spirit fruit? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's gloomy expression, Zhu Lei hurriedly explained. Brother Zhu, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Zhongtian wasn't the evil man who robbed others by force, and he wasn't a kind person who would give up when he saw benefits. In order to quickly increase his strength, he wanted to fulfill the wish in his heart. It was impossible for him to be soft-hearted. Chu Zhongtian lifted up the steel knife and used the windbreaker to rush in front of Zhu Lei. After that, he pointed the sun-scorching at Zhu Lei's head. Zhu Lei had witnessed how powerful Chu Zhongtian's saber technique was, and he knew very well how powerful it was. Zhu Lei knew that it was impossible for him to be a match for .. with his current strength. Therefore, he sped up his retreat, trying his best to avoid the saber technique while asking for help from Wang Suguang. Brother Wang, if you can save me once, not only will I give you 3 token after this, I will also give you 30,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and 300 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone pills as well as pills to improve your cultivation. The saber technique that Chu Zhongtian used just now was just to scare Zhu Lei and make him hand over the profound dragon fruit obediently. It didn't mean to hurt him, so the saber technique only contained 50% of his cultivation base. Furthermore, the speed of his attack wasn't very fast, so he had plenty of time to think about it. However, when he heard that he had given Wang Suguang all kinds of benefits, his heart was instantly shocked by these treasures. 30,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and 300 7th grade middle-rank spirit stones. Such a huge amount of spirit stones had aroused Chu Zhongtian's greedy heart, so he had no choice but to make a ruthless move. Furthermore, since he had already decided to snatch the profound dragon fruit, it meant that he had offended Zhu Chang. Since he had already offended him, he might as well just rob him of all his wealth. He raised the power of the sun-scorching to 80%, and at the same time increased the speed of his attack. The powerful saber technique slashed towards Zhu Chang's head. Wang Suguang, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but want to help Zhu Chang after hearing all the benefits he had promised. However, when he saw Chu Zhongtian suddenly increase the power of the saber technique, he was startled by the scorching aura contained in the steel knife. At this moment, not only did he not help Zhu Chang, he even deliberately increased the distance between them. Zhu Chang wasn't a match for Chu Zhongtian. Wang Suguang, who could help him, wouldn't help him either. He knew that he wasn't a match for Chu Zhongtian. Furthermore, after sensing that Chu Zhongtian had purposely increased the power of the saber technique, he quickly begged for mercy. Mr. Chu, I'm willing to hand over the profound dragon fruit. Please show mercy. It's too late. Since he had decided to rob Zhu Chang of all his wealth, the best way was to force him into a corner and take the initiative to offer up all his wealth. Mr. Chu, other than the profound dragon fruit, everything else on my body is yours. Seeing the steel knife emitting scorching heat getting closer and closer to his head, Zhu Chang shouted with a pale face. Zhu Chang wasn't a fool, he was actually very smart. Chu Zhongtian's originally weak saber force instantly increased its power, and its attack speed increased tremendously. It must have heard that he had promised Wang Suguang some benefits, and it had aroused his greed. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he knew this earlier, he would have handed over the profound dragon fruit from the beginning. In this way, he would only lose one spirit fruit, and most of the wealth in the storage bag would still be kept. All the wealth! The steel knife stopped above Zhu Chang's head, and Chu Zhongtian asked with a cold tone. That's right, all the wealth. Sensing the cold aura emitted by the sharp steel knife, Zhu Chang nodded his head and admitted it. Then he took out the storage bag. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand and took the storage bag from Zhu Chang. His cold expression immediately eased up. Mr. Chu, since you have accepted the storage bag, can I leave? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's cold expression calming down, Zhu Lei cautiously asked. There's no hurry. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and did not agree to let Zhu Lei leave. The reason why he kept Zhu Lei was because Chu Zhongtian wanted to know the specific situation of Secret Realm through him and Wang Suguang. Mr. Chu, what else do you want? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still refused to let him go, Zhu Lei's facial expression became extremely ugly. Brother Wang, shouldn't you come here? Ignoring Zhu Lei, Chu Zhongtian turned his eyes to Wang Suguang, who was standing not far away. Ha ha! You must be joking. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's sarcastic words, Wang Suguang smiled and immediately walked to Chu Zhongtian. Brothers, there is one thing I need you to explain, so I hope you can answer truthfully. While patting the steel knife in his hand, Chu Zhongtian pretended to be kind and said, If you have any doubts, just tell me. As long as I know about it, I will definitely tell you the truth. Chu Zhongtian had just shown Wang Suguang his treacherous and ever-changing personality. In order to avoid angering Chu Zhongtian, he quickly tried to please him. I originally followed my seniors to Purgatory City to undergo cultivation, and participated in the challenge and ranking competition temporarily. So, I'm not sure about the rules here and the specific situation of Secret Realm. I hope you can give me a detailed explanation. He had completely offended Zhu Lei by robbing all the wealth on Zhu Lei's body. Furthermore, Zhu Lei must not be an ordinary person to possess such a huge amount of wealth. The power behind him must be greater than the Chu family. In order to avoid future revenge, Chu Zhongtian had to eliminate the root of the problem. However, before he eliminated the root of the problem, he had to ensure that everything was done cleanly. This was also why he wanted to understand the situation in Secret Realm. Because only after he truly understood the detailed situation in Secret Realm could he finally decide whether he should make a move or not. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian only wanted to understand the situation in Secret Realm, Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei heaved a sigh of relief. As Zhu Lei had been robbed by Chu Zhongtian, it had caused him to hate Chu Zhongtian. As he didn't want to face Chu Zhongtian too much, Wang Suguang took over the topic. He explained the situation in Secret Realm to him in detail. In fact, Wang Suguang didn't know much about the exact origin of the Secret Realm, because the force behind him was only a 6th grade family, and in the southern domain it was only a medium-sized family. According to Wang Suguang, the Secret Realm in Purgatory City had existed for a very long time. Since the start of the competition in Purgatory City, the second round of the ranking competition was held in this Secret Realm. After tens of thousands of years and thousands of attempts, only 30% of the secrets of the Secret Realm have been discovered. There was still a large portion of the secrets that had yet to be discovered. This was also the reason why the high-ranking officials of the Purgatory City were so loyal to holding the challenge. This was because the high-ranking officials of Purgatory City wanted to completely control the Secret Realm, and then use this Secret Realm to increase the overall strength of Purgatory City, and make Purgatory City the 10th major power of Southern Domain. However, after dozens of experiments, the higher-ups behind the scenes of Purgatory City discovered that there was an extremely powerful restriction in the Secret Realm, and it only allowed warriors below the Qi transforming period to enter. If one's cultivation base exceeded the Qi transforming period, then there was only one consequence for entering the Secret Realm. That was, they were inexplicably smashed into pieces by the lightning. Because of this, the Purgatory City had lost at least dozens of top warriors above the Essence Gathering stage. There were even 2 Divine Soul stage experts. Although warriors below the Qi transforming period could enter the secret realm safely, there were still many dangers in the secret realm. Not only did it have a large number of powerful beasts, but it also had a lot of powerful ones. It also caused the Qi transforming period warriors who entered the secret realm to suffer heavy losses. Although the higher-ups behind the scenes were very strong, the Purgatory City was just a city after all. The population was very small compared to the entire southern domain. In order to avoid losing too much of the strength of the Purgatory City, this was why they held a challenge against the entire southern domain every 5 years. Although the secret realm was filled with danger, there were countless opportunities within the secret realm. This was because the secret realm not only had countless heavenly treasures, but also many heaven-defying opportunities. This was the reason why even though the secret realm was filled with danger, there were still many geniuses who were willing to participate in the ranking competition. At the same time, through Wang Suguang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian knew that the secret realm was completely sealed. No one outside would know what was happening inside. At this moment, he had made up his mind. "Brother Wang, do you have a detailed map of the secret realm on you?" Since he already knew the exact situation of the secret realm, Chu Zhongtian also wanted to know the detailed map of the secret realm that had been excavated. If he had this detailed map, then he would be able to find opportunities based on the map, and avoid those Qi transforming period warriors and advanced beasts in the secret realm ahead of time. "Mr. Chu, Brother Zhu must have a detailed map in his storage bag, so you don't need to ask me for it." He pointed at the storage bag in Chu Zhongtian's hand and said with a smile, "Is that so?" Chu Zhongtian connected his consciousness with the storage bag, and very quickly, he saw the space within the storage bag, as well as the things within it. After that, he was shocked by the wealth inside the storage bag. Fortunately, he knew that this was not the time to check the wealth. He forcefully suppressed the wild joy in his heart and started to search for items related to the route map. At this moment, Wang Suguang suddenly gave Zhu Lei a look. After that, the two of them quietly retreated. After they retreated 3 meters, they used the movement technique at the same time and tried their best to escape in different directions. Chu Zhongtian looked at Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei, who were about to escape, and a cold smile emerged on his face. Since he had decided to kill them all, how could Chu Zhongtian not be prepared for them to escape? Although his consciousness was connected to the storage bag, he still kept most of his attention on Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei. Therefore, when they quietly retreated, Chu Zhongtian had already noticed them and was prepared in advance. Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei were already more than 5 meters away from him. Chu Zhongtian didn't delay at all. A heavenly aura rose from his body and quickly covered an area of 15 meters. Ever since he broke through to the body refining stage, Chu Zhongtian's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even his momentum, which hadn't made any progress, had doubled in power. Originally, he could only cover a range of 10 meters, but now it had expanded to 15 meters. Using the movement technique was supposed to increase his speed, but under the influence of the momentum, Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. They couldn't move at all. Chu Zhongtian saw Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei being enveloped by the force. He didn't hesitate at all. He held the steel knife in his hand, but he didn't use any martial skills either. He directly used the basic saber technique's chop and slicing style. He split Wang Suguang in half, and at the same time, cut off Zhu Lei's head. He bent down and picked up Wang Suguang's storage bag, as well as the 3 black token hanging on Zhu Lei's waist. Chu Zhongtian retracted his momentum and observed the situation around him. When he found that there was no one around, he lifted Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei's corpses. He ran straight to the dense forest in front of him. After he found a level 10 intermediate beast, Chu Zhongtian quietly put the 2 corpses down. He also made a sound that alerted the level 10 intermediate beast. He waited until the level 10 intermediate beast started to devour the 2 corpses. Only then did Chu Zhongtian quietly leave. Although the secret realm was completely sealed off, there were still more than 90 arena lord in the secret realm. He was worried that someone might suspect him through the wound on the corpse and cause unnecessary revenge. Therefore, he had to clean up all traces. Chu Zhongtian found a relatively hidden place and took out Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei's storage bag. He looked at the two storage bag in his hands and secretly rejoiced. He was glad that he didn't listen to Zhao Enjuan and used the precious sect contribution point to exchange for the storage bag. Otherwise, he would have wasted 5 sect contribution point. Because Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei were present just now, he only roughly checked Zhu Lei's storage bag. He didn't check the things inside carefully. At this time, he had free time. How could he not check carefully? He linked the storage bag again and sent his consciousness into the storage bag. Once again, he was shocked by the space and wealth inside. The storage bag that Zhu Lei was using had a space of more than 30 cubic meters. It was at least 3 times bigger than the storage bag he was using now. Inside the storage bag were 5 large boxes that were about 1.5 meters long and 1 meter tall. Chu Zhongtian used his consciousness to take out a box from within the storage bag. After he opened the box, a thick wave of spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him. A box full of spirit stones entered his eyes. He didn't need to carefully examine it. He could tell that the spirit stones in the box were 8th grade low-rank spirit stone with a single glance. Moreover, there were 10,000 of them. He quickly took out the remaining 4 boxes from the storage bag and opened them all. He discovered that each box was filled with 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. 1. There were 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone in each box, and the total number of 5 boxes was 50,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. When he thought of this, he was shocked. This was because ever since he came here, he had never seen or possessed such a huge amount of spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian forcefully suppressed the wild joy in his heart. He put away the 5 boxes and continued to examine the storage bag's treasures. In addition to the 5 boxes, there were also 3 smaller boxes inside the storage bag. He remembered the 307th grade middle rank spirit stone that Zhu Lei had promised Wang Suguang. Chu Zhongtian opened the 3 boxes with anticipation. After that, a strong wave of spiritual energy of heaven and earth washed over his body and consciousness, making him feel refreshed. Chu Zhongtian had once used the 7th grade middle rank spirit stone to break through to the body refining stage minor stage, so he didn't need to take it out to check. He already knew that the spirit stones in the 3 boxes were 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. He carefully counted and found that the number of 7th grade middle rank spirit stones in each box was 1,000. In other words, the number of level 7 spirit stones in the 3 boxes had reached 3,000. Chu Zhongtian tried his best to withdraw his consciousness from the storage bag. He immediately took a few deep breaths to calm his boiling heart. 70,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and 3,000 7th grade middle-rank spirit stones. This was the first time Chu Zhongtian had seen such a huge amount of spirit stones since he started cultivating. Moreover, these spirit stones all belonged to him. At this moment, he was very excited. Of course, Chu Zhongtian didn't care about his loss of self-control. Before he transmigrated, when he was a programmer, a colleague of his who had a good relationship with him bought a lottery ticket and unexpectedly won the 5 million grand prize. At that time, he fainted. If Chu Zhongtian had not helped him back then, his colleague who had just become a millionaire would have died. After Chu Zhongtian's mood calmed down a little, he calculated. With such a huge amount of spirit stones, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for a short period of time. At the same time, he also had enough energy to duplicate and paste intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill. He had fulfilled his promise when he left the family. Chu Zhongtian first put the 8 boxes into his storage bag. Then his consciousness communicated with Zhu Lei's storage bag once again, and he continued to check the items inside the storage bag. There were a dozen or so medicinal bottles containing medicinal pills. When he opened them, he found that most of these medicinal pills were at the level 9. The types of medicinal pills were Qi Increasing Pill, Dantian Cultivating Pill, Qi Condensation Pill, and Bone Cleansing Pill. They were all medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation base and potential. As for the remaining medicinal pills, they were mostly healing pill. However, there were 2 types of pills that made Chu Zhongtian feel pleasantly surprised. One of the pills was called Body Strengthening Pill. It was an upper-rank 9th-grade pill that could strengthen the body and strengthen the body. The second pill was called the Body Softening Pill. It was also an upper rank 9th grade. It was used to increase the flexibility of the body. The 10th level of body refinement was the stage. The former 3rd layer was used to strengthen the bones in the body, while the middle 3rd layer was used to strengthen the body. The body strengthening pill and the body softening pill were perfect for this stage, and their effects were similar to the bone cleansing pill. After Chu Zhongtian broke through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period, Chu Zhongtian was still worried about his future cultivation. This was because he wanted to maintain the speed at which he broke through to the stage, except for sufficient spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In addition to comprehending the stage, he also needed a large number of medicinal pills to assist him. However, he didn't have any pills that could aid a body refining stage intermediate. Now that he had unexpectedly found the body strengthening pill and body softening pill, his worries had dissipated, and he was filled with confidence in his future cultivation. He poured out 2 pills from the pill bottle and counted them. He found that there were a total of 18 pills in the 2-pill bottle. Although 18 body strengthening pill and body softening pill weren't enough to help him break through to the stage to Chu Zhongtian, as long as he had 1 pill, it meant that he would have countless pills. He put the body strengthening pill and body softening pill together and placed them in an eye-catching place. After that, he continued to look at the treasures in Zhu Chang's spatial storage bag. When his consciousness swept to the corner of the storage bag, a wooden box emitting a strange fragrance attracted his attention. He used his consciousness to communicate with the wooden box and took out the storage bag. When he opened the lid of the wooden box, a rich fragrance assaulted his face, accompanied by a scorching aura. Upper rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit. Chu Zhongtian looked at the fruit inside the wooden box that was shaped like a mango, but the faint shadow of a dragon could be seen on the skin of the fruit. He muttered to himself, although he had decided to snatch it because he heard Wang Suguang say that Zhu Lei had the profound dragon fruit. He suspected that the spirit fruit in Zhu Lei's hand might not be the profound dragon fruit. It was a profound dragon fruit type spirit fruit. Although the profound dragon fruit was only at the upper rank 9th grade, its effect was not any weaker than a level 8 spirit fruit. This was because it only had an effect on body refining stage warriors, thus it was listed as a level 9. At the same time, the requirements for the profound dragon fruit to grow were extremely harsh. Only those who had reached the level 8 or above and had fire attribute true dragon bloodline and strange beasts in their bodies. Only those who had reached the ____ or above could grow a profound dragon fruit, and the profound dragon fruit could grow for 100 years. There were only 5 minutes of maturity. If one could not pluck it within 5 minutes of maturity and place it in a special wooden box, the profound dragon fruit would turn into a ball of profound yang qi and disappear into the air. Chu Zhongtian reached out and took out the profound dragon fruit from the wooden box. He didn't consume it immediately. Instead, he took out several hundred pieces of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and started the duplication process. The reason Chu Zhongtian duplicated the profound dragon fruit was not because he wanted to use the profound dragon fruit. This was because the profound dragon fruit was different from other spirit fruit. Only by consuming the first profound dragon fruit would it have an effect. If he consumed the second profound dragon fruit, not only would it not have any effect, but it would also have no effect. Even if the second profound dragon fruit contained a profound yang qi, it would conflict with the profound yang energy within the first profound dragon fruit, causing the effect to weaken, could even hurt his foundation. The reason why he started the duplication process was because he was only a body refining stage warrior. Most of his brothers and sisters were at the qi refining stage. Chu Zhongtian planned to paste the profound dragon fruit after he had enough time and energy. Then, he would find an opportunity to send it back to his family. More importantly, he wanted to give the first profound dragon fruit he stuck out to someone, but he was still unsure if he should give it to her or not. After Chu Zhongtian finished duplicating the profound dragon fruits program, not only did Chu Zhongtian not pay attention to the rest of the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, but also the rest. He then placed these spirit stones around his body. After Chu Zhongtian completely calmed down, he took the profound dragon fruit. He didn't even need to chew. The profound dragon fruit that entered Chu Zhongtian's mouth turned into a ball of profound yang qi and entered his body through his esophagus. After that, the ball of profound yang qi suddenly exploded. the scattered profound yang qi began to merge into every part of his body. When the profound yang qi completely erupted, Chu Zhongtian immediately circulated the Taishan heart meridian cultivation method. He absorbed the profound yang qi that was flying around in his body while absorbing the spiritual qi in the spirit stones beside him. Although the profound dragon fruits effect had reached the level 8, its true level was only at the level 9. The amount of profound yang qi contained in the fruit wasn't too much. In just 5 minutes, the profound yang qi that was flying around in Chu Zhongtian's body was completely absorbed by him. After the profound yang qi was absorbed by Chu Zhongtian, his aura suddenly increased, and then the profound yang qi disappeared. With the help of the profound yang qi in the profound dragon fruit, as well as the hundreds of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, not only did Chu Zhongtian improve his body's quality, but he also raised his cultivation base to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period. He was not far away from breaking through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian retracted his suddenly increased qi. He felt the strength after breaking through, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Not only could the profound dragon fruit help him improve his cultivation base, it also had a great effect on improving his body and potential. This was because he had mastered the technique of a qi transforming period in advance, allowing his combat strength to reach the 6th layer of the body refining period peak. He could even fight ordinary 7th layer of the body refining period warriors. If he combined his strength, he would be able to defeat a 7th layer peak of the body refining period opponent. With the help of the profound yang qi in the profound dragon fruit, not only did his cultivation base increase to 3rd layer peak of the body refining period, it also increased his combat strength by 1 minor stage. In other words, even if he didn't have the power to match his current strength, he could still defeat a 7th layer peak of the body refining period opponent with his own strength. Of course, this comparison was only targeted at ordinary warriors. For example, the 96 Arena Lord in Secret Realm were all geniuses who could jump ranks to challenge them. Compared to them, Chu Zhongtian's combat strength had to be reduced by at least 2 to 3 minor stage warriors. As it was only the advancement of minor stage, Chu Zhongtian didn't spend too much time consolidating his cultivation base. After consolidating his cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he continued checking the items in Zhu Lei's storage bag. As Zhu Lei's cultivation was also at the early stages of body refinement, apart from the profound dragon fruit being relatively precious, the rest of the items in the storage bag were mostly resources suitable for this stage. Chu Zhongtian did not discover any treasures that surprised him. Other than Zhu Lei's storage bag, Wang Suguang, who had the same cultivation as him, also had a storage bag. However, compared to the huge amount of space and wealth in Zhu Lei's storage bag, the items in Wang Suguang's storage bag, be it quantity or quality, were much worse. There were only 17,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, and only 107th grade middle-rank spirit stone 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. The remaining ones were the qi increasing pill and the cultivating pill, as well as the qi condensation pill that could increase one's potential. Fortunately, Wang Suguang had a map of the secret realm in his storage bag, which helped him to calm down a little. Compared to the map Zhu Lei had found in his storage bag, Chu Zhongtian found that these two maps were basically the same. The only difference was that Zhu Lei's map was more detailed and precise. Chu Zhongtian did not know much about spatial spirit weapon like the storage bag, so he was worried that there would be some special characteristics in their storage bag. Therefore, in order to not cause any unnecessary trouble, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to throw away these two precious storage bag. After throwing away the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian continued to advance towards the depths of Secret Realm. At the same time, according to the route map's instructions, he tried his best to choose the area where low-rank 9th grade strange beasts would appear. First, he could continue to hunt and kill 9 lower-grade beasts, speeding up his mastery of strength after breaking through. He could also use the corpses of strange beasts to copy and paste medicinal pills, as well as collect inner core in exchange for sect contribution point. Secondly, in the area where low-rank 9th grade beasts would appear, there would basically be no high rank of the body refining period or qi transforming period arena lord, which could ensure his own safety. As he continued deeper into Secret Realm, Chu Zhongtian gradually discovered the silhouettes of the other competitors. There was even a time when he saw an arena lord with a chi transforming period stage cultivation base. In order to avoid meeting these experts with cultivation bases higher than his, he had no choice but to choose the range of the low-rank 9th grade beasts. After using the yellow-level intermediate saber technique to cut off the beast's head, Chu Zhongtian held the steel knife in his hand. The tip of the blade touched the ground, and he was breathing heavily. Although he was moving according to the route map, as he went deeper into the secret realm, the number of low-rank 9th grade beasts that appeared became fewer and fewer, and the chances of intermediate and advanced 9th grade mutant beast appearing became higher and higher. The Gale Wolf he just killed was a peak beast that had reached the 9th grade middle rank. Its strength was almost equal to a human warrior's 7th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation. Apart from his final trump card, he had used almost all of his strength. Looking at the Gale Wolf that had fallen to the ground and died, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly took out his inner core. However, he temporarily did not use the Gale Wolf's corpse to copy and paste the medicinal pill. Instead, he chose a very thick and large tree. After jumping onto the top of the tree, he began to recover the consumed spiritual power and physical strength. After spending half an hour, Chu Zhongtian finally recovered the consumed spiritual power, but his physical strength wasn't that easy to recover. At this time, he only had 80% of the strength of a peak. After putting away his cultivation, Chu Zhongtian got up. He originally planned to use the Gale Wolf's corpse to duplicate the body hardening pill and body softening pill. However, just as he got up, he immediately squatted back down. Because his super strong sixth sense gave him a trace of vigilance, as if danger was approaching. In order to avoid being discovered, not only did Chu Zhongtian squat down again, he also used the surrounding flourishing leaves to cover his figure. Not long after, a young man who was about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a light yellow tight suit, had a handsome appearance, an extraordinary temperament, and appeared beside the Gale Wolf's corpse. The young man who suddenly appeared first looked around vigilantly. When he realized that there was no one around, he bent over to check the wounds on the Gale Wolf's corpse. Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding in the tree leaves, kept his sword and aura even more. He tried his best not to reveal a single trace of the aura. This was because the cultivation base of this young man who had just appeared had already reached the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. At the same time, he could clearly see that he was also an expert who could jump realms and challenge others. It seems like there is another young expert who uses a blade in ranking competition this time. Through the wound on the Gale Wolf's corpse, the young man said with a solemn expression. However, when he saw the cut on the lower abdomen of the Gale Wolf, he couldn't help but curse. This brat is too ruthless. He actually didn't leave behind the Gale Wolf's inner core. If I find out who took away the inner core of the Gale Wolf, I will definitely let him enjoy my means. Looking at the wound on the lower abdomen of the Gale Wolf, this young man gnashed his teeth and cursed. As for Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding in the tree leaves, he saw that the young man was very concerned about the Gale Wolf's inner core, and a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. Compared to the large number of exotic beasts and the large group of exotic beasts, the Gale Wolf was just an extremely ordinary exotic beast among the exotic beasts. If it wasn't for its natural wind characteristic, its position amongst the exotic beasts would probably be even lower. An exotic beast like this was extremely ordinary, and the market price wasn't too high. Why would this young expert care so much about the Gale Wolf's inner core? Moreover, this wasn't Chu Zhongtian's first time hunting a Gale Wolf. In the Endless Forest, he had killed at least 3 level 10 Gale Wolf. The inner core and the corpse were used to duplicate and paste medicinal pills. Seeing that the Gale Wolf's inner core had been taken away, the young man didn't stay where he was. Instead, he left while cursing. However, Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding in the tree leaves, didn't go down immediately. Instead, he hid in the tree leaves for nearly half an hour. After making sure that the young expert wouldn't return, he quietly left the tree leaves. After descending the tree, Chu Zhongtian did not use the Gale Wolf's corpse to copy and paste the medicinal pills. Instead, he made the best use of his time to leave the scene. Because the Gale Wolf's corpse had been placed for such a long time, The thick smell of blood had already absorbed quite a number of strange beasts. An environment like this wasn't suitable for him to duplicate and paste medicinal pills. As they went deeper into the secret realm, Chu Zhongtian realized that he couldn't continue to choose the area where the strange beasts would appear. This was because most of the strange beasts he had encountered were stronger than the gale wolf he had killed. Especially the patch-spotted cat he had just killed, although it was only at the 9th grade middle rank. However, his strength had already reached the 7th layer peak of the body refining period. Furthermore, with its incredible speed and abnormal recovery ability, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to use his final trump card to behead it. After putting away its inner core, Chu Zhongtian took out the line diagram once again. According to the line diagram's indication, he began to gradually move away from the area where the strange beasts roamed, and tried his best to choose the route where the participants would appear. Ever since he stepped onto the route where the participants would appear, in order to avoid attracting the attention of those experts, Chu Zhongtian placed the 4 black token in his underwear. Mr. Chu. Just as Chu Zhongtian continued to venture deeper into the secret realm, a surprised and familiar voice made him turn his head to look. Mr. Lu. He turned around and saw Lu Yuan. Mr. Chu, congratulations. When he walked to Chu Zhongtian's side, Lu Yuan was surprised to find out that Chu Zhongtian had already reached the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period. He immediately cupped his fists and congratulated him. Mr. Lu, congratulations. Chu Zhongtian also congratulated Lu Yuan when he heard Lu Yuan's congratulations. This was because he discovered that Lu Yuan was also at the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period. Although he congratulated him warmly and showed a smile on his face, Chu Zhongtian's heart was beating like a tidal wave. One should know that the reason why he was able to advance to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period in such a short period of time was because of a second opportunity. If it wasn't for Aunt Rong's specially made stewed meat, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period in just a few days. Without the help of the upper rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit, he wouldn't have been able to advance his cultivation base to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period in such a short period of time. But what about Lu Yuan? Chu Zhongtian clearly remembered that before entering the secret realm, he was still a 2nd layer of the body refining period peak. It had only been 3 days since he entered the secret realm. Not only had he broken through to the 3rd layer of the body refining period, he had also broken through to the peak. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Lu Yuan had obtained an unimaginable fortune in the secret realm. Chu Zhongtian's heart was like a tidal wave, and it was the same in Lu Yuan's heart. The reason why he was able to achieve such a shocking advancement in just 3 days was because before he entered secret realm, he had learned from the experts of Hua Mountain Sword Sect that there was a spirit fruit in secret realm that could enhance his cultivation base. It was because of this spirit fruit, which had reached the upper rank 9th grade, that he was able to advance his cultivation base to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period in a short period of time. Where was Chu Zhongtian? He was afraid that he was the same as him, a disciple from one of the 9 major powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to raise his cultivation base to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period in such a short period of time. By the way, Mr. Lu, I have a question in my heart. Can you answer it? Although Lu Yuan had a proud personality, as long as someone with such a proud personality won his respect in terms of strength, he would be treated like a friend. If you have something to say, just say it. As long as I know it, I will definitely tell you the truth. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan nodded and agreed. Let's talk as we walk. Chu Zhongtian waved his right hand, signaling for them to chat as they walked. Okay. Lu Yuan and Chu Zhongtian continued to walk side by side. Mr. Lu, this time, I followed my family's patriarch generation to Purgatory City to train. Before this, I didn't know about the competition and didn't know the specific situation of Secret Realm, so I hope you can help me explain. Although he had learned some basic information about the Secret Realm from Wang Suguang, Chu Zhongtian was worried that Wang Suguang would lie to him, so he hoped to verify it with Lu Yuan. You don't know about the specific situation of the Secret Realm? Lu Yuan widened his eyes in surprise, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Initially, he thought that Chu Zhongtian was the same as him, and also came from one of the 9 major powers. He might even be an elite disciple of the Chu family, one of the 9 major powers. Furthermore, he must have received guidance from his elders before this, which was why he was able to break through to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period in just 3 days' time. Now, it seemed like things weren't as he had imagined. Chu Zhongtian was afraid that he might have another opportunity, so his admiration for Chu Zhongtian increased. Therefore, Lu Yuan didn't hide anything from him, and told him everything he knew about the secret realm in detail. Through Lu Yuan's introduction and comparison with Wang Suguang, Chu Zhongtian found that Wang Suguang did not lie to him. Most of what he said was true. However, compared to Lu Yuan, who came from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, Wang Suguang didn't know much. The secret realm in Purgatory City had only been excavated by less than 30%. It also had a fatal restriction on those above the essence gathering stage. However, after more than 10,000 years of investigation and more than 1,000 challenges, the higher-ups of the Purgatory City had a certain understanding of the secret realm and knew how to utilize and develop it better. At the same time, after Lu Yuan's explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why the black token appeared in the corpse of the strange beast. It turned out that the experts of the Purgatory City would capture 1,000 strange beasts of different grades outside the ranking competition the day before. After placing the black token in the body of the strange beast, they would use a special method. He sent 1,000 beasts of different grades into Secret Realm. The lowest grade of 1,000 beasts was at the low rank 10th grade, and the highest grade was at the upper rank 8th grade. And these strange beasts that were sent to Secret Realm would rely on their special instincts to find a territory suitable for them in a short period of time. The 99 arena lord that participated in the ranking competition would hunt these beasts to obtain the black token, and at the same time, search for beasts to develop the Secret Realm. It was also because of this that Chu Zhongtian discovered that the exotic beasts that possessed the black token were ordinary and powerful. The exotic beasts without the black token in their bodies were relatively ordinary. Mr. Lu, all strange beasts have their own territorial consciousness, which means that level 10 beasts will only stay in the outer perimeter of Secret Realm. As for level 8 beasts, they will continue to venture deeper into the depths of Secret Realm. If that's the case, then you and I, beginner body refining martial artists, they should stay within the range of low-rank 9th grade beasts instead of entering recklessly like now. Why is that? Actually, this was also the biggest doubt in Chu Zhongtian's heart during this period of time. Because according to his cautious and suspicious personality, he absolutely would not rashly enter a dangerous place. But for some reason, his mind seemed to be out of control, and he had no choice but to continue venturing deeper into Secret Realm. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's question, Lu Yuan did not immediately explain. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. When he noticed that there was someone not far behind him, he signaled Chu Zhongtian to speed up. After getting rid of the contestants behind him, Lu Yuan whispered to Chu Zhongtian why all the arena lord would continue venturing deeper into the Secret Realm. At the same time, he explained why he invited Chu Zhongtian to join him. According to what Lu Yuan had learned from the elders of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, the Secret Realm in Purgatory City would undergo a special change every 100 years after it was opened. This special change would appear at the border between the upper rank 8th grade and 7th grade low rank beasts in the Secret Realm, and it would attract the arena lord participating in the competition. This was the reason why Chu Zhongtian subconsciously went deeper into the depths of the Secret Realm. The special change that happened in the Secret Realm was a life and death crisis, and it also contained a heaven-defying opportunity. If he could seize this opportunity and obtain it in the end, to him, he would experience a transformation that would completely change his future life. As for what kind of special change was happening in Secret Realm, Lu Yuan didn't explain. Chu Zhongtian also did not continue questioning. Because they had just known each other for a short period of time, it was already rare that Lu Yuan could tell them everything that happened just now. It was impossible for him to tell him all the secrets. Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan were both top geniuses who could surpass the 4 minor stage geniuses. At the same time, both of them possessed a mysterious force. Therefore, during the following journey, the two of them would compete with each other and cooperate with each other. If they encountered a 9th grade mutant beast that they could deal with, The two of them would compete with each other to see who could kill a strange beast in the shortest amount of time. If they encountered a 9th-grade mutant beast that they couldn't deal with, the two of them would choose to work together. Although they had just begun cooperating, they seemed to be partners who had experienced many collaborations. Their cooperation was very close. It was precisely under this kind of tacit cooperation that ordinary upper-rank 9th-grade beasts were no match for the two of them. However, after they entered the range of lower-level 8 beasts, Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan began to deliberately avoid the territory of level 8 beasts. Although they were geniuses who could jump ranks to challenge, their current cultivation base was only at the primary rank of the body refining period. As for level 8 beasts, they were equivalent to Qi transforming period human warriors. There was a fundamental difference between Qi transforming period and body refining stage. Even if the two of them joined forces, it would be impossible for them to defeat an ordinary lower-level 8 beast. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had an amazing spirit weapon in his hand. This spirit weapon could predict the specific location of a level 8 beast in advance. With the help of this spirit weapon, they spent 2 days and 2 nights. They didn't encounter any attack from a level 8 beast. After they successfully walked out of the range of the upper-rank 8th-grade beasts, what entered Chu Zhongtian's eyes was a mountain peak that wasn't too tall. Lu Yuan pointed at the mountain peak in front of him and introduced, "Mr. Chu, the mountain range in front of us is the border between upper-rank 8th-grade beasts and 7th-grade low-rank beasts. It is also the location of this special event. According to the calculations of the elders of the sect, this special change should be at noon on the 5th day of the Secret Realm's opening. It should be 11 o'clock in the morning. There's still an hour before noon. What do you think we should do next?" Although Chu Zhongtian was not able to determine the exact time through his watch or phone like before, there was also a way to determine the time in Eternal Continent. It was through this method that Chu Zhongtian knew the exact time. "Mr. Chu, as the saying goes, what you see may not be the truth. Don't think that the mountain in front of us is not far from us. Actually, it is quite far from us. We won't be able to determine the winner of the arena competition. Why don't we compete in speed and see who will reach the mountain in front of us first?" Chu Zhongtian hesitated slightly when he faced Lu Yuan's challenge. He hesitated not because he was afraid that his speed would not be faster than Lu Yuan's. His middle-rank movement technique Windbreaker had already broken through to the Great Completion stage. Chu Zhongtian believed that with the speed of the Windbreaker and his understanding of the wind attribute, his speed would definitely surpass Lu Yuan's. The only thing he was hesitating about was whether he would encounter a level 8 beast along the way to the mountain peak. Fortunately, what Lu Yuan said next made Chu Zhongtian feel relieved. "Mr. Chu, don't worry. Not only will there be no level 8 beasts on the way to the mountain peak, there won't even be any level 10 beasts. Since you want to have a competition, of course I'm happy to accompany you." There were no strange beasts on the way to the mountain, so Chu Zhongtian had nothing to worry about. At the same time, Lu Yuan's challenge had also aroused Chu Zhongtian's competitive spirit. "Let's go!" As Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan spoke at the same time, the two of them turned into a blur and disappeared from where they stood. Chu Zhongtian didn't know the power and speed of the movement technique that Lu Yuan had mastered. At first, Chu Zhongtian didn't use his full strength. Because of the special changes that happened in Secret Realm, he might need Lu Yuan's guidance and cooperation. In order to prevent Lu Yuan from losing too badly and affecting their cooperation, Chu Zhongtian only increased the speed of the Windbreaker to the small completion stage. However, after the two of them had rushed for a few thousand meters, Chu Zhongtian realized that Lu Yuan's speed was not any slower than his. When he was charging in a straight line, his speed was even slightly faster than his. Since Lu Yuan's speed wasn't any slower than his, Chu Zhongtian didn't hold back any longer. He directly increased the power of the Windbreaker to Great Completion stage. The small completion stage Windbreaker had already made his speed as fast as the wind. At this moment, his Great Completion stage Windbreaker had made his speed so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Lu Yuan, who was running at full speed, subconsciously turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian. When he found out that Chu Zhongtian was even faster than the wind, his facial expression changed. At the same time, he started to increase his speed with all his might. There was no winner between him and Chu Zhongtian for the time being. Although the distance between them and the mountain was a little far, with the two of them using the movement technique, they reached the foot of the mountain in 30 minutes. Mr. Chu, I have to say, you are the first opponent I have ever met who is on par with me in every aspect. After they reached the foot of the mountain at the same time, Lu Yuan said with admiration. In the battle just now, Lu Yuan had already used all his strength. Even so, he and Chu Zhongtian were still evenly matched. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't pay attention to Lu Yuan's sigh, because he was stunned by the current situation. Out of the 99 arena lord that participated in the ranking competition, there were more than 80 of them at the foot of the mountain. Some of them were standing together, while others were sitting cross-legged on the ground, adjusting their breathing. On the flat ground closest to the foot of the mountain, 3 young men's arena lord had attracted Chu Zhongtian's attention. This was because these 3 young men were wearing the uniform of the Floating Cloud sect. Mr. Chu, those 3 men are the elite disciples of the Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 major powers. Lu Yuan saw that Chu Zhongtian didn't pay attention to him. He raised his head and took a look. He found out that Chu Zhongtian was looking at the front. When Lu Yuan saw the clothes of the 3 men clearly, he immediately introduced them warmly. Mr. Lu, do you know them? When Chu Zhongtian heard Lu Yuan's explanation, he quickly turned around and asked. Lu Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know them, but I know their clothes. When Chu Zhongtian heard Lu Yuan say that he didn't know these 3 people, he was slightly disappointed. In the secret realm of the ranking competition, between an upper-rank 8th-grade beast and a 7th-grade low-rank beast, the 99 arena lord that could participate in the ranking competition, excluding the ones that had encountered an accident, were basically all here. Just the number of Qi transforming period arena lord alone was as many as 30 people. No matter what kind of fortune appeared next, it would be very difficult to obtain any benefits from a Qi transforming period arena lord. If he wanted to obtain benefits from the changes that were about to occur, he had to make friends with one of the Qi transforming period arena lord. With the approval of a Qi transforming period arena lord, it would be a great help to him in his upcoming fight for the fortune. Besides, Chu Zhongtian was a disciple of Floating Cloud sect, and the 3 Qi transforming period arena lord in front of him were his senior brothers. Logically speaking, he should go up and greet them. Mr. Chu, you know that I'm from Hua Mountain Sword sect, and there's a senior brother of mine in front of me. I have to stay with them. Lu Yuan said in a low voice. Mr. Chu, after the special change, you will have a chance to join forces. At that time, I hope you can help me with all your strength. Sure. Chu Zhongtian nodded and agreed with Lu Yuan's suggestion. At the same time, in order to get closer to Lu Yuan and make it easier for him to fight for the opportunity, he also introduced himself. Mr. Lu, you guys have known each other for a while, but I have never introduced myself. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian stretched out his right hand and said with a sincere tone, My name is Chu Zhongtian. I am 17 years old this year. I came from the Chu family, a level 8 family in Qi country. I have become an official disciple of Floating Cloud sect in less than a month. Lu Yuan was completely stunned by Chu Zhongtian's sincere and detailed introduction. In his knowledge, an outstanding young disciple like Chu Zhongtian must be from the Chu family, one of the 9 major powers. Only the Chu family, which was a 3rd-grade family, could nurture such an outstanding young disciple like Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was indeed from the Chu family, but he wasn't from the Chu family, which was one of the 9 major powers. Instead, he was from the Chu family, which he had never heard of before. He was able to grow quickly in the level 8 family. Lu Yuan deeply admired Chu Zhongtian's talent, comprehension ability, and perseverance. At the same time, for the first time in his heart, he felt that he was inferior to Chu Zhongtian. Mr. Lu. Seeing Lu Yuan in deep thought, Chu Zhongtian reminded him in a low voice. Chu Zhongtian's reminder woke Lu Yuan from his deep thoughts. After that, he stretched out his right hand and held Chu Zhongtian's right hand tightly. He said sincerely, My name is Lu Yuan. I am also 17 years old. I came from one of the 9 major powers, Mount Hua sect. I am the son of the Hua Mountain Sword sect's elder of the inner sect. Mr. Lu, see you later. Chu Zhongtian had a rough idea of Lu Yuan's background. Because from the sword technique he cultivated and his rich experience, it showed that he was definitely not an ordinary sect disciple. Therefore, Lu Yuan's introduction did not shock Chu Zhongtian too much. Mr. Chu, see you later. After that, the two of them turned around and walked towards their own team. New disciple Chu Zhongtian greets the three senior brothers. After walking to the place where the disciples of Floating Cloud sect were gathered, Chu Zhongtian respectfully greeted them as junior brothers. New disciple? In fact, when Chu Zhongtian was walking towards them, these three master of the Qi transforming period of Floating Cloud sect had already noticed him. However, what puzzled them was that although Chu Zhongtian was wearing the uniform of a disciple from the inner sect of the Floating Cloud sect, he was wearing the uniform of a disciple from the inner sect. However, his cultivation base was obviously only at the body refining stage. According to the rules of the Floating Cloud sect, disciples of the outer sect could only wear green uniforms. Why was this disciple of the Floating Cloud sect wearing a different uniform? You are the new disciple this year? One of the Qi transforming period disciples asked with a questioning tone when he saw Chu Zhongtian holding the special junior disciple etiquette of the Floating Cloud sect. I passed the 3 rounds of the sect's examination half a month ago and officially became a disciple of the sect. I'm now living in the Hidden Dragon Peaks Courtyard 9. The one in charge of my cultivation base is Elder Jiao Enjuan. Facing the questioning of Qi transforming period senior brother, Chu Zhongtian introduced himself in more detail, in order to prevent him from misunderstanding. Hidden Dragon Peak, Elder Jiao. Chu Zhongtian's reply caused the Qi transforming period disciple with the highest cultivation base to open his eyes wide. His tone was filled with shock. The other 2 Qi transforming period disciples also looked at Chu Zhongtian in shock. One of the Qi transforming period disciples even muttered to himself, "Could it be that the sect has restarted that plan?" After 3 minutes, the 3 Qi transforming period disciples finally came back to their senses. One of the senior disciples who had just spoken walked in front of Chu Zhongtian and put his hand on Chu Zhongtian's shoulder and said, "So it's junior brother Chu. My name is Zhang Yinan. I'm a 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior." Zhang Yinan introduced himself warmly. After that, he pointed at his senior brother who was muttering to himself and said, "This seemingly honest senior brother is called Yu Zhongzong, a 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period. As for this cold-faced senior brother, he is Dongfang Yongping from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. His cultivation base is at the 10th level Qi transformation peak stage. He might break through to the essence gathering stage at any time and become a top warrior amongst the young generation. Senior brother Zhang, brother Yu, senior brother Dongfang." Chu Zhongtian bowed respectfully. However, when he faced Dongfang Yongping, Chu Zhongtian seemed a little restrained. Because this senior brother in front of him came from Heavenly Dragon Empire, and his surname was Dongfang, then he might be Dongfang Yunar's brother, and in the future, he might also be his brother-in-law. You are only a primary rank of the body refining period disciple. How could you participate in such a dangerous competition? After Chu Zhongtian finished bowing, Dongfang Yongping, who had always been cold, asked with a frown. Because of the rules of Floating Cloud sect, unless there was a special reason, disciples below the Qi transforming period were not allowed to leave the sect. Because Qi refining stage and body refining stage were not strong enough to travel in the martial world, only those who had broken through to the Qi transforming period could protect themselves in the martial world. It was Elder Jiao who arranged it. If Chu Zhongtian complained that Jiao Enjuan had arranged for him to come to the dangerous purgatory city to undergo cultivation, he would feel very fortunate at this moment. If he hadn't come to the purgatory city to train, he wouldn't have been able to advance his cultivation to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period in just a few days. Besides that, he had also obtained a profound dragon fruit that could improve his physique. It would shorten the time needed for him to break through to the body refining stage by 3 times. Dongfang Yongping, who had a deep background, knew that Jiao Enjuan was not an ordinary deacon elder from the inner sect. Dongfang Yong knew that there must be a deeper meaning behind Dongfang Yongping's arrangement. At the same time, this matter wasn't something he could interfere with.